Chapter 7, 75. Of course, Sansa could also announce that she was another Targaryen, but that would only be considered as a self-proclaimed. Compared to the Dragon Queen's official announcement, it was a few hundred streets away. Of course, the Dragon Queen easily satisfied her fake niece's expectations. Not only will I announce this publicly, I will also trace it back to the source and return you an ancestor. Return me an ancestor? Sansa was overjoyed and shocked. She opened her mouth and widened her eyes. Her face was filled with confusion. Think about it. Why is Karen Stark the publicly recognized branch of the Stark family? Dany reminded her. Because. Sansa gradually woke up from her confusion and said thoughtfully, because everyone knows that Karen Stark was established by Karen Stark. All Karen Stark are Karen's descendants. So, the Targaryen branch that my child and I represent must have a Targaryen that everyone recognizes. A look of admiration flashed past Dany's eyes. This little green tea has a nimble mind. She can follow my train of thought. Yes, that's right. Can Demon Black Fire the First do it? Sansa asked. No, he's still lacking. He hasn't become a king, and he hasn't completely gotten rid of the shadow of being an illegitimate child. He's not qualified to start another Targaryen branch. Dany shook her head. Who's qualified? Sansa asked doubtfully. Demon Blackfyre was already the ancestor of the Blackfyre branch. Who else could be more representative than him? Aegon Targaryen IV. Dany breathed out a name that made Sansa's jaw drop. The mediocre king? Let the mediocre king become the ancestor of our branch? Sansa said in disbelief. This wasn't a pie falling from the sky, but a roasted suckling pig. It was true that the mediocre king was mediocre, but he was a proper Targaryen king. If Aegon was considered to be his direct descendant, what did that mean? That's right, it's the mediocre king Aegon. He's the father of Daemon Blackfyre, and he personally announced that Daemon Blackfyre is his successor. Since that's the case, let's make Demon Blackfyre the successor of the mediocre king Aegon. Dany generously gave away an ancestor. Sansa was overjoyed. Thank you, Aunt Dany. After obtaining the recognition of the Dragon Queen, Aegon Mopatis once again became Aegon Targaryen. In terms of seniority, he was about the same as Shireen, one generation lower than Dany. Dany waved her hand, looking indifferent. Not to mention the mediocre king, if possible. I'd even give you the Mad King. Oh, that's not right. The Mad King can't be given to Sansa. He's a dwarf. King Aegon's Targaryen was only the first example, and not the only Targaryen branch. In the future, the dwarves would definitely be given a Targaryen ancestor, and the Mad King would be one of them. If Jon's identity was revealed, he would also be given one. If any other Targaryens came looking for him, it wouldn't be a problem to divide the Targaryen ancestor cleanly. The Dragon Queen did as she said. Before lunch, she announced this in front of all the nobles in the hall. Mediocre King Aegon created a new Targaryen branch, using a brand new emblem and language. King Aegon had previously changed the emblem. A black sword was added to the claw of a three-headed red dragon on a black background. The new Targaryen was also called Black Sword Targaryen. Aegon IV was the first master of the Black Sword Targaryen. Daemon Blackfyre changed his name to Daemon Targaryen. He was the only successor of the mediocre king, and also the second master of the Black Sword Targaryen. But mediocre King Aegon is also your direct ancestor. The nobles of the Northern Territory were naturally stunned, and someone raised a question. If he wasn't a direct ancestor, I wouldn't even bother to kick him out of the family tree. Dany waved her hand and said bluntly, I am the founder of the Empire. I don't need any inheritance from mediocre King Aegon. Hearing the Dragon Queen's words, the nobles fell silent. What inheritance could mediocre King Aegon leave behind? It was nothing more than bloodline and Targaryen orthodoxy in name, as well as the legal right to inherit the Iron Throne of the Targaryen dynasty. Did the dragon queen need any of these things? Everyone knew of conqueror Aegon. In the future, the Targaryens were also proud of the title of descendant of Aegon the Conqueror. Who cared who Aegon the Conqueror's father was? Not to mention mediocre King Aegon. Even if it was Aegon the Conqueror, Dany wouldn't mind giving him away. Her descendants wouldn't care about her current actions either, because Dragon Queen Dany Rhys would leave Aegon the Conqueror behind by a few hundred universes. The establishment of the Black Sword Targaryen family was sensational. If it was any other time, this news would be enough to shock the entire Westeros noble circle. But today, when the deviant ghosts were about to reach the city, the nobles of the Northern Territory could only lament that Dragon Queen is benevolent and magnanimous before wholeheartedly preparing for war. Not long after lunch, the dusky sky of Winterfell was suddenly covered by a black cloud. The soldiers looked up and saw dozens of winged dragons carrying large wooden boxes. Ah, it's Dragon Queen's winged dragon army. Dragonstone Island's dragon crystal weapons are here. Seeing the large white, seven-pointed star on the wings of the winged dragons, everyone understood the origin of the winged dragon army. Indeed, Dragonstone Island's dragon crystal weapons were here. Besides the dragon crystal weapons, Dany's centaur maidservants, Blood Brotherhood guards, and a small portion of the slave Bay Knights were also here. They might not participate in the war, but the opportunity to witness the battle between the deviant ghosts and the deviant ghost king was too precious. Dany didn't want them to miss it. To put it bluntly, they were a group of military observers from Slave Bay. Know your enemy and yourself, and you will never be defeated. The last long night was 8,000 years ago. Not to mention the historical records. Scholars didn't even acknowledge that the Westeros had 8,000 years of history, much less the existence of the Long Night and deviant ghosts. If not for the dragon queen changing the plot, the kings of the Seven Kingdoms and the beggars on the streets wouldn't have known anything about the deviant ghost generals. Only after experiencing a large-scale battle like the defense of Winterfell could the generals of Slave Bay have a more direct and accurate understanding of the Long Night. This was only the first batch of observers. There would be more coming. Besides the generals, Dany was also a member of the military observers. She also needed to understand the true power of the deviant ghost king. If she didn't understand the deviant ghosts, the corpse ghost army, and the deviant ghost king, how could she formulate a strategy to counter it? Watch more, listen more, learn more, speak less, and don't risk your life. Dragon Queen gathered her subordinates and expressed her attitude towards the Battle of Winterfell. Queen Dany Lilith, there's a situation. Embarrass looked solemn as he held a stack of letters and hurried to the guest castle. Besides Embarrass, there were a few earls of the Northern Territory. Even-eyed Amber was there. The creatures of Hearthstone Castle were sent to White Harbor by the Winged Dragon Legion of Dragonstone Island. They didn't go to Winterfell, which was destined to be the battlefield. Then, the Winged Dragon Legion flew to Dragonstone Island. When they returned with the dragon crystal, Eyed Amber had already settled down his subjects and family. He led 30 guards back to Winterfell on the Winged Dragon Legion. This was discussed before leaving Hearthstone. Eyed Amber intended to fulfill his duty as a vassal and help the king of the Northern Territory defend Winterfell. The tribal tribe in the forest north of the Wolfwood Forest is a messenger crow. They have encountered deviant ghosts, including Cohold City and Deepwood Castle, for territories have been invaded by deviant ghosts. Winterfell is in the center of the Northern Territory towards the south. Hence, I guess that the deviant ghost army is only a few hundred kilometers away from Winterfell. There might even be deviant ghosts lurking in the nearby Wolfwood Forest. Your Majesty, I have a premonition that the battle will happen within a week. Jon looked solemn as he passed the letter to Dragon Queen. Deviant ghosts run really fast. They can cover 2,000 to 3,000 kilometers in a week. Dany sighed. Jon said bitterly, Deviant ghosts aren't humans. They don't need supplies. As long as they don't encounter obstacles that are difficult to overcome. Even the lowest level of corpse ghost can go without food or water and won't feel tired. It's normal for them to run 24 hours a day. You asked me to come because of Stannis? Danny's expression was strange. He should have reached Winterfell by now. Is he delayed by something? Is Erlu going back on his word? But I've already spread the news of the battle between the three gods and the Deviant Ghost King. If he goes back on his word now, won't his reputation be tarnished? Helplessly thought of this possibility and said to Dany, Your Majesty, do you think we should go to the valley to urge him? He's your king. You should go. Dany shook her head. But you're the one who told me about the battle between the three gods and the deviant ghosts. Helplessly. Some things had to be said, clearly. Your Majesty, I'll be honest. I did swear loyalty to him and even arranged for 2,000 Northern Knights to follow him to the Iron Throne. But after Aegon was burned, there was no more trust between us. Our relationship is very strained. You think I'm on good terms with him? Dany asked with a wooden face. At Carhold. Suddenly, she saw a letter from the scholar of Carhold from Jon. Around 3 a.m, countless dead people surrounded the castle. They're deviant ghosts. The legend is true. There really are deviant ghosts. We were wrong. The scholar was wrong. 7 gods, Carhold is finished. 3 a.m. Dany's expression turned ugly. When did you receive this letter? Yesterday afternoon. You just came to Winterfell. What's wrong? Jon was puzzled. Amber was surprised. Your Majesty, did you go to Carhold after leaving Hearthstone yesterday morning? I've been there, but it's peaceful there. There's smoke everywhere. There's not a single ghost outside the city. Dany's voice was faint. Ah, the Therns are that strong? They defeated the deviant ghosts? Amber's young face showed a hint of shame. He couldn't defend Hearthstone, but the Therns, whom he had always looked down on and cursed, defended Carhold. This Lord Eel glanced at the boy and thought, maybe the Therns have dragon crystal weapons. They're used to fighting the ghosts. After all, it's not impossible for 2,000 Therns to defend the city against an army of 20 to 30,000 ghosts. Dany was stunned for a moment before she found the information about the Therns from the corner of her memory. What's the relationship between the Therns and the Therns? Isn't Carhold Stark's castle? As soon as she said that, the atmosphere became a little strange. The Counts of the North all looked at the King of the North with a solemn expression. Stark has no male heirs. Yalika Stark is the only legal heir of Carhold. She married the head of the Therns family, Saigon. Jon calmly explained the situation in Carhold. Dany suddenly realized that she didn't know him anymore. Or rather, she had never recognized him before. Chapter 776. Dany took a deep look and said seriously, if Cahor City is under the control of the barbarian Saigon, then I can guess what happened there. His face was so gloomy that it looked like it was about to drip water. He had almost guessed it too. Lord Eel looked at the Dragon Queen, and then at the King of the Northern Region. He asked in confusion, if he didn't defeat the other ghosts, then what did Saigon do? Dany turned to him. Does Saigon have a son? Jon said, Rhea was pregnant when we were at the Great Wall. Looking at the time, it's about time she gave birth. What does it have to do with Saigon's son? Lord Eel suddenly thought of the deviant ghost's origin, and the blood on his fat face instantly drained. It was as pale as a dead fish's face. Ghouls are resurrected from human corpses, but other ghosts are transformed from human babies. Speaking of which, the enemies of this catastrophe are all humans. Jon gave a bitter and awkward smile. How ironic. We were still thinking of how to protect the Northern Region and all of humanity, but someone surrendered to the other ghosts without any resistance. I'm afraid they had no choice. Which normal person would be willing to sacrifice their son to the other ghosts? Dany thought of Hearthstone, which was almost wiped out, and understood Cahors City's choice. Of course, understanding didn't mean support. We should give Cahors City. Danny's expression was firm, and she was about to suggest that the person in charge of Cahors City be executed, but she stopped halfway because she saw the flickering eyes of the northern region's nobles. It was a strange expression that was a mixture of joy, relief, and shame. "You're not planning to follow suit, are you?" Danny's gaze was like lightning. She looked around coldly and directly exposed their little thoughts that had just sprouted. "No, no," all the counts said at the same time. They looked at each other, and the atmosphere in the room became even more awkward. "It's best if you don't have such a stupid idea. Humans and other ghosts can't coexist. There's no way out. Your Majesty, you misunderstand. We swear to fight the other ghosts to the end." The counts patted their chests and promised loudly. In the guest room on the second floor of the castle, Danny stood on the balcony and watched the northern region's nobles whispering to each other as they left the training ground. She said calmly, "Your subordinates are unreliable." John's face twisted into a big chrysanthemum. Perhaps this is a good thing. Danny suddenly turned around and raised her voice. "Good news? Have the other ghosts eaten your brain?" "Your Majesty, I've been thinking about a problem recently." He lowered his eyelids to cover his dark eyes. "During the last long night, there was no Great Wall, no Night Watchman, no Winterfell, no unified Seven Kingdoms, and even Stark was only one of the Northern Territory's vassals. How did the Westeros survive a generation? The situation of the Seven Kingdoms was bad enough, but the last time could only be worse. This time, Fireplace Castle, which was considered above average among the human castles, could not even last 2 hours. How did so many nobles survive the last time? The Seven Kingdoms had many nobles with 8,000 years of history, such as Stark, Lannister, Bolton, Greenhand, hundreds of nobles. Their family history was as long as the history of the Westeros. The question was, how did they survive the last long night? Why did they close the castle gates? Was Fireplace Castle open to thieves? The truth of history was so cruel that it made Danny shudder. Yasur and Yahai forged the sword to kill the other ghosts. Every time they failed, they were chased by the other ghosts riding ice spiders like dogs. He failed countless times and escaped death countless times. In the end, the people he saved hid in the castle to worship the other ghosts. Danny laughed absurdly. When the long night ended, the hero did not become king. Instead, he was chased out of the world, he saved and returned to the dark and wild east to continue fighting the monsters in the shadows. When everything was over and the world was at peace, the magical power that saved the world was envied, rejected, and destroyed by the humans. The shapeshifters became monsters, and the witches were captured and burned by the nobles. Then they dreamed of building a real world. Now that the long night has come again, the cowardice and wretchedness engraved in their genes caused the nobles to immediately awaken the advanced survival experience of their ancestors. They closed their doors again, sacrificing their own flesh and blood to the other ghosts while waiting for the next savior to come. Perhaps when the food in their houses ran out, they would still hide by the dark fireplace, banging on the empty iron pot and loudly cursing the savior for not being strong enough to end the long night before he finished the bread. John's expression changed. He looked worriedly at the Dragon Queen and said meaningfully, "Perhaps the hero does not care about the thoughts of the people he saved. He is a hero because he was born great. The great battle of Winterfell is imminent. Heroine, you cannot be angered by the depraved actions of the nobles and become evil. We are still relying on you to save our lives." Awkward was extremely worried. Danny smiled. "Do you think Stannis was born great? He is the first hero of this long night." Awkward's mouth twitched. "Heroes also need to be spurred and encouraged. Why don't your Majesty go to the valley and encourage him?" "I cannot go." Danny refused. "Why?" Awkward asked with a face full of embarrassment. If I go to him in such a hurry, it will give the impression that I have ulterior motives and am pulling him to fill the hole. It is not good. Are you not pulling him to fill the hole?" John said with a straight face, "Then arrange for a pterosaur to send me to the valley." Regardless of whether the Dragon Queen was pulling Lou to fill the hole or not, he would definitely hope that the savior would fill the unprecedented hole in Winterfell, because the Dragon Queen clearly did not want to be a hero. In the end, John did not get to sit on the pterosaur that Dany arranged. When Sansa found out that John was going to the valley, she immediately said in high spirits that she also needed to go to the valley and could send John off. Not only her and John, but even Rickon and the furry dog were brought to the valley. "Robert is sick. I will send Rickon to accompany him," Sansa said to Awkward's confusion. Robert Arryn and Rickon Stark were cousins and were about the same age, so it was reasonable for them to be playmates. Dany left with the three of them, but she was not going to the valley. "I want to tell everyone, that humans and deviants cannot coexist. Everyone has to make a choice. It is either black or white. Once you make a choice, you must bear the consequences of your choice." Under the gloomy gazes of the nobles, the Dragon Queen led the 40 pterosaurs and took off, heading towards Cohold City, which was 1,500 kilometers to the northeast. When they reached Cohold City, it was around 8 in the evening. However, the long night had arrived. A hazy white light could still be seen in the south during the day, but in the north, day and night were blurred. There was no difference between 8 in the evening and 8 in the morning. All right, there was still a difference. At this moment, the castle below had completely fallen into darkness. The people in the castle had entered a deep slumber. Only the 7 or 8 watchtowers on the castle walls spilled out a dim red light. Whoosh, the howling northern wind in the sky seemed to be more violent, but it only blew for a while. Without the watchtower guards noticing at all, 40 unsullied in sky blue fur cloaks and silver white armor lined up neatly in the training ground in front of the castle. Boom, dragon flames spewed out, and the sky was instantly lit up. What's that? Woo, woo, woo. The watchtower guards were alarmed. The horn sounded, and the sleeping castle was awakened. "Megalosaurus, it's Megalosaurus. Dragon Queen is here." As the dragon flames entangled into a basin-sized, incandescent fireball, the people in the castle finally saw the black shadows in the sky, 3 Megalosaurus, and the armored female knight on the back of the black dragon. Hiss, Blackie roared and roared. Winterfell received a request for help from Cohold City. "Where is Saigon Thurn? Where is Scholar Dolly?" "Your Majesty, I am Saigon." Immediately, someone stood on the balcony of the 3rd floor of the castle and shouted. Everyone exclaimed. A pair of huge fire wings popped out from behind the Dragon Queen. She leaped, and like a feather, she lightly glided down from a height of 500 meters. There was a huge fireball floating above her head. Seeing this incredible scene, all the Thane guards who were holding their swords and crossbows loosened their grip in dejection. They once again recalled the fear of being dominated by the Dragon Queen under the Great Wall. Even Saigon did not put on the airs of the Earl of Cohold City. He quickly put on his armor before the Dragon Queen landed in the formation of the Unsullied, and trotted out of the castle with 12 guards. "Your Majesty, thank you for coming to the aid of Cohold City." Thurn walked in front of the Dragon Queen, knelt on one knee, and performed a standard knight salute. He was a short and thin young man with long and narrow gray eyes and a receding hairline. He was wearing bronze shin guards and a leather shirt with bronze scales. Dany looked at him and tried hard to recall, but she could not remember the appearance of CD, whom she had killed. Before coming, she had inquired about Saigon's background and knew that she had killed his father, CD. However, Dany did not remember this at all. "Saigon, where are the deviant ghosts?" Dany did not ask him to get up and only asked coldly. "Your Majesty, the deviant ghosts have retreated." Saigon looked down and said, "I'm afraid not." Dany shook her head and stepped forward. She sneered. "They did not enter the city, but they have entered your heart." Whoosh, Saigon's expression changed. The Thurn guards behind him gripped their sword hilts in unison. "Huh." Danny did not seem to notice and took another step forward arrogantly. "Your Majesty, I have no choice." Saigon's expression changed a few times. He waved his hand behind him to stop his subordinates' stupid actions and knelt on one knee to plead guilty. The messenger crow left for less than 15 minutes, and the deviant ghosts had already climbed up the city wall. Just like you, they walked to the door of my castle. There were a total of 10 deviant ghosts riding ice spiders. They climbed over the walls and fences as if they were walking on flat ground. I could not stop them at all. In the end, the newly promoted Earl's voice was choked with sobs. They asked me for my child. If I refused, the entire castle and more than 10,000 townspeople under the castle would be slaughtered. I would not be able to keep my child. I had no choice. You're lying. Danny pulled out the huge sword on her back and pressed the cold blade against Saigon's neck. Fireplace Castle has been massacred by deviant ghosts. Do they know that Amber's family does not have a baby, but yours does? Saigon dared to quibble, but when he looked up, his vision blurred. He seemed to see a megalosaurus flying out from the purple eye behind the Queen of Night's mask. The endless pressure almost made him collapse to the ground. He hurriedly lowered his head and begged for mercy while trembling. "Your Majesty, please spare my life." I had no choice. The ghouls were endless, and all my clansmen were in the castle. I had to save them. Chapter 777. After receiving the news that the Great Wall had collapsed, I couldn't eat or sleep well. Sure enough, a few days later, I found traces of ghouls in the sentry tower outside the town. When we left the Great Wall, the commander didn't allow the Thurns to take away the dragon crystal weapons. We only had a few dragon crystal daggers from beyond the Great Wall. At first, I tried to organize a defense, but there were too many ghouls. After several years of dealing with them beyond the Great Wall, I knew that if I fought them head-on, Karhold would fall. "That's my son, my newborn son, my only son," Saigon cried and shouted. "Do you think I'm willing to give him to the ghouls? As long as I have the power to resist, I'm willing to be a hero, but I'm not. I'm not you. I'm not the child of prophecy. I can't deal with them. I can't be a hero. I'm useless and cowardly. But I still have the responsibility to protect my clansmen and the people of my territory." Patriarch, the guards of the Thurns clan, cried out in grief. "My lord!" The servants of the castle, the stables, the kitchen, and the other people of the northern region who had heard the commotion were also emotional, and their eyes were red. In just half a year, Saigon had won the hearts of the people of the northern region as a barbarian from beyond the Great Wall. Danny frowned and glanced at the people around her. "Do you know what he did? Everyone in Karhold knows that in order to make the ghouls retreat, the Count sacrificed his only son to the god of frost," a bearded knight said in a low voice. The knight's words didn't cause a stir in the crowd. Obviously, this matter was an open secret in Karhold. "You're bold. In order to win people's hearts, you even dare to publicize such a deadly secret," Danny said sarcastically. Earl Thurn smiled bitterly. "It can't be hidden. Do you think the god of frost has such a small appetite that he'll be satisfied with the Count's son? This is only the first time. 1 out of 1,000 people will contribute a baby boy. Every year from now on, we have to sacrifice more than 10 baby boys to the god of frost, unless I can sacrifice another son. The Count's son has a noble bloodline and is more useful to them." Hiss, Grey Worm behind Danny, who had always been calm, couldn't help but change his expression. "If the other castles follow suit, the ghouls will only increase in the future. Humans will never be able to end the long night." Dragon Queen said coldly, "Offering sacrifices to ghouls is a crime against humanity. You should die." When Saigon raised his head, he was once again intimidated by the dragon might in his purple eyes. "I'm guilty, but I have no choice." You didn't have a choice, and he didn't have a choice either. Then the whole world was ruled by deviant ghosts and fell into eternal ice. At that time, you really have no choice but to die. With that, Dany brandished her sword, ready to strike. Clang, 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 clang. My lord! The barbarian guards and the knights of the northern region drew their swords and approached the Dragon Queen. Further away, there were also crossbowmen eyeing her. You dare to draw your sword at me? Dany looked around. Reckless fool! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The huge fireball, suspended 10 meters in the air, suddenly spun and shot out a string of bright red fire snakes, as thick as a thumb and as long as an arm. Every fire snake found a soldier who aimed their sword or crossbow at Dragon Queen. Not a single one was missing, and all of them were bathed in dragon flame. Ah! In the blink of an eye, 30 to 40 soldiers were rolling around with their heads on fire. It was a bit like Ghost Rider in the Marvel movies. The human-shaped candle was too frightening. The knights and soldiers who were a beat slower seemed to have been burned by their own sword hilts and hurriedly let go. Then they all widened their eyes and glared at Dragon Queen as if they were looking at ghouls. No, when they saw ghouls yesterday, their eyes weren't even this frightened and repulsed. No, no, your majesty, please let us go. A brown-haired girl wearing a golden fox fur coat stumbled out of the castle and came to Saigon's side. She knelt and cried, Your Majesty, have mercy, have mercy. As long as there is a way to live, we don't want to sacrifice ghouls. That's my son. This was a tall, thin girl with a long face and gray eyes that were unique to Stark. She seemed to be sick. Her eyes were dim, and her face was as pale as snow. Her breathing was weak, and her voice was weak. Dany immediately guessed that she was Stark's only daughter, Yali, who was beheaded by Robb. She was also Saigon's wife. What you are doing is cutting off other people's chances of survival, cutting off the future of the entire human race. Dragon Queen's expression was firm, and her tone was cold. Thump, thump, thump. The Countess knelt down, her knights knelt down, and the group of guards led by the knights knelt down as well. Further away, the Cahold city servants and civilians who were looking at Dragon Queen in fear also suppressed their fear of the mystic dragon and knelt down behind the Count and Countess. Mercy, have mercy! Hundreds and thousands of people widened their eyes in fear and shouted at Dragon Queen. At this moment, Dragon Queen was no different from the ghouls that surrounded the city yesterday. She was an enemy that they could not afford to offend and had disturbed their peaceful lives. You guys are really, at this moment, Dany's expression changed as well. Dragon Queen, if the Count doesn't send out the little Count, we will all die. We don't want to die. My child is so young, he's only 2 years old. He hasn't even seen summer. Sob, sob, sob. A middle-aged woman wailed. Her crying was like pressing a button on a loudspeaker. A series of sobs, pleas, and even complaints came one after another. They formed a tsunami of words and emotions that drowned Dragon Queen in an instant. There are so many ghouls. There's no end in sight. The Count was prepared to resist, but he couldn't beat them. We don't want to die. What else can we do other than sacrifice to the Frost God? Your Majesty, please be merciful and kill the Count. What are we going to do when the ghouls come next time? Your Majesty, you have a dragon. You're powerful, but why didn't you come yesterday? If you came, we wouldn't have to sacrifice the ghouls. What's the use of killing the Count now? Can you save all of us if you kill him? If you can't, we'll still have to sacrifice to the ghouls. Or you can kill all of us and be done with it. If we die, there will be no more ghouls, no more eternal night. If you have the time and energy to torment our little Keho city, why don't you kill the Ghoul King earlier, end the eternal night, and chase away the ghouls? We won't have to sacrifice to the ghouls anymore. Dany's face was tense. She was angry, and helpless. If these unruly people were not punished, the Ghost Resistance United Front might become her one-man show. But how should she punish them? Should she really destroy Keho City? The total population of the castle and the town outside was estimated to be over 10,000. Most of them were civilians, and most of them were women and children. Should she burn them all to death? Logically speaking, she should ride the dragon and burn the entire Keho city. Kill 10,000 to warn 100. One Keho city provided 10 ghouls a year. How many Keho cities were there in the northern region? How many Keho cities were there in the Westeros? If she allowed this situation to develop, she wouldn't be able to kill all the ghouls in 10 years. If the ghouls didn't die, how could the eternal night end? But she couldn't do it. At this moment, Dany admitted helplessly that she still lacked some courage. Perhaps, compared to courage, she lacked a scholar from Westeros more. A scholar from Slave Bay was useless. She had to get a scholar from Westeros. In the end, she shouldn't be doing this kind of dirty work. She had been foolish to bring people to Keho City. Chi! A sword flashed, and Saigon's right arm was cut off at the elbow. Saigon wailed. Yali, the soldiers and servants around her cried out in alarm. I'm not the king of the northern region, nor the king of the 7 kingdoms. I don't have the right to execute an earl. But Stark and the Iron Throne will definitely give an explanation to those who fight against the ghouls. After throwing down a verbal cannon, the Dragon Queen extinguished the fireball, spread her fire wings, and leaped into the dark sky. Are we letting them go just like that? Garth asked unwillingly, returning without accomplishing anything. The Dragon Queen was frustrated. Her subordinates, who traveled thousands of miles, were also frustrated. What do you think we should do? Dany asked back. After a moment of silence, Garth said, Kill 1 to warn 100. We have no choice. Do you want the queen to ride the dragon and burn Keho City? Deshiong was a little agitated. That will make her the enemy of the northern region. We won't dare to stay in Winterfell anymore. At special times we should use thunderous means. When the Grey Plague appeared in the old town, didn't my great-grandfather order the soldiers to kill everyone who tried to escape to prevent the plague from spreading to the 7 kingdoms? Regardless of whether it was a man, a woman, or a baby in his arms, there was no exception. Reality proved that his order was cruel, but it was correct. The plague was contained within the old town. Even though half of the people in the old town died, there wasn't a single case of the plague in the surrounding cities. Garth spoke slowly with a hint of pride in his tone. Dany was stupefied. Your great-grandfather did the right thing, but why don't you talk about his ending? This is the northern region. We should follow the host's wishes, the Dragon Queen said in a low voice. They didn't return to Winterfell immediately. Instead, they went to the trembling sea to hunt a whale. The 3 Megalosaurus, Big Black, Little White, and Little Green, dived into the sea and searched for more than half an hour before they found an adult humpback whale. There was no other reason except that the pterosaurs were hungry and Winterfell lacked fresh meat to feed them. After a full meal, the 40 pterosaurs split into 2 teams. One team carried the unsullied ironclad back to Winterfell, while the other team flew to Dragonstone Island. Besides the dragon crystal weapons, they also needed to transport a batch of wildfire bullets with Tyrion oil. Barristan would represent the Dragon Queen and ask the King's Landing for a batch of wildfire bullets, at least 100 tons. Although Dany wasn't willing to invest a lot of troops in the Battle of Winterfell, she did her best to arm the Northerners. Sansa and the Dragon Queen left Winterfell at the same time and flew to the valley with their big bellies. The first thing they did was not look for Erlu. Instead, they went to the Northerners' camp and met Illyrio alone. Erlu's main force had already arrived at the Moongate Castle and successfully occupied the capital of the valley. In theory, the 2,000 cavalrymen of the northern region were his subordinates and followed him. Illyrio was always protected by the cavalrymen of the northern region. Aegon is in heaven, Sansa said with a complicated expression as she looked at the sloppy fatty in front of her. The palace that used to belong to King Aegon and Queen Sansa now belonged to Erlu and his wife and daughter. Sansa was currently receiving the fat merchant in the guest room of the side hall. His condition was very bad. He was dispirited and his clothes were dirty. His rosy and oily fat face was now like a dried red Fuji apple. His dull eyes only shone when he heard the words Aegon. Chapter 778. The Holy Mother is merciful. I saw him being taken to heaven by the Holy Sparrow with my own eyes. Illyrio smiled in relief. Then do you know why Aegon was able to go to heaven? Aegon was a good child. He was taught by Lady Ashera and Sir Clinton since he was young. He was devout and followed the path of the knights. That was why he was protected by the Holy Mother. As he spoke and laughed, his wrinkled old face under his thick eye bags was filled with sorrow. Aegon may be devout, but he wasn't qualified for heaven. Sansa told him about how the Dragon Queen had transferred her status as a holy disciple. Are you joking? The place to go to heaven can be transferred? Illyrio didn't believe it. Dany Rise is like the Holy Sparrow, a child of the Seven Saints. Have you seen the Holy Sparrow who descended? He's amazing now. He's become a heavenly emissary and manages a paradise island for the Holy Mother. Thinking of the Holy Sparrow he saw that day, the fat merchant believed it. He looked at his daughter-in-law with a strange look. So, what do you want to do? You didn't want to see me before. Not only did you see me today, you even told me so much. I saw Dany Rise in Winterfell. She won't let you go, but she doesn't blame Aegon. She doesn't hate me or the child in my womb, Sansa said calmly. That's good, very good. The fat merchant's eyes lit up again. No wonder the Holy Mother chose her as the Holy Child. Dany Rise is completely different from her father. Not only that, she also recognizes Aegon as a Targaryen. She still recognizes Aegon's one family and two branches. My child will be the only heir to the Black Sword Targaryen, and the ancestor of the Black Sword Targaryen is Aegon Targaryen IV. With every word Sansa said, Illyrio's eyes widened. Are you telling the truth? He was in disbelief. Otherwise, why would I come to you? Sansa's expression was cold. Illyrio slowly calmed down and asked as if he understood something. What do you want from me? Everything. Everything. Illyrio raised an eyebrow. I only have one son, Aegon. If you give birth to his child, I can give you everything I have. But what do you want it for? I don't know what I should do next, and to what extent I can do, but I will fight for the best for my child. Sansa stroked her abdomen, where her pulse was strong and her eyes were as firm as steel. Good, very good. Illyrio seemed to have been poked in his G-spot. His eyes lit up, and he was so excited that he couldn't control himself. You're not a good wife, but you're definitely a good mother. How am I not a good wife? Sansa frowned. You're a good wife. You shouldn't have allowed Aegon to be burned. In this aspect, you can't even compare to Dany Alice. Illyrio didn't hide his anger towards his wife. I didn't know that Stannis would, Sansa retorted, but she immediately put away her bitter expression and said indifferently, You don't have to worry about me and Aegon. He descended from the heavens and never once mentioned you. Descended from heaven? Illyrio was a bit confused. Aegon didn't see me before he died, and there was a knot in his heart. Fortunately, the Holy Mother was merciful and allowed him to leave heaven and descend once. Last night, I talked to him for a long time in my dream. That's possible. The fatty was skeptical, but then he thought about how even a sparrow could appear in the human world. It wasn't impossible for Aegon to appear in a dream. He's not willing to forgive me? I'm the same as you. We both want the best for our child. He said dejectedly, I'm not the same as you. My child will live in glory, flowers, and applause. He'll be pure for the rest of his life, Sansa said coldly. I sincerely hope that your words will come true. Illyrio looked at his wife's stomach and said in a low voice, What do I need to do? First, tell me about your family in Pentos. Palaces, shops, ships, manors. There are too many. I can't remember them all. I need an account book. How much food and guards do you have? Sansa frowned. I only have 200 reliable guards. They're useless to you, but I've prepared a lot of food. The fatty smiled proudly. A long time ago, I heard from Dany Rise that the eternal night was coming. Then I began to stockpile large amounts of food and farm. Then, in order to help Aegon conquer the Westeros, and to help him win the hearts of the people after he took King's Landing, I spent millions of gold royals to buy unlimited amounts of food from the world. Until now, I've prepared more than 500,000 tons of wheat, butter, and bacon for him. It's enough to maintain the supply of food in King's Landing until the true Dragon Alliance takes River Bend Granary. Unfortunately, fate is too unfair to me. Thousands of schemes, all because of someone who is almost eliminated. What's the point of saying all this now? Sansa impatiently interrupted his complaints. Her eyes flashed with excitement. She asked, "Is the food all at Storm's End Castle?" The fat merchant shook his head. Storm's End Castle is only a temporary residence. 5,000 tons is enough to maintain the army's daily needs. Then, 200,000 tons were sent to Dragonstone Island. The rest is stored in Pentos and Myr's granaries. Dragonstone Island. Sansa frowned. Aegon's target is King's Landing, Ilios said with a frown. Dragonstone Island is right at the entrance of King's Landing. It's still safe. I'm afraid we won't be able to get back that batch of food. Sansa sighed. Dragonstone Island doesn't lack food, Ilios said uncertainly. Let's not worry about that batch of food for now. Leave the valley immediately and move the rest of the food to Taz Island, Sansa said seriously. Taz Island? Why not Storm's End Castle? The fat merchant was baffled. Sansa shook her head and sighed helplessly. Stannis is powerful. I don't know when he'll think of taking back the castle. He has the winged dragon army. Theon Bella's influence in the Stormlands far exceeds Aegon's. It won't be difficult for the winged dragons to work with the Stormlands Marquis to take down Storm's End Castle. Taz Island to Storm's End Castle is like Dragonstone Island to King's Landing. They are both located in the Bay of Portals. Brittany is the only heir to Taz Island and is one of my 2 vassals. She is absolutely loyal to me and is more reliable than the Golden Knights. If anything happens, the Golden Knights can immediately retreat to Taz Island to preserve their strength. Right now, Storm's End Castle cannot be used as a base, but in the future. At this point, Sansa's blue eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of dark light. I didn't bring Rickon to Moongate Castle to help Robert find a partner. It would be best if Winterfell could be defended. But if not anyway, it's not like Stark hasn't lost his castle before. It doesn't matter if it's broken by the other ghosts again. As long as Stark is alive, there is still hope. Stannis wants to challenge the other Ghost King at Winterfell. If Winterfell falls, he will definitely die in battle. When that happens, Storm's End Castle will become another base for Black, Sword Targaryen, and Stark. Storm's End Castle is located south of King's Landing. It has soldiers and food. It will definitely last longer than Luwin and Cersei. Illyrio's expression changed. You haven't given up on the Iron Throne? Sansa laughed coldly. Why should I give it up? I have a Targaryen in my stomach. Besides, Dany Rise still insists on the oath of the one who ends the long night shall be the king. As long as my competitors are all dead, I might still have a chance. You now only rely on Brittany, and that's someone. Illyrio's brows furrowed, his heart filled with worry. Sansa smiled confidently. Brittany and my second granduncle, Blind and Tully and the Golden Knights. In terms of foundation, they are actually better than Stannis. Of course, I am not stupid. My child deserves the best. The Iron Throne is only the highest goal. If Stannis can really defeat the other Ghost King, I will lead the Golden Knights and that batch of food to pledge loyalty to him in exchange for the title of Duke. Hearing his wife's ambitious and practical plan, Illyrio was completely relieved. All right, I will do my best to help you. Besides food and gold, I have also raised 100-man assassin organization. I will also give you Varys's intelligence agency. There is an assassin organization. Sansa was pleasantly surprised. In the various cities of the Narrow Sea, which trading prince doesn't have a group of water dancer assassins. They assassinate others and prevent others from assassinating them. Illyrio smiled bitterly. Even he himself was a top-level water dancer. Without good swordsmanship, he wouldn't have survived until now. Very good. We will hide behind the scenes and watch their performance. Sansa's face revealed a carefree smile. Now, I will go and see Stannis and see why he has not fulfilled his promise with Dany Rise. Erlu didn't intend to go back on his word. After returning from the wall, he had listened to the Dragon Queen's suggestion and put on Aegon's Vaal steel armor. He had asked Melisandre to accompany him to the north to kill the other Ghost King. Aunt May, however, was not willing. You are not ready yet. Just like Yeser and Ahai needed to sacrifice their wives to forge the red sword. You need to sacrifice the person you love the most to forge the red sword that belongs only to you, the demigod demon, Dragon Vargal, she advised. In order to prove to him that she wasn't lying, the two stood by the fireplace again after replenishing their mana, observing the future through the flames. In the flames, Erlu saw the vague figure of the other Ghost King. The other seemed to sense it, and then the Savior and the King looked at each other from afar for the first time. Under the gaze of those blue eyes, Erlu's soul was almost frozen. He saw endless ice, darkness and death. It was as if a large hand had grabbed his heart and was pulling it toward hell. In that moment, Erlu felt a bone-chilling fear. Now, do you understand? Aunt May waved her hand, and the flames in the fireplace roared into the sky and then exploded. The icy blue eyes of the other Ghost King disappeared, and Erlu broke free from the fear. He gasped for breath and was sweating profusely. Your Majesty, you are not ready yet. The red-robed woman stroked his sweaty back and sighed. You need the demon dragon, who doesn't sacrifice when doing great things. Shireen is my daughter and my successor, Erlu said with a hoarse voice. His eyes gradually became clear, and he continued, Dany Alice will help me, and so will the three-eyed crow. I don't believe that their help is less than that of a demon dragon with unknown strength. Just Dany Alice alone has 3 demon dragons by her side. Aunt May was stunned and was speechless. After a while, she said softly, They are very powerful, but are they trustworthy? Dany Alice is still fighting with you for the Iron Throne, and the Green Prophet is the servant of the Frost God. Are you sure you want to entrust your back to them? I don't have a choice. The Great Wall has collapsed, and the other ghosts are heading south. The 7 kingdoms are in danger. Erlu's expression was pained. You should know better than anyone that the main reason I am fighting for the Iron Throne is because of my mission as the Savior. Aunt May was stunned. Chapter 779. I always thought that no one understood my main goal of fighting for the Iron Throne better than you, because you were the one who made me realize my mission. Erlu looked at the woman beside him with a complicated expression. Now that the long night has come, the Great Wall has fallen, and the King of Strange Ghosts is attacking the south as fast as lightning. Before long, the Northern Territory will fall, and then Hudgian. It is very likely that in the next month, the strange ghosts will reach King's Landing and even the Old Town. Isn't the responsibility of a savior to stop the strange ghosts from destroying the Westeros? Aunt May frowned. I am not stopping you from fulfilling your mission as a savior, but now is not the time to challenge the King of Strange Ghosts. She was not lying. After the long night, communication with the King of Light was much simpler and more precise. Every time she stared at the flame and asked when the long night would end, she could feel Lalo's will from the flame. Stannis was not ready. Lalo did not play any tricks at all. He directly told Aunt May that now was not the time to be reckless. The King of Strange Ghosts' gaze just now made me tremble in fear. I know that I may fail at Winterfell, but I am not afraid. Erlu gritted his teeth and said word by word, Yasuo and Ahai cannot defeat the king of strange ghosts in one go. He has been defeated time and time again, but he keeps fighting. Although he has failed countless times, he has always brought hope to a hopeless world. He can endure failure, and so can I. I will persevere. Even if I fail 10,000 times, I will not lose my fighting spirit. Do you think that anyone can have the chance to keep fighting? I am afraid that if you fail once, you will lose your life. If Dani was here, she would most likely complain like this. Aunt May, of course, could not complain about the savior she had chosen. There are no two identical leaves in the world. You are a savior, yes, but your experience is not necessarily similar to Yasuo and Ahai's. He can fail many times, but it does not mean that you can. She said very tactfully, I will die. Erlu gritted his teeth. You are not ready. Erlu took a deep breath and relaxed his mind and body. He looked at Aunt May with a serious expression and said, As long as we can save the world, there is no one who cannot be sacrificed. From the very beginning, I had this awareness. I can sacrifice myself, and so can Shireen. But I am Shireen's father. If I sacrifice her without trying my best, am I still human? Yasuo and Yahai had failed so many times in the process of forging the red sword. Did they not know that sacrificing their wives was the best way to forge the red sword? Every attempt he made was an effort to save his wife. In the end, after he had tried everything, he decided to sacrifice his wife. Nisha knew that her husband had done his best, so she was willing to sacrifice herself. Melisandre did not know what Yasuo and Ahai were thinking at that time. Perhaps Erlu was just wishful thinking. Or perhaps Erlu and the former savior were in perfect harmony and understood each other's situation and choice. But she really didn't agree with Erlu. Fate had already decided. It was destined that Yasuo and Ahai would become the savior, and that Nisha would be sacrificed. Maybe you guessed right. He was trying to prevent Nisha's death, but his many years of hard work only resulted in the prolongation of the long night. An entire generation. If he had been more determined and listened to the call of fate, using Nisha to forge the sword at the first opportunity, it is very likely that the long night would have ended a few years earlier. Fate. Erlu's eyes flashed, and he began to grind his teeth. Dani Rise has already broken fate. Dani Rise? What did she say to you? Melisandre was shocked. She didn't know what that woman had revealed. Erlu looked into Aunt May's eyes and said softly, she said that the so-called sacrifices were all given to the Light King Lalo. As long as Lalo is generous, he can help the child of prophecy forge the red sword and hatch the demon dragon without any sacrifices. The so-called fate is just a script that he wrote in advance to achieve his own goals. Aunt May said seriously, maybe the great Light King can do everything, but what is the price? Everything has its own rules. A king has the entire kingdom, but can he unconditionally give the kingdom's territory to every subject who asks for it? If the king does that, the kingdom will definitely collapse. If the kingdom collapses, the subjects who reap without sowing will end up even more miserable than before they received the land. The great Lalo's divine power is unlimited, but he also has an eternal enemy, the frost god, who pulls the world into cold and darkness. If he grants every believer's request regardless of the cost, the mortal's desires will never end. How long can someone as powerful as Lalo last? When Lalo's divine power is exhausted, the frost god will be unscrupulous and do whatever he wants. Against the frost god, what can the mortals who received Lalo's gifts do? The world will eventually be destroyed because of our shameful greed. Farmers farm, blacksmiths forge, kings rule, and the child of prophecy saves the world. This is the law, the destiny formed by countless laws. Erlu frowned and thought about it. It seemed that the red-robed woman's words made sense, but the child of prophecy didn't have any privileges. Couldn't the Light King make an exception? After all, he, the child of prophecy, was helping him fight against the frost god. Perhaps Dani Rise wasn't lying. God saw mortals as pigs and sheep. Lalo chose the child of prophecy because the child of prophecy had something that he needed. But what did he have that was worth Lalo's attention? Shireen? After a long silence, Erlu sighed. No matter what, we have to support Winterfell. This is the responsibility of the King of the Seven Kingdoms, and also the mission of the Savior. Even if we don't talk about responsibility and mission, just from the perspective of benefits, if we let Winterfell be destroyed by the other ghosts, the next time the other Ghost King leads an army of ghouls that is several times larger to the Blood Gate. At that time, we won't have any reinforcements. Dany Rise won't help us, and if Stark is still alive, he won't either. If the people's hearts are scattered, the Seven Kingdoms will really be finished. Aunt May was silent for a long time before saying, "You can send the Winged Dragon Army to support Winterfell, but don't challenge the other Ghost King." "I'm not afraid of death." Erlu was inexplicably angry. "Go with me. If the other Ghost King appears, please help me with the great Lalo. If I still die in battle, I won't have any complaints. But you're the savior. You can't die. If you die, the world will really be finished," the red-robed woman said anxiously. She was really anxious because she really thought that he was the savior. Erlu said, faintly, "In this world, is there a savior who avoids responsibility and is afraid of battle? On one hand, you say that I'm the child of prophecy arranged by fate to fight the other Ghost King. On the other hand, you want me to avoid the final battle with the other Ghost King. Isn't this contradictory? If I'm really the savior, I'll only become braver in my failures. Countless failures can train my will and martial arts, and finally let me grow to the point where I can defeat the other Ghost King." Aunt May already understood that she would not be able to persuade this stubborn monarch this time. Erlu wasn't completely obedient to the red-robed woman. Otherwise, he would have tried to hatch the demonic dragon in the stone egg years ago. "I'll accompany you, dong dong dong." Melisandre was just about to agree when a series of hurried knocks on the door interrupted the two's conversation. "Your Majesty, Sir Davos sent news." Outside the door came the loud and joyful voice of the attendant Davos. Davos was the fifth son of the Onion Knight. The Onion Knight Davos had a total of 7 children, all sons, and all of them grew up healthily without illness or disaster. Because of this, he became more and more devoted to the 7 gods. In the War of the 4 Kings, Davos led his eldest, second, third, and fourth sons to work for Erlu. They were quite similar to the 5 tigers of the Han family of Chow Wei, Honda, and his 4 sons. Unfortunately, the fake Han met the strengthened version of the Black River Zhao Zilong, and the fake Tyrion Zhao Zilong burned his 4 sons to death. Davos is still alive. Erlu was pleasantly surprised. He put on a robe and went to open the door. As Erlu's attendant, Davos had seen the interactions between Erlu and the red-robed woman too many times. Therefore, when he came in, he didn't look around. He respectfully and straightforwardly handed the letter to the king. "Good, that's great." Erlu read 10 lines at a glance. He excitedly cheered as he read, but in the end, he fell silent with a conflicted expression. Melisandre tightened her red dress and walked over. She asked curiously, "What's the situation?" Not only did Davos not die in the chaos, but he also completed the mission I gave him again. He successfully convinced the Bronze John and the other vassals of the valley. Erlu had a complicated expression. "The Onion Knight is really your Majesty's lucky star." Melisandre smiled. "Lucky star? If the Great Wall hadn't collapsed, I would be overjoyed after receiving this letter. But now..." Erlu frowned and shook his head. When King Aegon's True Dragon Alliance besieged the King's Landing, there were 2 armies in the north and the south. The southern army went from the Wind Stop Fortress to the Imperial Forest with 10,000 gold troops, 4,000 Dorne cavalry, and 8,000 storm vassals. The northern army went from the Blood Gate, and the valley vassals led 20,000 elite soldiers to the south. But before the Northern Army got close to the King's Landing and entered Rosby City, 70 to 80 kilometers away from the King's Landing, the news of King Aegon's capture spread to the army camp. At that time, the Southern Army had already been stationed at the southern shore of the Blackwater for many days. They were waiting for the Northern Army to join forces. The Iron Throne's military strength was limited. It was impossible for them to divide their forces and destroy both the Northern and Southern armies. Llewellyn and Cersei chose to attack the Southern Army because Dorne and the Gold troops were irreconcilable enemies. With Aegon captured, the vassals of the Valley might not be loyal to him anymore. The Iron Throne's thinking was not wrong. The vassals of the Valley did not have much loyalty to Aegon. After Davos brought Sansa's letter of surrender, they immediately retreated. Fuck King Aegon, fuck King Stannis, fuck Cersei, I want to go home. I don't want to play with you anymore. But soon they realized that they could not go home even if they wanted to. They lacked military rations. As mentioned before, during the rebellion of the Four Princes, the king's territory was ravaged. Bandits passed by like combs, soldiers passed by like hounds, and wolves robbed lions after they finished robbing. Everyone took turns robbing. How could the hungry soldiers be divided into factions? In the end, the vassals of the king's territory had no way to make a living, and the Westeros army did not seem to have the habit of carrying rations. It was thousands of miles from Winterfell to the King's Landing. How could they transport rations? When the Valley army went south, they realized that they could not rob the vassals of the Three Rivers. Not to mention rations, even the commoners ran away. But they were hungry. So the lesser nobles were unlucky. So the vassals wrote letters to Dragonstone Island, begging the Dragon Queen to be merciful and restrain her nephew. So the old crab personally went to Moongate Castle to persuade King Aegon to restrain himself. So King Aegon and the dwarf rode on pterodactyls and delivered rations to the vassals of the valley every night. So the vassals of the valley changed their route. They circled around and tried to travel by sea. Illyrio transported the rations to Dragonstone Island. Through Dragonstone Island, they supported the Valley Army at Blackwater Bay. For example, Twilight Valley was less than 100 miles away from Tidehead Island. So, after Aegon was captured, the source of rations was cut off. Chapter 780. The 20,000-man army of the Valley vassals was barely sustained by the provisions dropped by King Aegon and the dwarves. When they got close to Blackwater Bay, they would ship the provisions from Dragonstone Island. However, since the Valley vassals were no longer loyal to King Aegon, the provisions from Dragonstone Island were naturally gone. Without food, the Valley vassals could only grow and plunder the nobles. However, it was different this time. The Valley vassals had just left Rosby City and were too close to King's Landing. It was not like the Iron Throne did not have any military forces. How could they allow the Valley vassals to plunder their vassals? Moreover, the nobles were also enraged. When Cersei killed Sparrow, did Llewellyn not lead Tywin and the Riverbend army away from King's Landing? At that time, the Valley vassals were very similar to the Northern army that was killed by Roose Bolton. When Robb went south, he split his army into two at the Green Fork River. He led the Northern cavalry to rescue Riverrun City, while Roose Bolton led the Northern infantry to fight Tywin's main army at the Green Fork River. Robb was possessed by the god of war. Not only did he solve the siege of Riverrun City, he also captured Jaime, crippled the Lion army, and even approached the Lion's Nest. Under such a favorable situation, Roose Bolton played a dirty trick. He deliberately disobeyed Robb's order to guard Helen Castle and encouraged the northern nobles to go south to plunder money and women. Then Bolton led his army to guard Helen Castle and watched coldly as the rest of the northern vassals crossed thousands of kilometers and went deep into the royal territory. They did plunder a lot of wealth and women. But the actions of the northern vassals had completely angered the royal territory vassals. After Randall Tarley led the Riverbend army into the royal territory, the northern vassals were heavily surrounded and had nowhere to run. In the end, they were all wiped out. The valley vassals were in a similar situation. If there were only royal vassals who were crippled, they would not be afraid. The problem was Llewellyn and Randall Tarley were right behind them. The Iron Throne's military forces were no less than the valley vassals, and with the help of the royal territory vassals, in the end, the valley vassals defeated a few waves of enemies, but they themselves were trapped in Twilight Valley. The Iron Throne did not exterminate them all. After all, war was to serve politics. King's Landing only needed the valley to submit. Submit? Simple. We surrender. Long live Queen Circe. Long live Yolen of Scylla. Naturally, the vassals of the valley immediately prepared to surrender. Even when the Iron Throne asked every family to send their heirs to the Red Fort as hostages, the vassals of the valley did not object. This was because sending out hostages was the norm in Westeros politics. For example, King Balon sent his only son, Theon, to Winterfell as a foster son, but soon Erlu successfully backstabbed the valley. With the Blood Gate in front of them, it was almost impossible to break through the valley from land. However, the valley was backed by a narrow sea and had a long coastline. Back then, the Undul's first step in conquering the Westeros was to land on the Five-Finger Peninsula of the valley. Erlu almost repeated the Undul's tactics back then and took down Snakewood City effortlessly. Erlu, who had successfully plucked the peach and obtained 30 pterodactyls, took down the Moon Gate Castle overnight and easily took down the Blood Gate the next day. At this point, the valley fell into Erlu's control. The situation changed too quickly. When the valley vassals of Twilight Valley received the news, they were all stunned and at a loss. It was also at this moment that the hand of the king, Davos, went from a prisoner to a guest of Bronze John. We surrendered to Aegon Targaryen, and then we came here. Aegon is dead, and we plan to surrender to Lannister or Greyjoy. Who knows if a lion or a sea monster is sitting on the Iron Throne now? At this moment, maybe we have to surrender to Theon Byra again. Prime Minister, please convince me that I did not make the wrong choice. Bronze John's expression was bitter as he spoke directly. Count, as you said, no one even knows if the Iron Throne belongs to Lannister or Greyjoy. Every righteous knight should feel heartache for the chaos in the Seven Kingdoms, and every honorable noble has the responsibility to change all of this. Every Westeros with integrity cannot deny the fact that His Majesty Stannis is the only legitimate successor to King Robert. Davos's voice was filled with sincere emotions, and his heartfelt words had indeed touched Bronze John's heart. Yes, the Westeros now were too rotten, so rotten that this old man began to miss the Mad King Aerys. Aerys was crazy, so crazy that the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms were terrified, afraid that they would be targeted by him. But during Aerys' time, the Seven Kingdoms were rich and prosperous, and the people had plenty of food. Everyone worshipped the glorious spirit of the night. Think about it, Barristan, White Bull, Sword of Dawn. Those famous standards of the night, all shone brightly during Aerys' time. In that era of spiritual and material wealth, everyone was full of hope that after the Mad King, the Seven Kingdoms would be even better. No one would have thought that 20 years later, the Seven Kingdoms would be in such a state. After a long time, Jon woke up from his thoughts and said bitterly, "We wanted to join the Dragon Queen. She is the best candidate to pacify the chaotic world and restore etiquette, but she did not accept. We sent countless letters to Dragonstone Island, but she was unwilling to break the sacred oath of the one who ends the long night shall be king. But the more she was unwilling to break the oath, the more I wanted to pledge my loyalty to her." At the end, old John's lips trembled, and he was about to cry out of grievance. The Onion Knight looked embarrassed. The Dragon Queen is indeed a great queen, but the current situation is that you can only choose between Cersei, Llewellyn, and His Majesty Stannis. No matter how you compare, His Majesty Stannis is better than Cersei and Llewellyn, right? That's right. Jon admitted this fact with difficulty. If that's the case, why are you hesitating? Davos shrugged and said matter-of-factly, even a child knows to choose the best. Bronze John's brows furrowed into the shape of an M. He pursed his lips tightly and did not say a word. My lord, His Majesty Stannis has already controlled the Bloodgate and sealed the passage into the valley from the land. He also has a huge winged dragon army, and the troop carriers floating on the sea are live targets for the kerosene bombs. In other words, even if the Iron Throne does his best, he will not be able to help you return to the valley. On the contrary, if the vassals of the valley pledge their loyalty to His Majesty Stannis, we will have more power than Aegon's true dragon alliance. 30 winged dragons and 20,000 valley troops will be able to complete your initial goal to take down the King's Landing. You can either become a stray dog, abandon your family and fief, and hide in the King's Landing, living in constant fear, or you can become a liberator and conquer the King's Landing amidst the cheers of the people, earning endless glory for yourself and your family. Davos stared into Bronze John's gray eyes and said softly, My lord, is this choice very difficult? Difficult, too difficult, it's too difficult for us. Bronze John shed 2 lines of tears and said with a choked voice, The once glorious Westeros, at this moment, even a person who betrayed his faith and committed the crime of kinslaying can become the most wise ruler in the world. It's too difficult for us, the honorable nobles. If Erlu was here, he would be furious, but Davos only showed a bitter smile with an awkward expression. My lord, you misunderstand. His Majesty Stannis believes in the Red God, but that doesn't mean that he doesn't believe in the 7 gods. For example, I still believe in the 7 gods. And Renly, Enough, there's no need to explain. Bronze John wiped away the old tears on his face and said in a muffled voice, There are some things that we all know, but just like you said, Stannis is the best choice now. Even a child knows to choose the best. Sigh, this is the best choice, that deserves to meet the other ghosts. A few days later, I'm hesitating whether to take the King's Landing first. Stannis did not hide anything from Jon, who came to ask about it. He explained the reason why he did not immediately rush to the King's Landing. He stood in front of a huge map of Twilight Valley and tapped on it with his finger. At this moment, the Valley Army is trapped in the city. Yu Luin and Randall Tarley's 25,000 elites are in this area outside the city. But previously, the vassals of the Valley Army had already planned to surrender to the Iron Throne. Bronze John went to Yu Luin's camp to negotiate with him a few times. At this point, Erlu used a charcoal pencil to draw a cross in a certain area of the camp outside the city. This is Yu Luin's main camp. If I send the Winged Dragon Legion to kill Yu Luin and the high-ranking generals from the King's Landing, and then the Valley Army will charge out of the city, what do you think the outcome will be? Jon said dryly, There will probably be no loss. Yes, there will be no loss. Erlu did not look happy. He threw the charcoal pencil on the table and stood in front of the map in a daze for a while. He muttered softly, Kill Yu Luin. Beat back Randall Tarley, and the King's Landing will be right in front of us. It's only 200 kilometers. The winged dragon will only take an hour, and it will only take half a day to gallop. In a day, I will be able to enter the Red Castle and ascend. Jon could see through the calm face of the man in front of him. He could see the turbulence in his heart. This king who had chased after the Iron Throne for many years was close to it for the first time. It was close at hand and could be easily obtained. Your Majesty, the Iron Throne is important, but the deviant ghosts have already broken through the Great Wall and are approaching Winterfell. When we first arrived at the Great Wall, you told me that the carriage should not be placed in front of the horse. You said that winning the throne to save the country was putting the cart before the horse. You should save the country and win the throne. Jon advised in a sincere tone that he had never used before. I did not forget my responsibility. Erlu turned his head and avoided Jon's shining eyes. He sighed and said, Melisandre told me that I was not ready and was not a match for the deviant Ghost King. She told me to. After a pause, he continued, "The King's Landing does not only have the Iron Throne. Perhaps I can give orders from the Iron Throne and call for the 7 kingdoms to strengthen their defenses and build a second and third line of defense with the power of the kingdom. Melisandre can also sacrifice Cersei. Perhaps the demonic dragon Vargal can be revived." Aunt May had originally agreed to follow Erlu to Winterfell, but after receiving Davos' letter, she immediately changed her mind and encouraged Erlu to take the Iron Throne first. There were too many benefits to taking over the King's Landing. Even though Erlu had a strong will, he began to hesitate. After hesitating for a few days, the Dragon Queen did not see him. She became anxious and asked Jon to hurry him. Jon was very glad that he had come. If he had come 2 days later and Erlu had gone to the King's Landing, it would have been too late. "Your Majesty, you may not know, but the Amber family's fireplace castle was broken through by deviant ghosts 3 days ago. The town of 15,000 people fell in an hour. An hour." Erlu's face turned green. Chapter 781. Ingleside only lasted for an hour. Erlu looked grave as he turned to Melisandre. "By the time I conquer King's Landing, Winterfell might have already fallen." Aunt May had persuaded Erlu to conquer King's Landing so that they could conquer King's Landing within a week and sit on the Iron Throne. By then, by sacrificing Cersei and Luwin, the mystic dragon could be revived. Then, as the king of the 7 kingdoms, he could ride the mystic dragon to Winterfell to be the savior. Dany Lilith is in Winterfell. If we prepare enough dragon crystal weapons, Winterfell should be able to defend for half a month, Melisandre said calmly. Her intention was clear. She wanted the Dragon Queen to defend against this threat. If the Dragon Queen was willing to risk her life, Winterfell might be able to hold out for half a month. "After I conquer King's Landing, I'll bring the mystic dragon to Winterfell. How about that?" Erlu said, helplessly, "Your Majesty, I'm your vassal, not Dany Lilith's." Jon suppressed his anger and reminded him loudly. When the Duke of the Northern Territory was in danger, Stark should be the one to save him. He should never ask Lannister for help. The vassal had the duty to be loyal to the king, and the king had the responsibility to protect the vassal. Otherwise, why would the Duke of Winterfell be called the Guardian of the Northern Territory? The King of the 7 Kingdoms also had the title Guardian of the 7 Realms. This title was both an honor and a responsibility. Erlu looked deeply at him and said calmly, "When you helped Aegon plot against me, you didn't think of yourself as my vassal." Jon's face turned red in embarrassment. "You're wearing Aegon's armor." Sansa, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke up to help her brother. Erlu lowered his head to look at the armor with the ruby true dragon emblem removed. He frowned and said, "It was Dany Lilith who offered to lend me the armor to deal with the king of the strange ghosts." Sansa nodded. "I'm not asking you to return the armor. You have the red sword and are the savior in Asha's prophecy. Even if Aegon was alive, he would be willing to lend his armor to the child of the prophecy. We all have the same perspective." Erlu narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "What are you trying to say? Don't beat around the bush." Sansa's eyes were clear. She did not avoid Erlu and Aunt May's scrutiny. Everyone knows the story of the Light Messenger. Even heroes like Yasuo and Yahai had to use the Light Messenger to defeat the Ghoul King. If you don't want to go to Winterfell, we can't force you. But just like how Dany Lilith let go of the past and lent you Aegon's armor, can you lend the red sword to Jon? The Battle of Winterfell is unavoidable. We and the Dragon Queen are prepared to go all out. With the red sword, our chances of victory will increase by at least 50%. Erlu's expression changed drastically. His left hand unconsciously pressed on the hot sword hilt. He didn't say a word. He clenched his jaw and stared at the calm Sansa with a sharp gaze. For the first time, Melisandre didn't look at the little moon singer carelessly. Jon looked at his sister. He felt a little unfamiliar and didn't know what to do. With just a single sentence, Stannis had been countered and was about to be killed? Not everyone has the right to use the red sword of the hero, the red-robed woman said coldly. One must know one's place. There is only one child of the prophecy, and that is His Majesty Stannis. Other than the child of the prophecy, no one can wield the Radiant Bringer. Sansa's face was filled with sorrow. Her image changed drastically. She changed from a graceful lady to a delicate flower swaying in the cold wind. Her eyes were red as she said, I know my place. It's just that millions of deviant ghosts are coming. The city will be destroyed and people will die. The fall of the Northern Territory is just around the corner. Even though I know it's impossible, I still have to do it. Erlu didn't know what to do. He could only puff up his cheeks and stare hard. Don't give me the sword. Jon scratched the back of his head. The black dog's boat was in a mess. I don't have the right to wield the Radiant Bringer. I can give it to Her Majesty Dany Lilith. She activated the red sword at the Great Wall. Its power was too terrifying. It could have killed the deviant Ghost King in one blow. Erlu stopped puffing up his cheeks and started grinding his teeth. Sansa said seriously, No, you can't lend the red sword to Dany Lilith. He couldn't keep up with his sister's pace. He asked blankly, why? Sansa's face was solemn. She said loudly, Because of the sacred oath of the one who ends the long night shall be king. His Majesty Stannis was there at the time. He swore the oath with Dany Lilith. If Dany Lilith kills the deviant Ghost King, even if His Majesty Stannis takes the King's Landing, it will only be a wedding dress for her. She stared at the stunned Jon and said, You have to be the one to kill the deviant Ghost King. You are His Majesty Stannis' vassal. If you kill the deviant Ghost King, even if His Majesty Stannis is fighting for the Iron Throne at the King's Landing, the credit will automatically go to him. This way, his hard work in taking the King's Landing will be worth it. Erlu felt more irritated and depressed than ever. He wanted to yell at Sansa for spreading lies, but when he opened his mouth, he couldn't say a word, because he couldn't find any flaws in her words. Her words were righteous and reasonable. She could say them in front of everyone in the world without any guilt. But why did he feel that Sansa Stark was especially detestable at this moment? He burned her husband to death. He destroyed their dream of the Iron Throne. She wouldn't be kind to him no matter what, that was for sure. But her words were so righteous. Erlu looked at Aunt May for help. Unfortunately, Aunt May had lived for hundreds of years and didn't know how to deal with this situation. The two looked at each other in silence. But Sansa and Jon were looking at him with longing eyes. Let me think about it. Finally, Erlu said gloomily. Jon frowned. Your Majesty, how long do you need to think about it? The otherworldly ghost army will be near Winterfell tomorrow. I have to go back and prepare for battle. I can't stay in the valley for too long. Sansa pointed out, the otherworldly ghost attack will happen in these 2 days. The Battle of Winterfell won't last long. After defeating the otherworldly ghosts, it won't be too late to go south to the King's Landing. Anyway, with the pterosaur, we can turn around quickly. Erlu didn't react, but Sansa was stunned. Why did those words sound so familiar? She seemed to have heard someone say it before. Then, Sansa's face suddenly turned red and then pale. She remembered that she was the one who had said those words. Just half a year ago at the Moongate Castle, she had said the same thing to her husband, Aegon. It won't take long to save Winterfell. With the pterosaur, we can turn around quickly and help Jon take down Winterfell. It won't be too late to go south to the King's Landing. I can't lend the sword to Dany Lilith. After Jon and Sansa left, Erlu said to Aunt May with a pale face, Jon and Stark are right. We all saw it. That day at the Great Wall, Dany Lilith unleashed the power of the Red Sword. She might be able to kill the otherworldly Ghost King. I'm jealous of her, that's the truth. But today, when the long night threatens the world, I can only hope that the Red Sword will be even more powerful in her hands. But I can't give her the first chance to challenge the otherworldly Ghost King. She can wait for me to die in battle. Then she can pick up the red sword from my corpse and end the long night. Protecting the 7 kingdoms is the responsibility of the king of the 7 kingdoms. Ending the long night is the mission of the Savior. I am the king and the Savior. Responsibility and mission are the driving forces that have driven me to this day. Erlu was emotional. He walked to Aunt May's side. His skinny hands were like iron hoops, tightly locking her plump shoulders. He lowered his head so that their eyes met. He said in a low voice, "For the sake of my responsibility and mission, I've sacrificed too much. So much that I didn't even dare to imagine it before I met you. I can't let myself live like a useless fool. I have to let my responsibility and mission have a perfect ending. Do you understand? Ending the long night is your mission. No one can take it away from you," Aunt May said with certainty. "You still don't understand." Erlu let go of her and said helplessly, "I've been loyal to Robert. I've been willing to sacrifice my life for him. When the country rebelled, I took the lead and risked my life. When he was drinking and whoring, I helped him govern the country. It was all because I was his younger brother and his subject. It was my responsibility to be loyal to my brother and the king. I fulfilled my responsibility as a younger brother and subject. I didn't have a good ending with Robert. He didn't appreciate my dedication, ignored my contributions and efforts, and even humiliated me in various ways. I'd be lying to myself if I said I didn't care at all. I admit that I yearned for his recognition and gratitude. I yearned for the recognition of a brother and a subject. If he could say something like, 'Brother, you've done well,' or 'Brother, it's all thanks to you this time,' even if it's just empty words, I would still be very happy because it would mean that my conscientious behavior has been recognized." Erlu seemed to be lost in his memories as he spoke. After a long silence, he sighed and said, "But I don't regret it. Regardless of whether Robert acknowledged me or not, I fulfilled my responsibility. As a younger brother and subject, I have no regrets. If everyone could fulfill their duty, if Renly could fulfill his duty like I did, the Westeros wouldn't be where they are today. Do you understand now?" He looked at Aunt May and asked the same question. Melisandre caressed his forehead tenderly and said, "I'll accompany you to Winterfell." Erlu nodded and forced a smile on his stern face. "I was once a younger brother and subject. After Robert died, I became the king and savior. I'll pay any price to fulfill my responsibility as the king and savior. I've done my best. Regardless of the outcome, I fulfilled my responsibility. That's enough." It was a long story, but Jon didn't persuade Erlu for long. Dany and Sansa left Winterfell and returned to Winterfell on the same day. Dany arrived at Keho at night and found a whale by the sea. Then she returned to Winterfell in the morning. In the evening, Erlu's winged dragon legion landed on the training ground in front of the castle amidst the cheers of the crowd. War god, the number 1 war god of the 7 kingdoms. Erlu jumped off the winged dragon's back. More than 10,000 Winterfell soldiers raised their torches and shouted in unison, "War god!" Erlu was puzzled. "Who's that?" However, under the light of the torches, everyone's eyes were staring at him. He didn't need anyone to answer. He knew who the war god was. "I'm the war god of the 7 kingdoms." Erlu felt an inexplicable sense of excitement. "Come to think of it, I defeated Mace Tyrell and the Lords of the Bayou when I was 18. One of them, Randall Tarly Grits His Teeth, took Dragonstone when I was 19, defeated the Iron Fleet when I was 24, conquered Great Wick, the largest of the Iron Islands, and the Seat of Seastone, and then Tyrion of the Blackwater. Doesn't count. Outside the Great Wall, I defeated 100,000 savages. I'm qualified to be called the war god, right?" Just as he thought of this, Erlu saw the truly invincible existence, the Dragon Queen, standing at the entrance of the castle and smiling at him. Is she mocking me? Erlu's face flushed red. Indeed, calling himself the war god, in front of her was war god, the #1 war god of the 7 kingdoms. Dragon Queen shouted. Erlu's shameful thoughts stopped abruptly. He looked at the cheering Dragon Queen with his mouth agape. He didn't know what to do. Chapter 782. Mage God, Mage God, Mage God, the #1 mage in the world, the god of mages. Erlu was still in a daze when he heard another deafening shout from the crowd. This time, they did not call him War God, but Mage God. He looked around in a daze and immediately realized who they were calling. Melisandre was riding on the same pterosaur as him. She slid down the pterosaur's wings. Mage God, Mage God, Mage God! Seeing the 2 almond-eyed maids beside the Dragon Queen waving their small fists and screaming with a ferocious expression, Erlu was confused. Melisandre was also confused. What are they shouting for? She asked curiously. John climbed down from Richard's pterosaur and walked to Erlu's side. Hearing the red-robed lady's question, he immediately explained, Everyone knows about His Majesty Stannis and Her Majesty Dany Alice's agreement to challenge the King of Strange Ghosts under the Great Wall. Everyone is in awe of His Majesty Stannis's heroic actions. Considering that His Majesty has been in the military all his life and has won more than lost, they call him War God. Lady Melisandre's witchcraft is shocking and everyone knows about it, so she is called Mage God. In addition, the great king of Light Lalo, War God, Mage God, God King, challenged the King of Strange Ghosts under Winterfell. This matter is destined to be passed down for thousands of years, so as a legendary hero, he must have a famous title. The legendary hero Erlu's face contorted. The legendary hero and May's expression was blank. You said everyone knows? Erlu glared and gritted his teeth. John touched his nose awkwardly. To boost morale, I sent a message to all the vassals in the northern region. Everyone in the north knows about it? Erlu gritted his teeth in anger. No. John lowered his eyes and did not look at Erlu's eyes that were about to spit fire. Winterfell is in danger. We need the support of all the nobles in the country. Spiritually and physically, he needed both. Therefore, in the letter, I also explained the legendary battle between the 3 gods and King Strange Ghost. Erlu trembled all over. If he didn't come and instead insisted on attacking the King's Landing, what would the people of the 7 kingdoms think? This was forcing him to come to Winterfell to take the brunt of the attack. Even though Erlu was willing to fulfill his role as king and savior, he was still furious at being set up like this. Where's Sansa? Just as he was feeling awkward, the Dragon Queen walked over. John heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly took a few steps forward to shake off Erlu's glare. He explained, she flew a few thousand kilometers from Winterfell to the Moongate Castle for more than 10 hours. She didn't feel well and couldn't return immediately. She's in the valley to take care of her pregnancy. Dany fell into deep thought. It wasn't a coincidence that Rickon and Sansa avoided the decisive battle at Winterfell. Why do you have so few people? Dany turned to Erlu. Erlu had 30 pterodactyls, but only 5 of them were present. My king's hand will represent me in attacking the King's Landing. Erlu didn't hide anything. He couldn't hide the fact that Dragonstone Island was right next to Twilight Valley. They chatted as they walked to the guest room. They entered the guest room on the 1st floor. According to their status, they sat in a circle by the fireplace. John explained the situation in Twilight Valley to Erlu. Erlu was prepared to die in battle, but he didn't want to die. Moreover, he was wearing King Aegon's tile steel armor and had the red-robed lady supporting him. The Megalosaurus and the Dragon Queen were in the sky, clearing the area. The 3-eyed crow was hiding in the surroundings to ambush or obstruct the ambushes. He felt that even if he couldn't win the battle, he wouldn't lose his life. Since that was the case, Erlu didn't want to give up the Iron Throne that was within his reach. Hence, he wisely split his troops into 2 groups. A small group would go north to reinforce Winterfell, while the main force of the Pterodactyl Legion would go south to attack the King's Landing. This kind of dual operation. It's so familiar. Dany immediately realized the reason for the familiarity. Erlu's strategy for attacking the Iron Throne was exactly the same as King Aegon's. Sigh, I hope he can have a different ending. Seeing that the Dragon Queen was deep in thought and her expression changed several times, Erlu gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "Why? You don't agree with me taking the King's Landing?" Dany came back to her senses and spoke her mind with a frown. The current situation isn't suitable for civil war. We should unite all the human forces and form a united front against the ghosts. We should work together to deal with the great calamity. Such childish words shouldn't come out of your mouth. Do Cersei and you, Luwin, look like people who care about the big picture? Forming an alliance with them will do more harm than destroying them. Erlu said coldly, "Hee, have you forgotten the way of the Emperor I told you on the Great Wall?" Dany smiled strangely. Everyone has their own value. It depends on how you use them. When you use them, you don't have to trust them. Erlu looked at her deeply and asked, "I heard from Jon that Hearthfell and Carhold City encountered deviant ghosts. However, Carhold City wasn't harassed by them because Segan Thane sacrificed himself to the Frost God?" The change in topic was too fast. Dany was stunned for a moment before she nodded and said seriously, "I was just about to inform you. Segan Thane sacrificed his newborn son, and this is only the beginning. 1 year later, Segan will have to provide male infants to the deviant ghosts according to the population of his territory." Hiss! Jon, Erlu, and Aunt May's expressions changed. "We can't let this happen," Erlu said angrily. "Carhold City alone isn't scary. What's scary is if all the nobles learn from Carhold City. For example, Cersei and Luwin. If they know about Carhold City, they will definitely do the same. If King's Landing, which has a population of 500,000, falls as well, the 7 kingdoms will be finished. This is the reason why you attacked King's Landing in such a hurry? That's a good reason. But when you decided to attack King's Landing, you didn't bring the news of Carhold City to Moongate Castle, did you?" Dany glanced at Erlu and said seriously, "Your worries are reasonable. That's why we have to use the cruelest method to prevent others from imitating us." The cruelest method. Using the cruelest method. Jon's face turned pale. He said angrily, "You massacred Carhold City? Massacred the city? Massacred everyone in Carhold City?" The expressions of the surrounding northern nobles changed. They looked at the Dragon Queen with eyes that were 30% resentment and 70% fear. "This is the attitude. I thought of it." Dany sneered in her mind, but her face was calm. "What massacring? I just went to confirm what happened in Carhold City. Then I chopped off one of the Count's hands out of anger. The king of the Northern Territory, Stark and Stark's lord, Stannis, will decide how to deal with Saigon and Carhold City. I won't take the lead." Then she looked sincerely at Erlu and Awkward beside her and asked, "You too? How should we deal with it? Who will carry it out?" Awkward's face scrunched up like a bun. "I saw you bring the winged dragon army with you and 40 steel guards. Weren't you going to punish Carhold City with such a big lineup? Before we went to Carhold City, I heard you threaten the Northern Territory's nobles. Humans and deviant ghosts are sworn enemies. Everyone has to make a choice. It's either black or white. Once you make a choice, you have to bear the consequences. Your words were so loud and your actions were so powerful. But in the end, you only went to search for information." Helplessness filled his heart. The final battle at Winterfell was imminent, but the first incident of deviant ghosts surrendering was too demoralizing. Even if they exterminated the Cheyenne family or eliminated the source of the problem and massacred Carhold City, it was still legal even though it was harsh. But massacring the nobles and their subjects was too. They could not be the king of the Northern Territory. "Your Majesty, how should we deal with this?" Awkward threw the hot potato to Erlu. "The Dragon Queen is right about one thing. Erlu is the king that the people of the northern region are loyal to. Such a huge matter should be handled by the king. Erlu did not hesitate. He coldly scanned the Northern Territory nobles in the hall. His voice was as cold as steel. Execute Saigon Thane and Yali Stark. Strip the Thane family of their title as the Earl of Carhold City. Anyone who participated in, witnessed, or understood the process of sacrificing deviant ghosts, regardless of their numbers, will be executed. He was not afraid of being hated for being too harsh. He even dared to burn the Dragon Queen's nephew and stab the Holy Mother. Why would he be afraid of the mere resentment of the Northern Territory nobles? It had to be said that Erlu was more responsible than Danny and Awkward. He was too responsible. After Robert's death, he took the initiative to take on the responsibility of being the king of the 7 kingdoms. He did not care if the others accepted it or not. Hiss! Even though Erlu's punishment was 10 times lighter than massacring the city, there were still gasps of horror by the fireplace. Awkward opened his mouth. He wanted to plead for Yali Stark, but he could not bring himself to say it. Erlu noticed Awkward's hesitant expression and asked, "Do you have a different opinion?" John shook his head and asked, "Who will carry out this mission?" Erlu glanced at the Dragon Queen. Seeing that she did not take the initiative to volunteer, he was immediately unhappy. "I'm not stupid. Of course, I know that you don't want to be the bad guy, but since I've taken the initiative to take on all the responsibility, why don't you want to sacrifice a little?" He looked at the Dragon Queen with a fawning expression and tried to persuade her. "You are the only one who has the ability and qualifications to quickly carry out the punishment." "No, no, no." Danny shook her head. "In the Westeros, I can barely be considered a prince of Dragonstone Island. How can a prince of Dragonstone Island interfere with the internal affairs of the Northern Territory? Massacring Carhold City is a pot of shit. Killing Saigon and Yali is a cup of shit. The Dragon Queen is so pure that she does not even want to touch a rat's poop." Melisandre's eyes flashed. She secretly glanced at the pockmarked Richard standing behind Erlu and said with a smile, "His Majesty Stannis is benevolent. He rejected the decision to massacre Carhold City. The citizens of Carhold City should be grateful. So you can arrange for Sir Richard to fly to Carhold City and announce His Majesty's decree to everyone in the city. Then you can summon the innocent knights and citizens of the city to carry out His Majesty's judgment." Erlu frowned. He turned to look at his knight and hesitated. The pockmarked knight, however, was delighted. He patted his chest and promised, "Your Majesty, I will definitely bring the heads of Yali Stark and Saigon Thane to you." Danny looked back and forth between the red-robed woman and the red-heart knight. She gradually understood. Melisandre knew of the pockmarked knight's great achievements. Erlu pondered for a moment. He stood up and walked in front of the knight. He said in a low voice, "Watch your words. Just say that the judgment is still pending. Bring Saigon and Yali to Winterfell for the trial. The others can be put aside. We only have the ability to deal with the culprit." He gave the knight a meaningful look. "Do you understand what I mean?" "Completely." Richard nodded solemnly. "Remember, you only need to bring them back to Winterfell." Erlu heaved a sigh of relief. Erlu understood the situation well. Melisandre knew a person's face and mind. She had completely grasped the Red Heart Knight's personality and behavior. Only the pockmarked knight himself did not understand. The next morning, John gloomily told everyone that Sir Richard did not bring back the heads of Saigon and Yali. Instead, his own head was hung on the flagpole in front of Carhold City. Chapter 783. It was nighttime. Winterfell, guest room castle. The door and corridor were guarded by unsullied ones. Even if she was in the same building as Erlu, Danny could still sleep peacefully. However, she did not sleep. After becoming a demigod, her resting time had decreased from 7 hours a day to 1 hour a day, or even half an hour a day. If she was calm and did not expend too much mana or stamina, she could even go a few days without rest. Even if her resting time was reduced, Dany still felt that it was not enough, because other than her identity as a queen, she was also a practitioner. Caw, 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 her violet eyes were covered by a layer of black shadow. Following that, the black shadow condensed into dots of thick black ink that seeped out of her eyes and floated in the air, forming a large black crow. I'm a little scared. The large black crow cawed. What's there to be scared of? It will be over soon. Apple and Sesame are crying so miserably, the large black crow said. Only through hardship can one rise above others. Look at how beautiful Apple has become. Dany blinked again, and a red light flashed in her eyes. A red mist of fire flew out, and the mist of fire exploded, revealing an apple-faced, silver-haired elf. Mother Goddess, why did you call me? Sister Fog is teaching me the language of trees. The 2-foot-tall, apple-faced elf pouted. Like Little Fog, she had a pair of flaming dragonfly wings, but her appearance, hair color, and clothes were different. Jen Sheng said you were crying miserably, so pitiful. Dany pinched Apple's cheeks and chuckled. After recruiting 200 crows from Bran, she immediately burned their corpses to ashes, leaving only their souls in the 7 gods' faith space. She was now like an old man playing with iron balls in the park. Whenever she had free time, she would flip her right hand and take out a crow's soul and burn it, causing them to cry miserably and miserably. However, the crows' corpses had been destroyed, and the ones being burned were souls. Normal people could not see or hear the souls' voices. Almost a week had passed, and Dany had burned a total of 25 crows into life imprints. She then reforged the imprints, allowing them to be reborn as fire elemental fairies. Yes, Xiao Wu now has 25 more clansmen. Every time she burned a new crow spirit, Dany would pay attention to it. If it was of the fire element, the fire resistance of the crows would be very high. For example, Little Mist, in just a few hours, she was burned from a complete soul to a life imprint. Another example was Ah Fu, who had been burned for half a month and had finally turned into a life imprint. Because it was not of the fire or wind attribute, Dany could not reincarnate it into an elemental spirit. Since it was too difficult to produce other elemental sprites, Dany prioritized picking out all the fire sprites. In this way, he was able to create 25 little elves in just a few days. Every time a fire spirit was burned, Dany's divinity of creation from fire would increase by a large margin. In just a few days, her song of fire progress had jumped from 5% to 17%. In other words, the sheep egg had recently lost nearly 10% of its song of fire. The song of fire was like a company's shares. Every bit Dany gained, the sheep egg lost a bit. Once this process happened, it was almost irreversible. Because Dany was able to take away the sheep egg song of fire, it meant that her song of fire was of a higher grade than his. And the will of the world was very cold, only allowing the stronger to laugh and ignoring the cries of the old. Your luck is good. Jen Sheng, you are a fire spirit, Dany said to the crow that was wailing in the flames on her palm. It hurts so much. Jen Sheng cried out loudly, but his cry was filled with spirit power, and his crow form was still intact. Burn a few more times. Your brain will be burned, and it won't hurt anymore. Dany comforted him with a smile. My brain is a bit muddled. It seems like I am quickly losing my memories. Jen Sheng said in fear. This is a normal phenomenon. Memories are a restriction. The long life will make your soul tired and old. You will start a new life without worries and be filled with novelty. Dany said, I am indeed very tired. That's why I came to find you. Jen Sheng was no longer afraid and no longer cried out. Instead, with a calm attitude, he tried his best to feel the last of the pain that belonged to Jen Sheng. After a long time, when Jen Sheng was about to forget his name, he suddenly said anxiously, Can I be called Jen Sheng after being reborn? No, all the fire spirits have to be named after fruits. But Little Wu is the big sister. She has special privileges. But they have already chosen the fruit names. Jen Sheng felt wronged. There are millions of fruits in the world. Enough for all the crows to use. Why don't you be called durian? No one uses durian yet. Danny suggested. There was no reply, because Jen Sheng had already forgotten who he was and was burned into an idiot. Since you don't object, then I will call you Durian. Danny said to herself. Gender information was recorded in the life imprint. So could this information be changed? If a male shapeshifter entered the body of a female crow after death, obviously the crow's body would already be that of a female, so the shapeshifter's second life would be that of a female. At this moment, when his life imprint fused with the crow, his gender information had already changed. Danny could only fine-tune the part of the life imprint that had changed, such as the form information. She changed the child of the forest's form to a human, and now she could even fine-tune the crow's form to a phoenix, but she could not change it to a megalosaurus, as the crow's form was too different from that of a megalosaurus. If the child of the forest's second life in a female crow's body, its gender information would have changed, and Danny could naturally fine-tune its gender. If the child of the forest's second life in a female crow's body, its gender information would not change, and Danny could not change the gender of the newborn fire spirit. Of the 25 newly born fire spirits, 80% were female. Not long after, the male child of the forest, Jen Sheng, also became a female fire spirit, Durian. Well, the new life in a female crow's body had changed its gender information. Alas, the progress is getting slower and slower. Feeling the weak increase in divinity, Danny sighed helplessly. When Little Mist was born, Song of Fire instantly broke through from 0 to 2%. After that, when she burned the dwarf and branded him with the God's Descent rune, it increased by nearly 3%. When she burned the 25 fire spirits, the increase was getting lower and lower. When Durian was born, the whole process only had an increase of 1%. Maybe the benefits of creating fire spirits have reached their limit. Using fire to create spirits other than fire elements, such as wind spirits, can have a greater increase. Or, should I swallow a part of the sheep egg's divine soul? Danny frowned as she pondered. Swallowing the sheep egg's divine soul could increase the fire divinity and some special fire-type talents. But the sheep egg itself did not have the divinity of fire creation, and Danny's Song of Fire had the polarity of fire creation. Therefore, swallowing the sheep egg would not increase her Song of Fire. But this did not mean that swallowing the sheep egg was not beneficial to the growth of Song of Fire. The sheep egg was also a Holy Spirit. Like Danny, it had a special talent. Seizing its talent and fire divinity could help Danny better understand Song of Fire. For example, before swallowing the sheep egg, reincarnating the durian could increase Song of Fire by 1%. After swallowing the whole sheep egg, reincarnating a fire elemental spirit could increase Song of Fire by 2% or more. This was like doing physics experiments on the diffraction of light. Compared to Einstein, an ordinary university student would definitely have a much lower understanding. Divinity, divine position, and even Song of Fire, to put it bluntly, were all a kind of knowledge control. Burning crows and creating little spirits were equivalent to doing experimental research to obtain knowledge. Throwing the durian into her mind, Danny let Little Miss teach her new little sister while she continued to burn the crows. Just as she burned a non-fire type crow to the point that its body was on the verge of collapse, Blackie suddenly took the initiative to enter her dragon soul. The dragon's soul entered her body and entered the stranger state. Danny's figure was shrouded in a layer of blurry shadow. She transformed into a stranger and entered the world of death. Following that, the scenery in front of her changed rapidly. It was as if she had suddenly entered the speed of light. In just an instant, the grayish-white Winterfell turned into a foggy Carhold city. Soon, Danny understood what had happened. Oh no. In the grayish-white world of death, Sir Richard was bound by black shadow chains. He struggled with all his might and wailed miserably. No, it shouldn't be like this. It can't be like this. You're not the Light King. The Light King isn't you. It's not you. What answered him was a sneer that made his soul tremble in fear. The shadow chains extended endlessly towards the east, crossing a large river of gray fog. On the other side of the river, at the end of the chains, a huge demon was faintly discernible in the darkness, laughing savagely. One could vaguely make out that the demon had the horns of a sheep, the head of a cow, the body of a snake, the tail of a scorpion, the claws of a tiger. The end of the shadow chains on Sir Richard's body was tightly wrapped around his furry arm. He was still dragging him. That's right. Your faith is me. Where there's fire, there's a shadow. I'm the first flame, the first light. I'm also the shadow under the first flame. I'm the shadow demon, the demon god of the darkness, shadow demon Lalo. The demon laughed coldly, and this world of death seemed to tremble in his laughter. As my believer, you don't even know my image. You deserve to die. As my believer, you dare to do such a blasphemous thing to me? The demon's cow face twisted, revealing his curved teeth with barbs. He announced in a booming voice, "Your sin can't be redeemed even with 10,000 deaths. I'll first roast you on the demon flame for 100,000 years, then throw you to the lustful demon to play with for another 100,000 years, then soak you in the carrion pool for another 100,000 years, and then, no, Mother of Mercy!" In the cold voice of the evil god, the muddle-headed knight with a pock-marked face suddenly shuddered. After he woke up, he immediately shouted to the sky, "Mother of Mercy, I have the atonement scroll. Mother of Mercy! I was wrong. I won't believe in foreign evil gods anymore. Holy Mother of God, I beg you to have mercy on this lost little lamb." Mother of Mercy? The shadow demon laughed strangely. "Ever since you committed the crime of blasphemy, my curse has been following you like a shadow. Before you died, I cast my gaze on you. At the moment of your death, your soul automatically came to my domain. This is my kingdom of death. I'm the master, and no one can save you. Your fate is sealed." Caw, caw, caw. A flock of black crows suddenly flew over from the grayish-white world of death. The world of death only had two colors, gray and white. The red light in the crows' eyes was also dyed gray. One after another, the crows landed on the shadow chains between Richard and the Minotaur. Who dares to intrude into my domain? Chapter 784. When Erlu came up with the punishment for Carhold City, he didn't intend to carry it out himself. He thought that the Dragon Queen would ride her dragon to Carhold City like before. With 3 megalosaurus, she had the ability to massacre a city. Hence, no matter how harsh his punishment was, Carhold City wouldn't resist the Dragon Queen. Resistance would be useless. He didn't expect the Dragon Queen to be so capable. When Melisandre suggested that Sir Richard take the risk, he wasn't willing, but he didn't object. He did not object because he truly believed that Carhold City had to be punished and killed as an example to others. He was reluctant because he was not stupid. He knew that it would be difficult for Richard to incite the people of Carhold City and the small nobles to rebel against Count Saigon with his glib tongue. Hence, Erlu took a step back. He didn't want to kill everyone who participated in the sacrifice. He only wanted Richard to deceive Saigon and his wife into coming to Winterfell. Then, in front of all the nobles, they would be burned to death and sacrificed to the Light King. The mission of deceiving Saigon and his wife into coming to Winterfell wasn't dangerous. If Saigon refused, Richard would fly back. At most, the mission would fail. However, Richard's personality wasn't suitable for this mission. If it was the Onion Knight, Saigon would most likely be deceived into coming to Winterfell. My wife just gave birth. She can't bear the pain of traveling thousands of miles. Saigon's face was pale, but his tone was sincere. Saigon received Richard with the etiquette of a king's envoy. When Richard suggested bringing Saigon and his wife to Winterfell, Saigon didn't fly into a rage. I can leave Carhold City with Sir Richard, but can my wife stay in the castle to recuperate? Saigon pleaded softly after explaining his situation. If Dany was here, she would hesitate for a while before agreeing reluctantly. She would even say, "Your wife is weak. Don't frighten her. You have to explain to her that the trial at Winterfell won't take long. Even if you're punished by King Stannis, you'll return within 3 days." Richard's face stiffened, and a trace of mockery flashed in his eyes. He laughed coldly and said, "That's not up to you. King Stannis made it clear that he wants the both of you to go to Winterfell for trial." Hearing this, the deep coldness hidden in Saigon's gray eyes turned into undisguised, killing intent. "It seems that he is determined to kill everyone. I'm already willing to die, so why won't you let my wife go? Even the last Costark was not spared. I'm afraid the Therns will also be dealt with." Saigon's face was pale and bloodless due to the loss of his right arm. He looked like an evil spirit. Richard was stunned and blurted out, "You know." Saigon chuckled. "From the first time I saw you, I knew my ending. Because the way you look at me is like you're looking at a dead person. However, I thought that as long as I could protect my family, it wouldn't be a problem for me to take the blame. After all, I did something I shouldn't have done. After all, the Dragon Queen is so terrifying I don't dare to rebel. But now you've already decided to kill everyone, so do I still need to be afraid of her?" "Phut!" Richard hurriedly pulled down his helmet, turned around, and rushed out of the door. As he ran, he shouted his pterosaur's name. His pterosaur had been hovering in the sky. Saigon slowly got up and followed behind the Red Heart Knight with a sneer on his face. Hiss! Before Richard could rush out of the castle's living room, he heard the pterosaur's shrill howl coming from the courtyard. He immediately understood that there was an ambush in the courtyard. Helplessly, he could only shout for the pterosaur to leave. Not long after, the howl gradually rose and faded away. When Richard ran to the stone steps outside the door, he could no longer see his pterosaur. The next moment, more than a dozen shield-bearers lined up in a shield wall, pressing in from all directions. With a few bangs, the knight who was swinging his sword was knocked down to the ground. "I ate your bread." The Red Heart Knight, who was pressed to the ground, struggled to raise his head, glaring at Saigon. It was also because they were in the snow outside the castle that Saigon, who had rushed over, immediately handed him a bread dipped in salt. So Richard was willing to leave the pterosaur's back and follow him into the castle. Saigon nodded and sighed. "I understand the guest's rights and am willing to abide by them. But the guest's rights not only restrict the host, but also require the guest to not have any ill intentions towards the host. From the moment you used a clumsy lie to deceive Yali and me into going to Winterfell to die, you're no longer protected by the guest's rights. Killing me won't do you any good." Richard didn't want to die. "Tell me, what does Stannis plan to do with me?" The pockmarked knight pursed his lips, stubbornly not saying a word. He didn't want to die, but he also didn't want to betray his lord. Hiss! A sword flashed, and the knight's head rolled to the ground, dragging a line of blood. His face was facing upwards, and he blinked blankly, dead. "Ah, Chief, you killed him?" A Thern soldier on the side was shocked and puzzled. "Killing him will infuriate the Red Heart King." Clang! Saigon threw the blood-stained long sword on the ground, stepped on Richard's head with the sole of his shoe, and rolled it half a circle so that Richard's face was facing downwards. "Hang the head and the torso on the flagpole at the top of the watchtower." Saigon's eyes flashed as he coldly said. The surrounding Thern guards were motionless, their eyes wide open as they looked at their chief in horror. The bearded Sir Jaime stepped out and said worriedly, "Earl, that will offend Stannis." Jaime was a productive knight, a vassal of Carhold City. "I just want to infuriate him." Saigong's eyes were cold as he looked down at the town in the darkness outside the castle. He said in a deep voice, "Stannis only has pterosaurs, and pterosaurs can't breathe fire. How many wildfire bombs can he bring with him? But his bombing will make everyone in Karhold City afraid, and fear will make the people of the Northern Territory completely forget my identity as a Thurn. Only if the people of the Northern Territory and the Thurn Kingdom unite by my side, we will have a chance to survive this long and difficult night." Sir Jaime was shocked. He didn't expect this barbarian earl to be so shrewd. But he didn't feel disgusted because Saigong was doing this for the sake of Karhold City. "If we attract the Dragon Queen," he said worriedly. "No, the Dragon Queen has already punished me last time. She won't come again, at least not personally." Saigong gritted his teeth as he felt the dull pain in his right shoulder. "But Winterfell won't let me go. Only the Megalosaurus has the ability to carry out the punishment. We have to be careful." Saigong's eyes flashed with a calculating light as he lowered his head to instruct his trusted aide. Saigong could be considered a hero to be able to become the Earl of the Northern Territory from a barbarian leader. Just as he had guessed, wings of death came the next morning. Unfortunately, 6 days ago, in the Black Castle of the Great Wall, the Dragon Queen gave Sir Richard a ticket to heaven. The pockmarked knight didn't want it, but the Dragon Queen had just given him the title of Devil Hunter. He couldn't refuse, so he hung the ticket around his neck casually. If he had to take a bath or change his underwear after a while, the pockmarked knight might have thrown away the blessing of the Holy Mother. Fortunately, only 6 days had passed, and he hadn't had time to take a bath. The moment he was beheaded by Saigong, the small pouch on his chest started to heat up, and a faint golden light flickered inside. Under normal circumstances, when the ticket to heaven was activated, the stranger's divine power would automatically bring the pockmarked knight's soul to heaven. This was the program set in the rune, just like the town portal scroll in the game. But what was brought back wasn't the body, but the soul of the dead. But the first time the ticket to heaven was used, there was a system failure. Just as Richard died, his soul was captured by another death demon god. In the end, the ticket to heaven was just a divine spell of the stranger, and it was a very simple and low-level divine spell. It was natural that he couldn't snatch it from a demon god. But the failure of the stranger's divine spell alarmed Blackie, and he took the initiative to contact Dany's dragon spirit. Dany turned into a stranger and followed the traction line that the ticket to heaven left on Richard's soul, and instantly came to Keho City, similar to Kuei-shi's soul projection. She saw the pockmarked knight's tragic fate. In the gray world of death, Richard's soul was bound by shadow chains and was about to cross a gray, foggy river and fall into the hands of the shadow demon on the other side. "No, Holy Mother of Mercy, I have the atonement scroll." Richard struggled and howled. "Stop struggling, Richard, this is your fate." Suddenly, the shadow chain wrapped around the pockmarked knight's chest revealed an extremely distorted and elongated face. It was like a rubber doll in the hands of a naughty child. It was pulled and elongated, and the face was pulled out of shape. But when Richard lowered his head, he immediately recognized the identity of the face. "Sir Gaudy?" His eyes widened in horror as he cried out in disbelief. "It's me, Richard. Stop struggling, this is your fate." Gaudy Farland's eyes were filled with hatred and mockery. It was as if the giant killer was filled with hatred for his former good friend, and was happy to see him in this state. "Aren't you dead? Killed by Big John's sword?" Richard's strength in his struggle weakened as he asked in a daze. "Yes, I'm dead. Lalo's believers will enter his kingdom after death. I went, and then my soul was forged into the soul chains that bound you," Gaudy Farland said sorrowfully. "Ah, how can this be? How can this be?" Richard could not accept this reality. He shook his head and begged with tears in his eyes. "Gaudy, we've been friends for decades. Let me go. I want to go to heaven. I can feel the call from heaven." "Go to heaven?" Gaudy Farland's eyes became extremely venomous. You want to go to heaven? If you go to heaven, what will happen to me? How can I be happy if I don't see you suffer an even worse fate? Richard felt the chains binding him tighten. You're not that kind of person, have you forgotten? We're friends. The pockmarked knight cried. He, your sorrow brings me joy. Gaudy Farland laughed sinisterly. He, your sorrow brings us joy. A series of vicious laughter came from the chains. Richard took a closer look and immediately felt his scalp go numb. Every section of the chain had a distorted and elongated face. He was familiar with every face. They were all his comrades who had died in battle, or sacrifices burned by the blazing Red Heart Knights. Our Hiller's believers were treated the same as the sacrifices. They were all forged into shadow chains. No, Richard exploded with the strongest emotions: despair, grief, and anger. Holy Mother of Mercy! He kept howling. He, this is my kingdom of death. I'm the ruler. No one can save you. On the other side of the gray fog river, Shadow Devil Lalo laughed happily. Who is it? Who dares to break into my god's domain? Suddenly, Shadow Devil's laughter stopped, and he roared. Silently, a series of black ink dots flew over from the west and landed on the chain. Each dot of ink turned into a crow. In an instant, on the west bank of the gray fog river, 27 crows landed on the shadow chains between Richard and the Minotaur. Caw, caw, caw. In the monochromatic gray world, the grayish-red eyes of the crows were still eye-catching. What was even more eye-catching was that their beaks pecked at the chains, creating sparks of gray gold. Crack, crack, crack! Under the gray gold sparks, holes quickly appeared on the shadow chains. Then, after a series of fluctuations, the chains exploded. Bam, bam, bam. The chains binding Richard turned into black fog section by section. In the black fog, there were distorted and angry faces. Caw! A crow grabbed a handful of Richard's hair in its beak, flapped its wings, and instantly disappeared in the black and white world. No, Shadow Devil Lalo was furious on the other side of the gray fog river, but there was nothing he could do. Chapter 785. Danny had once envied the three-eyed crow for having the child of the forest, Raven. As the second life of the child of the forest, Raven possessed an enormous amount of magic power. The three-eyed crow only needed to infuse a single thought into Raven's mind to turn it into a powerful doppelganger. The second life of the child of the forest in Raven's body was a talented shapeshifter. There was even a green prophet among them. They had all the characteristics of shapeshifters: tenacious souls and powerful mana. More importantly, they were of the same origin as the three-eyed crow. Their mana and witchcraft attributes were a perfect match. When Danny first came to the Westeros, even with the great black dragon spirit, she couldn't discover Brandon's Raven in her mind. This showed how powerful the Raven's clone was. That Raven was only an ordinary child of the forest. Then it was combined with Brandon's thought. Later on, Danny obtained the two ravens, Fog and Foken, with great difficulty. However, her fire sorcerer profession and shapeshifter profession's raven attributes were not compatible. Her mana and witchcraft were not compatible. Hence, she couldn't be like the three-eyed crow and let the raven display half of its power with just a thought. This regret was the initial motivation for Danny to use the fire creation innate talent to create the fire sprite. To put it bluntly, Danny wanted to be like Brandon and use the powerful crow doppelganger to show off. So she roasted Big Mist and Afu. In the end, by accident, she managed to get Little Mist out. The fire sprite's body had immense fire mana, which was compatible with the Dragon Queen witchcraft. Then, she could show off in front of others. Today, she would show off in front of the shadow demon, El Harlow. If a single fire raven had half of Danny's fire mana, how powerful would 27 fire ravens be? Her main body was in Winterfell. She sent a thought into the fire sprite's body and barged into Shadow Devil Lalo's death domain in the Westeros. Then, she snatched the soul of the pockmarked knight from his hands. The entire process was effortless. The opponent couldn't react in time. Even if he did, he couldn't stop her. Danny Alice! The Minotaur clenched his teeth and roared. Caw, caw, caw. One of the crows took Richard away, and the remaining 26 crows stayed where they were, fusing together like ink. A large blob of ink formed the figure of a gray-black, cloaked person. He could not see her face clearly, nor could he see her figure clearly. The gray cloak was like a layer of shadow, making her look very blurry. This is Westeros, the territory of the 7 gods. I am the ruler of this place, Danny said calmly. The death god's domain of death was the area where his followers lived and moved around. Wherever there were believers, the steps of the gods would follow. If there were multiple death gods in one area, then whoever had more followers would be the dominant force in that area of death. The death domain was like a mortal's territory. The death god was like a fish in water in his own territory, achieving twice the result with half the effort. Once he left the death domain, he would achieve twice the result with half the effort. The consumption of the death god's power would increase tremendously, but the efficiency would plummet. A weak death god could also resist a powerful foreign death god in his own domain. For example, Coer's Black Goat Church massacred the rebellious Red God believers. Lalo was unable to stop them. As the #1 religion in the 7 kingdoms, the death domain of the 7 gods stranger covered almost all of the Westeros. Before the stranger was born, other death gods could enter the stranger's domain as they wished. After all, there was no stranger. But now, the stranger had appeared and absorbed a large amount of death god's divinity from the Shadow Devil's doppelganger. The death domain of Westeros had completely become Dany's home ground. Oh no, it wasn't just her. There were also the old gods. The Green Prophet and the King of Strange Ghosts could barely be considered death gods. Actually, before the stranger was born, the death domain of Westeros was also a forbidden land for other death gods. This was because the three-eyed crow had always regarded this continent as his exclusive domain. If the Westeros is your territory, then what about Slave Bay? The Shadow Devil Lalo smiled nastily and raised his right claw. He opened his palm and revealed a bunch of wailing and crying human heads. It was like a bouquet of flowers. Every flower was a dead soul, and the flowers were the heads of the dead souls. Those distorted faces were either crying miserably, howling in pain, begging bitterly, cursing loudly. Dany couldn't recognize all the faces, but a few of the dead souls made her pupils contract, and a murderous look appeared on her face. Keek keek. The Shadow Devil laughed proudly. He stretched out his left claw and plucked a dead soul from the flowers. It was a white-haired, old black man. He was the fire wizard Wood, who was once known as the 2 heroes of Atlantis, together with the skinny Pogba. The Dragon Queen gave Kuei Shi's witchcraft to the old wizard and arranged for him to leave a soul imprint on a high-level captive of the Allied army. In the end, he didn't manage to get any information. Instead, Jenny discovered the imprint, and Old Wood became weak. Following the imprint, Jenny launched a series of terrifying soul attacks. Old Wood couldn't resist at all. He bled from his 7 orifices and died. Your Majesty, save me. I'm so pitiful. Old Wood wailed miserably. You don't believe in the Red God, right? How did you enter Lalo's divine domain? Dany lost her previous calmness. There were a few low-ranking generals in Slave Bay in the flowers. They fell into Lalo's hands. Dany thought for a moment and no longer had any doubts. This was because they all believed in the Red God when they were alive. The Light King Lalo's teachings were very popular among the poor people. It was a mainstream belief in most parts of the world, especially among the slaves. The Red God Church could be seen as the White Lotus Church in the history of the Celestial Empire. Slave Bay was already considered good because the Gith slave masters had been restricting the development of the Red God. They didn't allow the red-robed monks to build temples in Slave Bay. Only the Wandering Red monk developed his faith in the streets. Danny was glad that Slave Bay wasn't like Volantis. In Volantis, more than 90% of the slaves were Lalo's fanatics. Oldwood said sadly, "I don't believe in the Light King, but when I was young, I sacrificed to the great shadow demon Lalo several times. He saw my talent and remembered me at that time. As soon as I died, I was pulled into the dark lands of the Far East. Are you being controlled by Lalo?" Danny looked doubtful. The shadow demon sneered. "No, what did I say wrong?" Oldwood was wronged and confused. "What kind of talent do you have that he would like?" Danny complained. "Woo, when I was still alive, you even praised me as the most gifted and talented mage in the Royal Mage Corps. That's why you secretly taught me a legendary wizard's ultimate skill." Old Greenwood really started to cry. Danny was a little embarrassed. She did say that, when tricking people into working for her, of course she had to say good things for free. But Oldwood really lived up to the name of Tile City's Double Invincible. It only took him a week to learn the soul-marking witchcraft. Then he died the next day. "Sorry, I didn't make it clear. Your talent is enough to look down on the world. But Shadow Demon Lalo is a true god. How could you be shocked so easily?" Danny's mouth twitched. "Hee. For any dark god, the soul of a transcendent is the most precious treasure. I wasn't shocked. I just saw food and was used to drooling." The shadow demon laughed strangely. As he spoke, he stretched out his purple-black tongue and licked Oldwood from top to bottom and from bottom to top twice. It was like a child licking a popsicle. Seeing that satisfied expression on his face, Danny felt a chill run down her spine. Oh no! Oldwood felt like a layer of skin was peeled off by the sweetness. He cried out in pain, "Your Majesty, save me. It hurts. You send my little brothers back, and I'll return Richard's soul to you. How about it?" Danny proposed. No. The Minotaur licked Oldwood again, making him cry out. "I did want to exchange with you before, but now I found that compared to punishing that blasphemer, torturing your loyal servant is more pleasurable, because your pain and helplessness is the source of my happiness." The shadow demon laughed proudly. "Are you sure? Can you really forgive or forget what Sir Richard has done to you?" Danny asked curiously. The smile on the Minotaur's face froze. How could he forgive the shame of the Sun Destroyer? Could he forget? "Okay, come here, let's exchange." The shadow demon said, "I can't leave the Westeros. You should come here." Danny said, "The world of the dead was a shadow of the real world. The shadow might be distorted, but it was still the same as the real world. For example, between the Westeros and Ursos, there was a long and narrow ocean, the Narrow Sea. It was also the Narrow Sea that formed the natural barrier of the world of the dead in the Westeros. In the world of the dead, everything was gray, like an old black and white TV with the picture turned to the darkest. The river, with the surging gray fog, was the Narrow Sea. Danny and the Shadow Demon were at each end of the Narrow Sea. The Shadow Demon's real body was in the dark land of the Far East. Its current state was similar to Danny's. Only one of its telepathic thoughts reached the border of its realm of the dead. There were many red god believers in the Free City. At first, the Shadow Demon had predicted Richard's death, but it didn't go to Keho City to wait for his soul to appear. Because Richard was a red god believer, he would report to the Shadow Demon automatically after his death. However, Richard was wearing the ticket to heaven given by Ms. Long. After his death, his soul would be led to heaven immediately. The Shadow Demon hated him so much that it kept staring at him. When it found that the soul of the pockmarked knight didn't fly to it, it immediately knew that someone was behind this. So it sent a telepathic thought to the border of the world of the dead in the Ursos continent. Since it knew that an enemy was trying to steal the soul of its believer, the Shadow Demon didn't dare to let its telepathic thoughts enter the Westeros. It angrily threw out a shadow chain, trying to lure Richard back across the narrow sea. What happened next was known to everyone. Now, Danny and the Shadow Demon said that they wanted to exchange hostages, but they didn't want to enter each other's realm of the dead. After a moment of stalemate, the Shadow Demon said, "Why don't we throw our souls into the narrow sea at the same time, and then fight for them with our own abilities?" "Okay," Danny agreed readily. Then they shouted 1, 2, 3, throw together. After that, they didn't move and just stared at each other. After a moment of awkwardness, the Shadow Demon said again, "Why don't we enter the narrow sea together and make the deal face to face?" "Okay." After a moment of hesitation, Danny nodded and agreed. They looked at each other face to face. Then they each took a step and entered the rapidly surging river. Chapter 786. She stepped out and left the Westeros. She entered the world of death, projected by the narrow sea, the river of gray fog that flowed rapidly in front of her. Danny's vision blurred, and she found that the scenery around her had changed greatly. The gray fog that she had expected did not appear. Above her was a thick layer of dark clouds, and below her were rolling gray waves. She tried to take a step. She didn't feel as comfortable as before. She encountered resistance. It was like jumping from flat ground into a waist-deep quagmire, and the quagmire was getting deeper and deeper. Every step was more difficult than before. She could feel that simply walking through the world of death didn't consume much divine power. But if she wanted to use the magic of death, such as summoning the ghosts around her, it would consume a lot of divine power, and the effect wasn't half as good as in the Westeros. The farther she was from the Westeros, the greater the resistance, and the lower the efficiency of the magic. "The world of death is really wonderful," Danny murmured. Soon, she met the Shadow Demon in the middle of the narrow sea. It wasn't right to call it the narrow sea. The real world here should be the trembling sea between Keho City and Bravos. "Where's that sinful blasphemer?" the Shadow Demon shouted angrily. The Shadow Demon with the head of a bull and the body of a snake was 10 meters tall, while Danny was only 7 meters tall. The difference in size was huge. "Where's my little brother?" But her voice wasn't lower than his. The Shadow Demon stared at her coldly with his bull eyes. He raised his right paw and opened his palm, revealing a cluster of soul flowers growing in his palm. It was as if every soul was a strand of hair growing on his furry tiger claws. "Your Majesty, save me. Your Majesty, I'm suffering. Queen, have mercy, have mercy." The old man and the officers of the Mother of Dragons guards cried and begged together. Suddenly, Danny retreated quickly and shouted angrily, "What a cunning evil god! How dare you ambush me?" The Shadow Demon's sneer froze, and he cried out, "How did you find out?" After saying that, he turned into a stream of light and chased after Danny at an even faster speed. Just as he was about to catch up in the next instant, the suddenly retreating stranger stopped abruptly. He swelled up into a large crow, spreading his wings and pouncing towards the Shadow Demon's eyes. Shadow Demon hurriedly closed his eyes when he saw the bright flames on the crow's beak. He even subconsciously used his right hand to block in front of him. Caw, 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 the crow took the opportunity to peck on his wrist. Boom! The world of death, which had always been black and white, exploded with a ball of black and red flames. Awoo! The tall and mighty Shadow Demon's right hand was pecked off by the little crow. Well, both of them were spirits, so size didn't matter. However, Danny was driving the Fire Crow Gundam, while Shadow Demon was just using his own spirit. In terms of the quality of her soul, Danny was far inferior to him. In terms of size, she was far superior to him. Coupled with the Fire Raven's nature as a fire elemental spirit, Stranger could use the Dragon Flame divine art. In a one-on-one fight, Shadow Demon was no match for her. "Save me! Queen, save me!" The undead on the furry claws cried out in ecstasy. Like noodlemen, they stretched their necks endlessly and wrapped around the big crow. Caw! The crow cawed. What responded to the souls of the little brothers was not, "You are saved," but a terrifying, soul-destroying blow. A whoa! The faces of the undead twisted as they wailed ferociously. Why, Old Wood's eyes were red like a ghost's. He asked sorrowfully. Boom! Danny didn't answer him. She didn't stop. After the soul-destroying blow, she used the Holy Mother raging dragon flame. The crow seemed to have become a fire-breathing dragon. It spewed out a sea of holy white flames, covering all the souls on the broken palm. Crackle! Like fat maggots that were fished out of a cesspit, the intestines of the undead were pierced and their souls melted. From the depths of their souls, there was a burnt and rotten smell. They weren't human at all. From the moment they entered Shadow Demon's domain, they became servants of Shadow Demon. Just like the followers of the 7 gods who entered heaven, they became lambs of the Holy Mother. You are so cruel! The souls of ordinary people were destroyed by the flames and spiritual bestowment. Old Wood was an extraordinary, so he managed to hold on for a moment. Just as he was about to be engulfed in flames, his soul cursed the Dragon Queen. I curse you! I was loyal to you when I was alive, and I even died for you, but you don't care about our past relationship at all. It was because of that bullshit wizard soul technique you taught me that I suddenly died. I didn't even have time to deal with the hundreds of thousands of gold coins I left behind. You must have embezzled them, right? I curse you. One day, you will fall into the hands of the great Lalo. I curse, Sai, if it wasn't to free you, why would I take the risk to come to Narrow Sea? Danny's tone was complicated. You curse me, but I don't blame you, because I know that you have been completely corrupted by Lalo. Like you said, you were loyal to me when you were alive, so I should help you get out of this sea of suffering. No, this is my heaven. Old Wood's old face melted in the flames. Right, I didn't take any of the inheritance you left behind. I gave it all to your best friend, Pogba, Danny suddenly said. Oh, I curse you. I also want to curse Pogba. He clearly knew that I raised Little Boom. Before he finished cursing, Old Wood turned into a string of grayish-black souls similar to the Black Sun, East Sea Gazing Shadow Demon's divine soul, and his soul completely disappeared. Danny let out a sigh of relief when all the undead were burned away. Hee, are you done with your work? Now that you are done, it's our turn. Shadow Demon grinned. Just as the big crow burned its palm, the Oxhead Demon avoided the flames and took a few steps back. Beside it, another figure slowly appeared. It was a short woman wearing a white, wide canvas suit. Well, the dirty grayish-white sail and the wide clothes cut looked like a little girl who stole her father's suit. Her hair was messy like seaweed, her face was pale, and her facial features were delicate. However, her mouth, nostrils, and eyelids were tightly sewn together by thick iron threads, leaving no gap. You are Pale Moon Virgin? Danny was surprised. The image of the bare-legged woman in the suit was too obvious. Danny only took a glance and found the corresponding god in her memory. Pale Moon Virgin, the death of the sea worshipped by the sailors. It was said that not only her mouth and eyes were sewn together, but also her lower body. Therefore, everyone believed that she was absolutely pure. In Westeros, Pale Moon Virgin was not famous, but there were temples in the coastal trading cities of Ursos. Of course, Faceless One also prepared a statue for her in the Black and White School. Walala! The bare-legged woman in the suit pointed at the big crow, and the gray seawater immediately rose, forming an arc-shaped dome above the 3 gods of death. Danny felt that she was like a butterfly caught in a spider's web. Her whole body was bound, and it was difficult for her to move. Are you tired of living? An ant-like little demigod. How dare you participate in the war of the Megalosaurus? The big crow let out a sharp cry. The sea is my domain. Here, I am the Megalosaurus, and you are an ant. The Pale Moon Virgin spoke for the first time. The voice of his soul was like a sewing needle with thread, trying to sew the soul of the listener into his ghostly appearance. Seeing that the big crow was trapped, the shadow demon did not immediately attack. Instead, he asked curiously, "This is the sea, the domain of Pale Moon Virgin. How did you find her?" If the big crow only bit off his arm and burned people, he could guess that she was deliberately shouting, "Evil God dares to ambush me." However, the distance she retreated just happened to avoid Pale Moon Virgin's ambush. If she did not run, she would have been dragged into Pale Moon Virgin's holy kingdom. "You are an evil god. How can you honestly keep the agreement? Since you dare to exchange hostages with me, there must be an ambush." Danny looked as if it was a matter of course, completely forgetting the fact that she did not bring Richard's soul with her. The shadow demon's cow face was distorted. He pointed at the big crow and shouted, "Kill her!" However, before the two evil gods could do anything, the big crow moved. Caw! She looked up at the sky and let out a soul-destroying attack. The moment the two evil gods were slowed down, the big crow suddenly expanded into a big burning fireball. "I am going to self-destruct. I am going to die with you." The big fireball was like a detonated nuclear bomb, expanding infinitely in an instant. Boom! It exploded. She really exploded. The 26 fire elves and the stranger Danny's thought exploded at the same time. Although the fire elves were small in size, the fire magic in their bodies was almost half of Danny's. After all, the fire elves were children of the forest who had cultivated for hundreds, or even thousands of years in their previous life. With such terrifying magic power exploding in an instant, the power Pale Moon Chu knew and the shadow demon only had time to show expressions of fear before they were drowned by the endless flames. The violent magic waves of the world of death even affected the real world. The widow looked on. Dawn! Suddenly, a cry of surprise rang out from the tower of the Ferlint castle. "The sun is out! Look! There's a sun rising from the sea in the east. The sun is really out. Is the night over?" Countess Ferlint stretched out her hand, wanting to touch the red light that shot towards her. She really did touch the sun. The warmth of the touch was unmistakable. At the shivering sea in the east, a dark red sun broke through the thick fog and swept away the darkness that had enveloped the widow for many days. Over the past few months, the people once again felt the warmth and light of the sky. It was a pity that happy times were always so short. Soon, the nobles and servants of the widow fell into despair once more. "Ah, the sun is extinguishing," they cried. The world of death projected by the shivering sea. The gloomy black clouds, the turbulent sea, everything seemed to have returned to normal. However, the shadow demon had disappeared without a trace. Even though it was huge, it had only sent a strand of its consciousness, which had been destroyed by the explosion. Pale Moon Chu Nu, on the other hand, was like a rag doll that had been torn apart by a naughty child. Her hair was all burnt, and her nose, eyes, and mouth had melted into an overturned palette. Her skin was charred black and festering, and her pale ribs and pitch-black beating heart could be seen through her chest. She had come with her true body, just like how Stranger Danny could hide 99% of her body in the world of death. The Stitched Cherry Monster could enter the world of death with his physical body. However, he could only pull 70% of his body into the world of death, which was far inferior to Stranger Danny's. Fortunately, it was only 70%. Otherwise, he would have been blasted to death in the world of death. How terrifying! Is this the strength and magnanimity of the child of the era? You self-destructed without even struggling? Pale Moon Chu Nu floated on the surface of the sea, her voice filled with unconcealable fear. "I self-destructed because it's one of my moves. It has nothing to do with magnanimity." Stranger Danny's proud voice rang out in the air. Bits and pieces of ink appeared in the vast space in all directions. The ink that had suddenly appeared quickly gathered in the center. It was like a replay of the explosion scene. Caw! Under pale moon Chu Nu's horrified gaze, a big crow appeared in the blob of ink. No. Chapter 787. No, this is impossible. The stitched Sakura monster shook his head repeatedly. His twisted face was full of fear and disbelief. You have already self-destructed the core of your soul. How can you still be revived? He let out a soul howl of fear. As he howled, he also planned to leave the world of death. In the eyes of the big crow, the figure of the pale moon Chu maiden gradually became blurry, as if she was about to disappear from this world. Ants can't talk to Megalosaurus. The big crow cawed. The soul-destroying attack was like a sharp sword. It struck the space between the pale moon Chu maiden's eyebrows, causing her to pause in her attempt to leave the world of death. Then the big crow swooped down. Its beak, which was emitting grayish-red flames, pierced through her forehead. The crow took out a pale gray shadow from the hole between her eyebrows. It was the spirit of the pale moon Chu maiden. After her spirit left her body, her broken body immediately became stiff and motionless. It rose and fell with the gray waves like a piece of wood. No, let me go. Spare me, Dragon Queen. Be merciful and let me go. The shadow was like a bug that had been caught by a bird. It struggled on the crow's beak and let out a shrill cry. The big crow landed on the corpse of the pale moon Chu maiden. It retracted the divine flames on its beak and asked calmly, "What is your relationship with Lalo? Why did you team up with him to ambush me?" The stitched Sakura monster said regretfully, "I have only met Lalo a few times. We can be considered acquaintances. At that time, I was collecting the souls of drowned sailors at sea. He came to my temple in Bravos and found me. He asked me for a small favor. Then, I don't believe that you would risk your life for him just because you met him a few times." "It's true." The stitched Sakura monster swore. "I swear I didn't say a single lie. He and I are both gods of the free cities. We have met each other for thousands of years, but I have no relationship with you. You are arrogant and annoying. Ugh." At the end of his sentence, sparks flew out of the crow's beak that clamped down on his spirit. His words came to an abrupt end. I am arrogant and annoying? If she was not a spirit, she would have learned from Erlu and gritted her teeth. No, I was wrong. Dragon Queen, please spare me. The gray shadow begged. However, Danny suddenly regained her composure and said coldly, "Speak clearly. Why do you say that I'm savage and hateful? For thousands of years, you're the only one who, as a mortal, massacred the gods wantonly and took pride in it. We all know the origin of the steel bell in your braid. There are so many demon gods, they think that you're very arrogant," the gray shadow said weakly. "If those evil gods didn't provoke me, how would I have the chance to kill them? If you are all honest, I won't pay any attention to you." Danny said without thinking, You're lying." The gray shadow could not help but tell the truth. "How did I lie?" Danny asked curiously. "You can't fool us. You want to kill the black goat of Kour, you want to kill me, and you want to kill Reese's goddess of lust. All the gods in the free trade city are your targets. You will start the twilight of the gods." The gray shadow said angrily, "How do you know?" Danny was even more surprised. The pale moon maiden was silent. "Speak clearly and I'll let you live. Have you heard of the saying, Targaryen, your words are like a mountain?" Danny said, "They will." "I don't dare to say," the pale moon maiden said with difficulty. "They." Danny's eyes flashed. She immediately guessed that there might be an evil anti-dragon mother organization that was quietly born among the many gods and demons. As the saying goes, the death of your companions is better than your own. Your life is only precious to you, and only you have meaning, she said faintly. After a long silence, the pale moon maiden said softly, "When you have the intention to kill a god or demon, the god or demon will sense danger. All these years, I've repeatedly felt the great danger of my life ending, but I didn't know why. until I met a few other gods. I realized that they had the same premonition. You're only a teenager. You might not understand how we feel. We've lived for thousands, tens of thousands of years. We've always been like the Creator, standing above all living things. This is the first time in our lives that we've encountered the danger of death. That feeling. I'm afraid. I'm angry. I curse. I don't want to sit around and wait for death. I want to eliminate the threat in advance. Then the high priest of the black goat of Kolar came to my temple and told me that the source of the gods' disaster was you, Dany Liz Targaryen. Then we all divined together, and the result was the same. You'll end all of us gods one day soon. You're the great calamity of the gods at the end of this era. That's why when Lalo called me, I came. Even though I know that you're just a divine thought now, as long as we can weaken your power, we're all willing. At this moment, Dany's emotions were extremely complicated. First, she regretted. She regretted that she had spoken without thinking. She regretted that she had repeatedly hooted about the plan to eliminate the many evil gods in the Free City. She regretted even more that she had underestimated the demon gods of this world. Previously, she had always treated them as canned dragon food, stored in the various Free City. When she had the time, she would bring a group of followers to take out the canned food, chisel open the lids, and feed the dragons. However, those evil gods weren't canned food that had no thoughts and no ability to act. Dany felt helpless too. Foretelling the future, what a great ability. However, in this world, prophecies were common among extraordinaires. Even the dogs, Stark's direwolves, could foresee danger in advance. The lowly witches of the forest who set up stalls to sell aphrodisiac and moon tea could also easily foretell the fate of a country. The toad, who foretold Cersei's life. Actually, I'm a person with a big mouth. Back then, I was just casually saying it. I really won't provoke you in the future. For example, now that I've finished the Battle of Meereen, I've been busy dealing with deviant ghosts. I've forgotten what I said back then. If you hadn't reminded me. At this point, Dany suddenly froze. If she hadn't met the Pale Moon Maiden, if she hadn't heard the prophecy of the gods, knowing that they would be ended by her, she would most likely have forgotten about those evil gods. At most, she would have gotten rid of the black goat of Kolar who had been causing trouble for her. However, because of the evil god's prophecy, because of the evil god's enmity, she had no choice but to help them fulfill their prophecy. This prophecy is actually a choice. The future is uncertain. Among the countless destinies, your prophecy chose the destiny that you saw and believed in. Dany looked at the gray shadow on her beak and spoke in a strange tone. What do you mean? The Pale Moon Maiden was confused. It means that if you don't seek death, you won't die. The big crow cawed and asked again, Tell me, who are you? Have you formed an alliance? From the narrow sea to the summer sea, and then to the various cities in the Jade Sea, as long as there are demon gods who have sensed the danger of death, they have communicated with each other and set their sights on you. As long as you act like the prophecy and intentionally kill any one of us, the rest of the demon gods will think that the prophecy has already begun. Dozens or even hundreds of demon gods will form an anti-evil god alliance to deal with you together. The Pale Moon Maiden pointed out. Dany could hear the threat in her words. If she killed the Pale Moon Maiden, it would mean that the prophecy of the Dragon Queen initiating the Twilight of the Gods had been fulfilled. The other demon gods would have identified the source of the threat. Of course, they wouldn't be willing to wait for their deaths. Isn't this unfair? When the long night falls, many demon gods will definitely fall. What does it have to do with me if they sense the danger of death? There are hundreds of demon gods. I swear, if you didn't tell me, I wouldn't even know that there are so many evil gods in the world. Besides, why isn't it an anti-Dragon Queen alliance? What's the meaning of an anti-evil god alliance? Am I an evil god? Dany said angrily. Don't you know that you're the child of the era at the end of this era? The Pale Moon Maiden asked, puzzled. Of course. Other than me, Who else is qualified to be the child of the era? Danny said proudly. That's why it's never wrong to blame the child of the era for the calamity at the end of the era. During the last long night, the child of the era, Yasur-Yahai, wielded a red sword and killed many servants of the god of darkness in the Far East. You'll probably do the same. Danny was stupefied. As for the Anti-Dragon Queen Alliance, the mortals have already used the name of the alliance and even lost the war. Why would the gods care about it? Besides, don't you think that you're evil? I don't care about the rest, but I liberated the slaves and saved countless civilians. How is that evil? Danny said coldly. Who cares if you liberated the slaves or how many civilians you saved? We gods don't care anyway. It's just like a farmer who decided not to eat roast chicken tonight. Instead, he decided to eat mushroom stewed chicken. When another farmer sees this, he won't think that he's kind or evil. Then what do you care about? Danny said drily. We care about what you've done to the gods, or what you'll do to them. At first, Pale Moon Chu-Nu was still paying attention to controlling her tone. Later on, she became more and more indignant as she spoke. She lost control of her emotions and could not help but speak her mind. You're a god too, but compared to us, you're so out of place. If you're just a maverick, that's fine. But you want to kill us, the innocent, for no reason at all. Among the humans, isn't killing the innocent an evil person? Among the gods, you kill the innocent gods. Why aren't you an evil god? Besides, you don't want to kill one or two innocent gods. Instead, you want to kill all the gods who are at peace with the world and live in harmony. That's why you, who've lost your mind, aren't just an evil god. You're the most terrifying evil god in history. The king of evil gods, evil king Danny Lilith. When Danny heard that, she was completely speechless. Among the group of evil gods, the only one who was not an evil god, the god of justice, had become the evil king in the eyes of the evil gods. After that, Danny asked in detail which gods of justice had the idea of dealing with the evil king. Yes, she recorded all of them in her little notebook. She swore to herself that she would make their dreams come true and their prophecies come true. The results made her feel both happy and worried. Including the god of darkness in the east of Yaxia, there were actually more than 100 evil gods who had evil intentions towards her. Oh, the reason why Pale Moon Chu-Nu knew the names of those evil gods was because she was the postman of those evil gods. The world was so big, and the gods had their own territories. They usually did not like to travel around. But Pale Moon Chu-Nu was the god of death of sailors. Her territory was not on land, but all the major shipping routes in the world. Her range of activities was large, but her strength was not strong. Because sailors were an unconventional occupation, the proportion of them among the humans was too low. Thinking about it, in a feudal society, the main productive forces were naturally focused on agriculture. How many people would travel by sea? If it was the god of death of farmers, that would be terrifying. Moreover, sailors did not all believe in Pale Moon Chu-Nu. For example, West Arrow sailors believed in blacksmiths and strangers. Chapter 788. Ow! The gray shadow that was clamped by the big crow's beak was like an earthworm in the crow's beak, struggling with all its might. Gray-red flames spurted out from the crow's beak, and the soul of the pale moon maiden let out a mournful howl. Targaryen, a promise is like a mountain. You promised that you would let me go. Yes, Targaryen, a promise is like a mountain. You have answered my question. So of course I will spare your life. But you can't escape death. But you can't escape punishment. I will burn half of your soul as punishment for this offense, Danny said confidently. Our half is too much. Dragon Queen, have mercy. I have worked hard for thousands of years to achieve this. Have mercy, the pale moon maiden begged. Danny remained unmoved. It was not as if there were no after-effects from her self-detonation with the 26 fire crows. The immortality of the green prophet's soul was indeed a bug, but the self-destruction didn't only destroy the soul, but also the elemental body of the fire elf. That was why it was so powerful. After reforming, the fire crows were like the megalosaurus after overclocking. The power of the soul was exhausted, and the spirit and physical strength had withered. If she didn't take the opportunity to replenish herself, according to the normal recovery speed, it would probably take a few months. She didn't have a few months to delay. After a while, the gray shadow hung on the crow's beak. It was so thin that it was almost transparent, and the soul of the pale moon maiden was extremely weak. Caw, caw, caw! The big crow's eyes were shining, and it spread its wings and cawed loudly. The demigod's soul belonged to the fire crows, and the divinity of death belonged to Blackie. Okay, you are free. The big crow put the gray shadow back into the corpse on the sea surface. After you go back, tell the respected demon gods that I have no enmity against them. The Call Black Goat was deeply involved in the Allied Army's crusade against Slavers Bay, and I suffered heavy losses. Of course, I have to take revenge on him, but the personal enmity between me and him has nothing to do with the other demon gods. Remember to help me explain, Danny said sincerely. Okay, the pale moon maiden didn't know whether she believed it or not, but she agreed weakly. In addition, you should also let all the demon gods who are hostile to me understand that I do not intend to provoke them, but I am not afraid of anyone or gods. I even dared to challenge Valeglia's ancestor god Sheep Egg and King of Light Lalo at the same time. Why would I be afraid of trouble from them? Or rather, how do they think they are compared to Lalo? Before you make a move against me, think twice before you act. Don't do something stupid that you will regret. Just like today, just like you, do you regret it? Danny's voice turned cold. I regret it. I regret it very much. Pale Moon, Chu Nu said honestly. If there was medicine for regret, he would at most send a thought over. It was too dangerous to face the Dragon Queen with his real body. Well, regret didn't mean that there was no hostility. As long as there was a chance, he would still take advantage of the situation and take advantage of the situation. But he was no longer willing to be the main attacker. After all, it was half of the power of the divine spirit. How could he not hate? Actually, it's not too late to regret now, Danny said in a low voice. What do you mean? Pale Moon Chu Nu heard the hidden meaning in her words. What do you think of my reputation? Danny asked. Pale Moon Chu Nu didn't know how to answer. Now, I haven't even obtained complete freedom. Who knows if you will change your mind at the last minute? Targaryen, your words are like a mountain. You really live up to your reputation. This wasn't flattery, but a wish from the bottom of his heart. Since that's the case, why don't we reach an agreement? From now on, you will no longer be hostile to me, and I will never make a move against you. In this way, the so-called prophecy will naturally be broken. Moreover, we can benefit from each other. You help me and I help you. How can I help you? Pale Moon, Chu Nu asked doubtfully. I'm not stupid. I won't think that if you bring a message and threaten those demon gods, they will eliminate their hostility to me. So, I need to make an example of them, or kill them to scare them. You help me keep an eye on them. Whoever is most hostile to me, whoever is plotting against me, you can inform me. After I kill them, you can get half of their divinity. How about it? To be honest, Pale Moon Chu Nu was really tempted. She didn't lie when she said that she and Lalo were just nodding acquaintances. Although the gods of the free cities knew each other, they really didn't interact much. Most of the time, they would even fight over believers. The reason why they could maintain overall harmony for thousands of years was more because they had reached a dynamic balance between strength and benefits. If other gods find out, I will definitely become a target, she said worriedly. It's okay. I will provide you with protection. If you encounter an enemy, you can run to the Westeros or Slavers Bay to seek refuge. All right, I will keep an eye out, Pale Moon Chu Nu said perfunctorily. You can run away, but can you run away from the temple? Won't I return to the sea in the future? Right, tell those demon gods that anti-evil god alliance is too unpleasant. Why don't they change it to Justice Alliance or Avengers Alliance? Before pale moon Chunu left, Danny made a final suggestion. Winter fell, Dragon Queen's room. Caw, caw, caw. A series of red-eyed black crows flew out from Danny's purple eyes and circled around the room. Then, pang, 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 they turned into 2-foot-tall dragonfly-winged fairies. How do you feel? Danny asked. It was very painful when the explosion happened. Yes, it was so painful. I don't want to explode anymore. Even when I reformed my body, it was almost like I was dead. The fairies' faces were pale, and their eyes were filled with fear. They chattered about the terrible experience after the explosion. How about now? Have you recovered? Danny asked again. Very good as before. What is that? I want more. You mean the rain that falls on the head? I want it too. It's cold and comfortable. The little elves began to discuss the spiritual rain with excitement. That is soul healing. You are not sick now, so you don't need to fill your heads with water. Wah, there are so many fairies. It was morning. Jackie and Eerie came to help Dragon Queen wash up and have breakfast. When they entered, they were shocked to see a house full of fire fairies flapping their wings. They are so beautiful and cute. Our garden will be very lively in the future. Jackie widened her almond eyes and looked left and right excitedly. Eerie tilted her head and thought for a while before saying, If they turn into fireballs, perhaps we won't be afraid of the cold in winter. There are too few of them now. If there are thousands or tens of thousands of fire fairies, perhaps we can form a fake sun, Danny said thoughtfully. As they were chatting, Grey Worm came over and reported, Your Majesty, Duke Stark is looking for you. It seems to be related to Carhold City. Though it was urgent, Danny took a bath, changed her underwear, and put on her armor before going downstairs. At that time, Erlu was already sitting in front of the long table by the fireplace with an ashen face. John's expression was also very ugly. Only Melisandre's expression was indifferent, as if it had nothing to do with her. Saigon rebelled and killed Sir Richard, Erlu said directly. Seeing Dragon Queen's indifferent expression, he thought she didn't believe him, so he continued to explain, My crow companion went to Carhold City half a day ago and saw Saigon cut off Sir Richard's head with his own eyes. Last night, Danny even had a fierce fight with Lalo for the soul of the pockmarked knight. She was not surprised to hear Erlu's words, but she didn't intend to explain, so she asked curiously, How do you plan to deal with this matter? Now, there were only 2 parties at the long table, which was used for meetings and meals. Unlike last night, all the counts of the northern region had not been summoned. Saigon's rebellion had a great impact, so John was also on guard against his vassals. Saigon didn't just kill Sir Richard, he also cut off his head and hung it on the flagpole of the city gate watchtower. He's provoking us. John's gray eyes were burning with anger. You have to do it now. Erlu turned to Danny and said in a deep voice, If this kind of behavior is not punished, the nobles of the northern region will lose their determination to fight against the other ghosts. I'm not suitable for this. Danny still wanted to refuse. You're still afraid of taking responsibility at this time? Erlu clenched his jaw and said angrily, I'm not afraid of taking responsibility. Otherwise, why would I swear an oath to free all the slaves in the world? Do you think I'm not as good as Carhold City and the northern region in fighting against the Allied army? More importantly, I don't want to get shit on me. Danny spoke the truth. Shit on you? Erlu's face made an expression that looked like he was about to shit. Anyone with a normal IQ would know that this is the time to punish Carhold City. But if I really slaughter Carhold City, the way your subordinates look at me, the way they treat me, but I can't kill them with my dragon flames like how I deal with my enemies. Instead, I have to continue protecting their homes. It's the same feeling as having shit on your hands, but not being able to wash it off. Danny said, hearing this, the dogs, but was so embarrassed that it was about to poop out. What about my previous behavior? Erlu asked with a twisted expression. You're the king of the northern region. It's only right that you raise your own child. How about this?" John thought for a moment and made a suggestion. "I'll call all the nobles of the northern region here. Then His Majesty Stannis will preside over the meeting. Everyone will vote on how to punish Karhold City. Then Her Majesty Dany Rise will carry out everyone's decision." "Why do I feel like I've become your hired thug?" Dany was still not satisfied. "If I had a megalosaurus, I wouldn't even waste my breath on you." Erlu was even more dissatisfied with her evasive attitude. "Unfortunately, you don't." No matter what they thought, the vassals of the northern region couldn't openly oppose the punishment of Karhold City. This was a matter of principle, but they were also resolutely against Erlu's suggestion and Dany's wish to burn down the city and leave nothing behind. In less than 4 hours, Blackie revisited the place and arrived above Karhold City's castle. Without wasting any time, he dove down from the dark sky and walked along the city walls. His dark red dragon flames cleansed all the sentry towers. Run! The magic dragon is going to burn the city. The Mother of Dragons is here to punish Karhold City. Your Majesty Daenerys, have mercy, have mercy. It was close to noon. On the city walls, in the courtyard, and even in the small town, there were busy residents and guards. For the first time in their lives, they saw the legendary magic dragon burning the city, happening right in front of their eyes. All of them cried out in fear and begged for mercy. Of course, there were also people who cursed loudly and took up bows and spears to counterattack. Yes, they threw spears and pitchforks at the Megalosaurus. The glittering arrowheads and spears left sparks on Blackie's belly armor before they were deflected. Then Blackie tilted his head and burned the dragon slayers into oil. Blackie left behind a ring of fire around the castle and wailing, twisted and charred bodies. Then he circled around and burned Karhold City's castle. Chapter 789. This is the verdict of the Northern Territory Council on Karhold City. After burning down the main castle, Blackie stood on top of the smoke-filled Castlegate Tower and faced the small town outside the castle. He announced the decision of the Northern Territory Council, led by Erlu, to everyone inside and outside the castle. This time he didn't announce that he was Deathwing or anything else. In such a serious and cruel situation, Dany wasn't in the mood for gimmicks. They burned down the city, declared their crimes, and left without hesitation. Before he left, he used his claws to grab the corpse on the flagpole, the head and torso of the pockmarked knight. It's finally over. Seeing the black dragon leap into the dark sky, Saigon, who was supporting his wife, heaved a sigh of relief. He wasn't dead. After killing the pockmarked knight and hanging his corpse in public, Saigon guessed that Winterfell's reaction would be intense. He had to use Winterfell's pressure to force the citizens of Karhold City to unite. Winterfell's pressure wouldn't cause the citizens of Karhold City to rebel. The night was long, and the sacrifice would only last for a year. Even if the citizens of Karhold City killed Saigon to appease Winterfell, they would still have to sacrifice the Frost God the next year. The distance between Winterfell and Karhold City was almost 1,500 kilometers. It was too far, and even the winged dragons couldn't throw bombs. It was too tiring to fly while carrying kerosene bombs. In other words, only the Dragon Queen's Megalosaurus could punish them. Therefore, Saigon was prepared for the Megalosaurus to burn down the castle. For example, he secretly arranged for his family to hide in the cellar in the backyard. For example, he transferred the resources in the castle and sealed the granary in the basement. For example, he arranged for the Northerners to replace Thurn's garrison on the castle wall to unite the citizens. For example, the Megalosaurus came too quickly. It's like when I killed the flaming Red Heart Knight. Winterfell learned of the news. This isn't normal, Saigon was puzzled. Suddenly his pupils constricted and he shivered. Shapeshifter. D*MN, Stark's shapeshifter, Crow, must have been in Karhold City last night. Fortunately, Crow didn't stay in the castle, he said fearfully. If Stark knew that he had made preparations, then at least the Megalosaurus could find his family's hiding place, and then the beggar's chicken. Will the crows fly back to check on the situation in Keho City? Yalika Stark asked worriedly. Saigon nodded heavily as he said with a cold look in his eyes, "It's too conspicuous to sacrifice the frost god in Keho City. Perhaps I should pledge my loyalty to the other king of the Northern Territory." The other king of the Northern Territory? Yali's expression changed greatly. You mean Roose Bolton? Ah, the old Skinner isn't dead yet, although old Skinner and young Skinner were father and son. After the War of the Four Kings, the two of them became independent nobles with fiefs and titles. Winterfell belonged to the young Skinner. He was the Earl of Winterfell and inherited Stark's castle and fief. The old Skinner, Roose Bolton, was promoted from the Earl of Tyrrcastle to the Duke of Tyrrcastle and continued to rule the Bolton family's ancestral fief. They were father and son, but they could be considered as separate families. Therefore, when the young Skinner married the fake Arya and Erlu was defeated by the young Skinner, Roose Bolton brought his men back to his hometown. Roose Bolton wasn't the master of Winterfell, but the young Skinner was. Just like in Hudging County, the capital, Rapid City, belonged to Aemon Fry, and his father, Wade Fry, was still the lord of Rapid City. In Game of Thrones, the old Skinner's wife, Fat Veda, gave birth to a son. The young Skinner was worried that his younger brother would steal his position as the Bolton family's heir, so he killed the old Skinner first, and then sent his stepmother and younger brother to the kennel to be eaten by the hounds. This plot made the young Skinner famous for his ferocity, but severely insulted the intelligence of the old Skinner. Roose Bolton knew what kind of character his illegitimate son was and saw through his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. Unless he was willing, he wouldn't give Rhaenys the chance to hurt his younger son. Even if Fat Veda gave birth to a nest of golden phoenixes, she wouldn't be able to shake Rhaenys Bolton's right to inherit Winterfell. The young Skinner could become the legitimate master of Winterfell because he married Arya Stark. Stark had no male heirs, and Sansa was a wanted criminal for the murder of the king. Arya became the only legitimate heir of Winterfell. Whoever became her husband could legally inherit Winterfell, just like when Aegon united the Seven Kingdoms in the War of Conquerors. The Durrandon family of Storms End had no male heirs. Theon Onis married the daughter of the last Storm King and changed the name of Storms End to Theon Byra, just like when Saigon married Yali and changed the name of Cahor to Theon. Of course, this didn't mean that the young Skinner didn't want to kill his younger brother. After all, he definitely wanted the title of Duke of the Tyrrcastle. However, the young Skinner didn't have to resort to such drastic measures to make everyone know that he was a kinslayer. Just like when he killed his own brother, he used poison so cleverly that it was frightening. Everyone had their suspicions, but there was no evidence. If he killed his own father, how would he answer to his vassals and the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms? He killed his stepmother and brother without hiding anything. Did he really think that the Freys were pushovers? Hence, the old Skinner didn't die in the hands of his son like in the plot of Game of Thrones. His wife and youngest son were also alive and well. Hence, Saigon had the idea of dragging him down. No matter what, Roose Bolton is the Duke of the Northern Territory recognized by the Iron Throne. I should write him a letter of allegiance. I heard that his wife just gave birth to a son for him. The deviant ghost should have reached the Terror Castle by now, right? Roose Bolton and the Terror Castle will replace us as the biggest target for the Dragon Queen. Roose Bolton isn't stupid. He will definitely tell the other nobles how he managed to protect the Terror Castle. Then, the important people in Winterfell won't have time to pay attention to us. Saigon's eyes darkened as he spoke gloomily. Yali's eyes widened as she stared blankly at her husband. Then, the Northern Territory will really be finished. The last long night lasted for an entire generation. Do you think the Northern Territory can last another generation? Saigon said faintly. But what if there are too many deviant ghosts and the Savior can't end the long night? Yali asked worriedly, "Do you think no one sacrificed the frost god during the last long night?" "Let me tell you, sacrificing the frost god is a well-known custom beyond the Great Wall." Saigon smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Also, you've seen it yourself. The Dragon Queen can fly. She can actually fly. Yesor and Ahai definitely can't fly, and there's no Megalosaurus. What does this mean? It means that the Dragon Queen is far stronger than Yesor and Ahai. She doesn't have to care about the little trouble we've caused her." Saigon was full of confidence. No matter what he did in his despair, he was full of hope for the future. The long night would be ended by the Savior. As long as he persevered, there would be a day when he could see the sun again. "Isn't the Savior Stannis? I heard that Her Majesty Dany Rise denied that she was the reincarnation of Yesor and Ahai," Yali said doubtfully. "Stannis still insists that he's the king of the Seven Kingdoms, but is he?" Saigon's face was full of disapproval. Yali was infected by her husband's confidence and began to worry about the future. If the long night ends and the Dragon Queen decides to settle everything, what will we do? Karhold isn't far from the Great Wall. I'll put on the black clothes before the long night ends. Once I put on the black clothes, all my previous crimes will be forgiven. Saigon smiled faintly. Will it work? Yali was still worried. Haha, when the long night ends, all the survivors in the world will be under the influence of ghosts. As the saying goes, the law can't punish the majority. No matter how ruthless she is, can she kill everyone? Besides, I'm not afraid of death. As long as you're alive, we can have a few more babies. As long as you're all alive, the Thurn family will continue to pass on. I'm not afraid of anything. Even if the Savior really decides to settle everything, when she's settling the Southerners, we can secretly lead our people across the Great Wall and become free people beyond the Great Wall. Seeing that her husband had thought everything through, Yali was completely relieved. I'll give you a few more sons. No, I want daughters. Gods bless me, let's have daughters. Saigon said bitterly. The Terror Fortress was only a few 100 kilometers away from Karhold. A messenger crow could fly there in an afternoon. In the evening, Luce Bolton received Saigon's letter of loyalty. The content of the letter was unusually sincere. Saigon described his experience during this period of time in detail. He included how he discovered the other ghosts, how he carried his son into the forest, how he completed the sacrifice, how the other ghost army retreated quickly. It was like an instruction manual. Saigon Thurn, interesting. Luce Bolton's expression was calm. There was no emotion, no excitement, and no anger. Unfortunately, you've underestimated me. He folded the letter slowly, put it in an empty envelope, and then bent over the table to write another letter. Woo! Fat Veda was crying on the soft couch opposite him. Don't cry. You're still young, and I still have the ability. You'll have many children in the future. Luce Bolton's eyes were still as cold as ice as he comforted his wife. Before Saigon's letter arrived, the Duke of the Terror Fortress had already completed the sacrifice ceremony. Saigon had indeed underestimated him. The Bolton family's history was as long as Stark's. They had all experienced the last long night. How could they not know how to sacrifice the other ghosts? Why would they need a savage from beyond the Great Wall to remind them? They had already washed their sons and were waiting for the other ghost, Lord, to come and get them. But Dragon Queen burned Karhold. Fat Veda stared at the Fry family's unique watery blue eyes and said cowardly. Veda Fry was fat like a pink ball, but she was not stupid. Instead, she had received a complete aristocratic education. She could read, write, and think. So, only the other ghosts know how many nobles have sacrificed to the Frost God. Can the Dragon Queen burn the entire Northern Territory? Luce Bolton's smooth cheeks were emotionless. The Terror Fortress is different. We're Stark's enemy. Saigon is up to no good. He's allowed to tell Winterfell that we're also. Fat Veda had her own judgment about the current situation in the Northern Territory. Luce Bolton put down his pen, dried the ink on the letter, and slowly folded it. He stuffed it into the previous envelope, sealed it with wax, and pressed the family emblem. He called for a servant and instructed the scholar to deliver the letter to King's Landing. After doing all this, he said softly to his wife, "Remember your mother's surname. When you meet the Dragon Queen, immediately tell her who your uncle is. No matter what I do, she won't touch a hair on you or your children." My uncle? John Derry, William Derry? P.S. Fat Veda was deep in thought. Saigon had his own plans, and even considered the great liquidation after the long night. Luce Bolton had his own plans, and considered the situation of the 7 kingdoms after the long night. He had married Fat Veda because she was fat. Well, Wade Fry had promised that as long as Luce was willing to marry a Fry, he would give the bride the same amount of silver as her dowry. Now, he realized how special Fat Veda's identity was. The Bolton family would survive this long night. Luce Bolton was confident. Caw, caw, caw. A large crow flew past the window of the Duke's bedroom, a letter tube tied to its leg. It contained a letter from the master of the Terror Fortress and a letter from Saigon. They would fall into the hands of Cersei or Yuluan in a few days. Soon, parts of the letter would spread like a plague in the Westeros. Perhaps not just the Westeros. This was a virus that swept the world. It came from the human heart and infected the human heart. Chapter 790. At the Gate of Heaven, shrouded in mist. Ah, is this heaven? Great, I'm finally in. The pockmarked knight laughed wildly with a hideous face. The 7 hells, why are you here? Is the evil god Lalo going to attack heaven? The king of Aegon was so excited that his mouth was full of nonsense. Ah, why are you here? Where's the great sparrow? The pockmarked knight turned around and saw an old acquaintance. He was immediately embarrassed. Reluctantly, he showed an extremely ugly smile and quickly walked to the guide. Seeing the hideous smile, the king of Aegon seemed to have fallen into a nightmare. It was Richard who threw him into the fire that day. He shuddered and ran away. As he ran, he yelled at the top of his voice, "Holy Mother, Holy Sparrow, warrior, help, help! The evil god Lalo's follower has sneaked into Mountain Paradise." Hey, stop yelling. I'm not a follower of the evil god Lalo anymore. I've turned over a new leaf and returned to the embrace of the 7 gods. Richard quickly shouted. What? The king of Aegon stopped, not because he was fooled by the evil god's followers' flowery words, but because he suddenly realized that this was the gate of heaven. If it was really an evil god's follower who had sneaked in, the Great Sparrow wouldn't have asked him to come down as a guide. What's wrong with you? Are you Richard Hope of the Stormland? The king of Aegon sized him up in surprise. He was lean, with short black hair, a face full of pockmarks and old scars, and a blazing red heart pattern on the armor in front of his chest. He was right. This was Stannis's knight, a follower of the Red God and his direct killer. It's me. I'm Richard Hope. We've met a few times before. Don't doubt I was indeed bewitched by the evil god of darkness, but now I've returned to the right path, and the Holy Mother has accepted me, the pockmarked knight said awkwardly. The king of Aegon didn't comment, but asked with a straight face, "You didn't even change your clothes. How did you go to heaven?" Clothes? The pockmarked knight lowered his head and saw the pattern on the armor. "Sigh, I'm dead. Did this ancestral armor follow me to heaven?" "This means that you still approve of your outfit," Aegon said coldly. "No, I don't agree. I believe in the 7 gods," Richard shouted excitedly. Before he could finish, a miraculous scene occurred. The pattern on his armor blurred, then turned into the heptagram of the Church of the 7 gods. Look, look." He pointed at his chest and said excitedly, "You really changed your faith? What happened? How did you become a saint so quickly?" Aegon was surprised. "I only returned to the faith of the 7 gods when I saw Lalo's true face after my death," Richard mumbled. After death? Aegon's face was filled with disbelief. Impossible. You've already seen Lalo. How can you still ascend to heaven? It's the atonement scroll. I've contributed greatly to Her Majesty Dany Rise, so she gave me an atonement scroll. After I die, I'll be able to ascend to heaven. Atonement scroll? One atonement scroll can ascend to heaven? That's too cheap, isn't it? Aegon almost lost his mind. Sigh, if you knew what I did, you wouldn't say that, Richard said bitterly. What did you do? Sir Quincy asked curiously. Richard Hope was also from a famous, noble family in the Stormlands. He was even a knight squire in the Red Keep. If not for Cersei's tricks, he would have become a Kingsguard. Of course, such a person was not unknown. When he came to Paradise Island, including Quincy Cox and a group of night watchers, everyone knew him. They also knew that he was a fanatical knight of red heart. Naturally, everyone had the same doubts as Aegon. Richard looked at his comrades from Eastwatch and said, Do you still remember how you died? That day at Eastwatch, dozens of night watchers died in the hands of the Minotaur. Now, they met the pockmarked knight again in Paradise. I killed that painted skin monster. Sigh, it's not a painted skin monster. It's a clone of the evil god Lalo. Richard felt like he was chewing a bitter gourd. Tisk, are you sure that the Minotaur is Lalo? A middle-aged night watcher with purple curly hair looked at the pockmarked knight with a pale face. His eyes were filled with sympathy. He was a knight and had ancestral armor. After his chest was scratched by the Shadow Fiend Tiger Claw, he lasted longer than the night watchers with white equipment. Therefore, he knew about the pockmarked knight's glorious achievements. It's him. That evil god doesn't even let go of the souls of his believers. Forget about the legendary wine garden and girls. He dragged us directly into hell. Richard gritted his teeth and said, Well, you were dragged into hell because you did something blasphemous, right? The Laver Night Watcher's mouth twitched. No, my good friends and comrades were all dragged into hell, and their souls were forged into chains. Richard recounted the situation with lingering fear. TSK, I thought Lalo was the Light King. I didn't expect him to be so evil. Everyone was shocked. So, you can understand the mercy, justice, light, and greatness of the seven gods, right? The Holy Sparrow's expression was solemn as she began to preach. I have no regrets about the seven gods. I'm proud to be a believer of the seven gods. Being born under the glory of the seven gods and growing up in Westeros is the greatest fortune of my life. Long live the glory of the seven gods will spread across Westeros. The believers of the seven gods who went to paradise expressed their opinions loudly. But isn't the atonement scroll a little too exaggerated? Does the Dragon Queen really think that paradise is owned by her and that she can just casually give out atonement scrolls? This is too unfair to us saints. Sir Quincy complained. Just as he finished complaining, he felt a cold wind rise from his back, as if some monster was staring at him. He felt an inexplicable sense of danger. Old Quincy looked left and right, up and down, but he didn't find anything amiss. Blasphemy if you don't taste it. Aegon roared and said with a serious expression, Now is a special time. The long night is coming, and the seven gods should save the world. As the only remaining holy child of the seven gods, what's wrong with strictly following the teachings of the seven gods? He looked down on this old knight. All he did was talk bad about Aunt Dany, but in front of the Holy Sparrow he would flatter her as if it didn't cost him anything. Archbishop. Old Quincy didn't dare to refute King Aegon. He could only look at his backer with an aggrieved expression. Sigh, this should be my responsibility. The Holy Sparrow looked up at the sky and sighed, her thin face full of regret and annoyance. The night is long and danger is everywhere. Only the seven gods can save the world. This is the mission that the Holy Mother gave me a long time ago. But I died in an accident because of the power struggle at King's Landing, so this burden fell on Saint Dany. Sir Quincy nodded and sighed. I see. With the Archbishop's great spirit of justice, even if he has the authority to give out atonement scrolls, he definitely won't abuse it. What a pity, what a pity. Maybe the atonement scrolls can't be given out for free. We should charge some money to subsidize the poor believers, the Holy Sparrow said hesitantly. Archbishop is merciful. Sir Quincy praised with his thumb up. The pockmarked knight approached the middle-aged night watchman and whispered, Seems like there are also factions in paradise. There are also people living in paradise. Where there are people, there are factions. Compared to the secular world, this place is already very peaceful. The saints just don't like us who came in through the back door, the middle-aged night watchman replied in a soft voice. Then I will also live with you at the edge of the third ring? The pockmarked knight asked. On the way to Paradise Island, King Aegon had already explained the basic situation of paradise to him. Richard, are you willing to join the Church's armed forces? If you become a Saint Seiya, you can live in the first ring, which is the villa area around the Grand Cathedral, the Holy Sparrow said. There are also Church's armed forces in paradise. Who are you fighting against? The pockmarked knight asked in shock. There is no war yet, but no one knows for sure in the future. I saw many records in paradise called Earth. There were some fallen people who had distorted their worldview. They couldn't stand justice, order, and beauty. Not only did they fight against the Church of Light, they even fought their way to paradise. They were too arrogant. There were also some evil gods who thought that God takes turns to sit on the throne, and today it's my turn. They wanted to attack paradise and steal the throne of the 7 gods. There were also some crazy people who shouted, I want the sky to be unable to cover my eyes. I want all the gods in paradise to disappear. They destroyed the whole world. So we have to be prepared. We can't always rely on the 7 gods when the time comes, the Holy Sparrow said in a low voice. Stealing the throne of the 7 gods, destroying paradise, that's too scary. Richard's ugly face turned pale. He said in fear, I'm just an ordinary knight. Can I fight against those evil gods? You've killed an evil god, and Danny Rise called you the Devil Hunter, the Holy Sparrow reminded him. Okay, I'll join the Son of War. Richard thought about it. He knew nothing but fighting. He had no other pursuits other than pursuing glory in war. At least the treatment was good, and he could live in the most central ring of paradise. The envious and jealous eyes of the night watchers said it all. Not the Son of War, but the Saint Seiya. The Saint Seiya who protects the 7 gods and paradise, the Holy Sparrow said seriously. Unfortunately, Richard had just received a set of golden saint armor, personally, blessed by the Holy Mother at the cathedral. He didn't even have the time to show it off in front of the night watchers before he felt a powerful suction force pulling him in. Hey, what's wrong with me? Your Excellency, save me. The pockmarked knight was wearing a dazzling golden armor, but he was covered by a beam of white light from the sky. He couldn't move at all. It's the resurrection spell. The Holy Sparrow was shocked. You're being resurrected. Resurrected? The pockmarked knight was confused. I finally came to paradise. Who's so wicked to resurrect me? Whoosh! The next moment, he disappeared from the arena of the Holy Church. Ouch! The Holy Sparrow stomped her foot and said in annoyance, It's over. He's resurrected, but he didn't take off the Saint Seiya armor. What will happen? Aegon exclaimed. Maybe he can become a god of war in the mortal world. The Holy Sparrow was uncertain. That's too much. Aegon couldn't believe it. That's the Saint Seiya armor made by blacksmiths, enchanted by warriors, and blessed by the Holy Mother. There are only 12 sets in total, the Holy Sparrow said in frustration. Chapter 791. Who's reviving Sir Richard? Quincy asked curiously. It should be Dany Reese. She's the only one in the entire Westeros who can use the resurrection spell. The big sparrow sighed. That's too much. One moment, She's sending people to heaven with atonement scrolls, and the next moment, she's reviving people without warning. She's treating heaven as her own castle. She can do whatever she wants. Quincy began to criticize Saint Danny in front of the Holy Sparrow out of habit, bad-mouthing another deputy minister of the same department in front of the deputy minister would definitely please that deputy minister. This was the valuable experience Quincy had gained from his decades of life as a small noble. Yes, the 7 gods were the ministers. But before he could finish, a familiar cold wind rose from his back, and he felt cold all over. This time it was different from before. There was a circle of milky white light surrounding him. Looking at it, it was similar to the scene when Richard had left. "Ah, Archbishop, what's going on?" Quincy yelled in shock. "You're leaving heaven?" The big sparrow's expression changed. "Oh, who's reviving me?" "Archbishop, I'm about to be revived. Can you give me a set of Saint Seiya armor?" "I swear. I'll be a god of war who glorifies the 7 gods in the human world. I'll do my best to kill deviant ghosts, protect the people of the 7 kingdoms, and help the 7 gods' child Danny Reese to end the long night." Quincy looked at the big sparrow with a longing expression and shouted excitedly. But as he shouted, the white ball of light around him slowly disappeared. I didn't leave heaven." Quincy was confused and regretful. Heaven was beautiful, but it was also boring. If he could return to the human world as a god of war and come back after a glorious death, wouldn't that be better? Turning around, the old knight saw the big sparrow's eyes widened in shock as if he had seen a deviant ghost. "What's wrong?" he asked in confusion. "Why did my resurrection fail?" "No." The big sparrow picked up his jaw from the ground and said with a complicated expression, "You weren't resurrected. Your piety was lowered, and you're about to be expelled from heaven." "What? Expelled from heaven? Why?" "I didn't do anything to blaspheme the 7 gods." Old Quincy was scared out of his wits. "Maybe you should read the 7 Stars Bible a few more times, and then slowly recall your daily actions, words, and thoughts," the big sparrow said seriously. Actually, he didn't know what had caused old Quincy's faith to suddenly plummet. He had clearly been saying normal things before. The big sparrow also felt that the Dragon Queen was treating heaven as her home. He had even asked the Holy Mother about this, but the Holy Mother only asked him one question. "Compared to you ruling a magnificent paradise island alone, what is Danny and Liz putting a few people on your island?" That's right, the entire Paradise Island was under his management, and the Dragon Queen was only lending him a piece of land to house a few idle people. Now that she had become the only divine child of the 7 gods, she had to end the long night and save the world. In the end, it was still his fault for dying too early. If he was still alive, he would most likely be showing his divinity in front of the sparrow people, giving out atonement scrolls, reviving people. Speaking of which, could the atonement scrolls be sold for money? Wouldn't it be too cheap to give them away for free? The big sparrow's imagination ran wild. Why wasn't he banished? King Aegon asked curiously. Just now, his faith suddenly passed the mark. It's very strange. The big sparrow was also very puzzled. That means I'm hovering around the mark of ascension to heaven. Old Quincy asked in horror. He felt as though he had one foot in the precipice, and the cold wind was blowing. It was too frightening. More or less. The big sparrow nodded. "Your Eminence, you must save me. I don't want to leave heaven." Old Quincy burst into tears. Don't mingle with the night watchers anymore. Learn more from Aegon. Read the 7 Stars Bible when you're free. He can recite the entire Bible now. The big sparrow sighed. That morning, when Blackie left Winterfell and flew to Carhold City, a group of villagers from Long Lake Village drove a sleigh and escaped to Winterfell along the White Blade River. Long Lake was 300 kilometers long and shaped like a willow leaf. It was the source of the 1,000-kilometer-long White Blade River. It was 500 kilometers north of Winterfell and was at the border of Stark's territory. There were many small villages around Long Lake. In the past, even when winter came, the villagers wouldn't leave their homes. Because Long Lake was rich in resources, they could drill holes in the frozen lake and catch enough freshwater fish to fill their stomachs. Now that the ghouls were harassing their village, the villagers had no choice but to leave. There were no other territories between Long Lake and Winterfell, and the deviant ghost army was very close to Winterfell. That morning, Dragon Queen's Winged Dragon Legion brought the second batch of night volunteers to Winterfell. It was also a military investigation team. Dany didn't want to invest too much power in Winterfell, but she understood that experience could only be accumulated. The long night had to end, and the ghouls, deviant ghosts, and deviant ghost kings had to be wiped out. She couldn't avoid it. Hence, she used Winterfell as a training ground for her subordinates to gain experience in dealing with the deviant ghost army. But when she saw old Bart, Clinton, and the other familiar faces, she started to worry that they would die in Winterfell. For Bronn and Old Crab, she told them to observe more and learn less. They understood immediately and executed perfectly, ensuring that they would survive until the end. Even if Dany told old Bart not to risk his life for Winterfell, would he listen? If he really listened, he wouldn't be the fearless Barristan. Of course, she had prepared a ticket to heaven for them. But even if their souls went to heaven, it didn't mean that she didn't lose anything. Old Bart was dead. She lost a good teacher and helpful friend. She lost an unnamed hand of the Queen. Big Bear was dead. She lost a guardian knight whom she could entrust her life to. Even if Garth, Darkstar, Quinton, and the others died in battle, she would also lose a loyal and powerful subordinate. Hence, when Barristan, John Clinton, Girrodane, Quinton Martell, and the other silver-blue armored knights climbed down from the back of the pterosaur amidst the cheers of the Northern Territory's vassals, and when Blackie saw the corpse hanging on the flagpole of Cahold City, Dany decided to test out the resurrection spell and deity's descent. Her subordinates could die, but they had to accompany her through the difficult but glorious final journey of the long night. Moreover, if they couldn't even resurrect, how could they be considered a stranger? Stranger was the Grim Reaper. As for deity's descent, based on the runes of the Song of Strength, deity's descent had already been researched by her on the gnome. Originally, if the gnome didn't explode and die after activating it, and if the gnome survived, he could really become deity's descent before the long night. This witchcraft would have been popularized on her subordinates. Unfortunately, the gnome had lost contact. Because he was with Jenny all the time, the gnome didn't dare to reactivate the Holy Night Seal, and the power of faith of the seven gods was the energy source to activate deity's descent. Hence, even after researching deity's descent for a few months, Dany still didn't know if it would succeed or if there were any flaws. Hence, the unlucky Sir Richard became the second experimental subject after the gnome to be recorded as deity's descent. The double experiment was to test both the resurrection spell and deity's descent. To be honest, in the beginning, Dany only planned to research the resurrection spell. If the soul and body were perfectly preserved, the Holy Mother Dany could also use the resurrection spell. According to whether the body contained Ian's spiritual substance after resurrection, the Holy Mother's resurrection spell could be divided into two types, perfect and imperfect. A normal living person only had yang spiritual substance in their body. After death, part of the yang spiritual substance would transform into Ian's spiritual substance. After a period of death, the yin and yang spiritual substance would reach a balance. Then, according to the degree of decomposition of the corpse, the yin and yang spiritual substance would disperse into the world at the same time. Whether it was deviant ghosts or corpse monsters created by necromancers, such as the Demon Mountain, all of them had their yang spiritual substance extracted or transformed. From the body to the remnant soul, they were all made up of Ian's spiritual substance. Lalo's resurrection spell would extract the most precious part of the soul of the deceased, and then stuff the soul directly into the remnant body. This would cause the resurrected person to become inhuman from the soul to the body. Because the Ian's spiritual substance in the body and soul wasn't removed or transformed, Their current body was exactly the same as the dead. Hence, whether it was Caitlin or the early Lightning King, after they were resurrected, they didn't need to eat, sleep, be afraid of cold or heat, and didn't need to urinate or defecate. The scars on their bodies couldn't heal. They didn't have many of the physiological activities of the living, because the dead didn't have the physiological activities of the living. This kind of resurrection spell didn't require much technology, and the cost was also low. As long as there was the soul and remnant body of the deceased, Danny could do it too. But Danny didn't want to resurrect a monster. If it wasn't for the water song's divine power accidentally extracting the Ean's spiritual substance, the Holy Sparrow would have died back then. Now that she didn't have the water song, if Richard was resurrected, there was a high possibility that he would become like Caitlin. Of course, Danny wasn't Lalo. She didn't intend to collect the resurrection fee, so she wouldn't extract the characteristics of his soul. After his resurrection, Richard's memories wouldn't change, and his personality wouldn't change temporarily. Only his body would become a ghost. It was conceivable that without a firm belief, his personality would become a ghost sooner or later. Fortunately, other than the Holy Sparrow, there was another perfect example of a resurrection the Savior, John. Danny had personally participated in the process of John's resurrection. At that time, Lalo didn't use the water song. Then, what was Lalo's method? A person was made up of two parts, the soul and the body. After a person died, the soul and the body would be mixed with the Ean's spiritual substance. The Ean's spiritual substance in the body was difficult to remove, but the soul was also more difficult. Lalo didn't have the water song, so he couldn't bleach Richard's soul in the water song. That's what the Holy Sparrow did. His method was very crude. He separated a part of his soul and destiny from his own soul and merged it into Richard's soul. The spiritual substance in a true God's soul must be extremely strong and young. Like a ball of fire, it immediately diluted and transformed the Ean's spiritual substance in Richard's soul. After Richard's soul entered the body, he used the Holy Spirit soul, which had the characteristics of a true God, to infect the body of a low-energy mortal. Different from Valeglia's radiation magic energy factor, this kind of infection was a benign infection. Therefore, Danny also planned to imitate Lalo and raise Richard's spiritual substances level. This way, he could infect the body of a low-energy mortal. How to raise the spiritual substances level. Wear Saint Seiya's armor. Chapter 792. Lalo sacrificed a portion of his soul and even gave out Yasur and Yahai's destiny to revive Richard perfectly. Danny was definitely unwilling to make such a sacrifice for Richard. Actually, Lalo wasn't sacrificing for Richard either. He was renovating his mortal body. Then, she thought of the Vajra song of Power Rune. Currently, Danny only had one witchcraft that could help ordinary people obtain supernatural powers: Deity's Descent. Tyrion's runes were imprinted on the cervical vertebrae and organs. Could she imprint the runes on the surface of Richard's soul? Reality proved that it could be done. At least 30% of the success rate. On the cliff, Richard suddenly opened his eyes. He let out a cry of surprise and began to breathe heavily. Where am I? The sky was gray and the cold wind howled like ghosts, bringing powdery snowflakes with it. Richard was stunned for a moment. White Blade River Mountains. Danny leaned on Whitey's neck and asked curiously, "How do you feel now?" "Ah, Your Majesty, Danny Alice." Richard turned his head and saw the familiar figure. He couldn't help but exclaim. Then his previous memories came back bit by bit. I went to heaven. Am I resurrected now?" "Yes, you're resurrected." "Sai, why did you resurrect me?" "The night is long and danger is everywhere. Deviant ghosts run rampant, and evil gods wreak havoc. The lives of mortals are too difficult. I want to stay in heaven," Richard said in frustration. "You don't believe in the 7 gods, so you can't stay in heaven. Logically speaking, a stranger should be the one to bring you to reincarnate, but the Holy Mother thinks that you have destiny, so she asked me to find your corpse. In the end, the one who resurrected you is the Holy Mother, not me." Danny's expression was solemn as she talked nonsense. What destiny? The pockmarked knight was confused and couldn't hide his excitement. Revenge. Revenge on who? The knight's mouth twitched. He was a little disappointed. If you didn't lie to me and say that it was a painted skin monster, would I have such an ending today? Oh, that's not right. My good friend Gordy Farland was willing to sacrifice himself for the red deity, but he didn't have a good ending either. Looking at it this way, it seemed that he really had to thank the Dragon Queen for giving him a chance to turn over a new leaf. In his 35 years of life, he had believed in the 7 gods for the past 30 years. It seems that you understand. Seeing the change in his expression, Danny nodded and smiled. Lalo played with your faith, so you should take revenge. The night is long, and the deviant ghosts are running rampant. You should take revenge for the innocent people who died. The evil gods are wreaking havoc in the world. You should eliminate the evil and defend justice, and take revenge for the thousands of poor believers in the world who have gone astray. For yourself, for the 7 kingdoms, for the entire world, you should transform into a malicious spirit and return from hell, dragging all the demons into hell. This is the true essence of a demon hunter. Your Majesty, I came down from heaven. I'm not a ghost. Big Sparrow even made me a Saint Seiya. The pockmarked knight argued. Humph, without the mighty stranger's help, where would you be if not in hell? Without the Virgin's mercy, you would have been tortured by Lalo into the most miserable, malicious spirit. The pockmarked knight was stunned. The Queen's words made a lot of sense. Without the help of the stranger and the Virgin, he would have fallen into hell and become a malicious spirit. What should I do? Richard accepted the fate that the Virgin had arranged for him. How do you feel now? Are you cold? Are you hungry? Are you tired? Danny asked. Well, it's strange. I've been lying on the ground for so long, but I don't feel cold at all. Richard hurriedly turned over and got up. He touched his neck, where there was a deep scar. He didn't feel cold, but the white breath coming out of his mouth proved that he still had a body temperature. Alas, the power level of God's descent is still not high enough. Danny shook her head regretfully. John became a normal person immediately after his resurrection because Lalo's soul was at the level of a true god. It was almost the highest level of magic power that Danny had ever encountered. God's descent was similar to God's strike, which could barely be regarded as an extraordinary power. The power level of the magic power was too low. If the power level of the magic power was low, the degree of contamination and efficiency would be low. The half-life of radioactive materials could be used to explain the change of the in-spirit in the resurrected person. The half-life of polonium was only 2 milliseconds, while the half-life of uranium was hundreds of millions or billions of years. John was probably polonium, while Richard was slightly better than uranium. So, John became a normal person immediately, while Richard only had a theoretical hope of becoming a normal person in 500 years, 1,000 years, 5,000 years, or 10,000 years. Who knew? What does it mean that the power level is not high enough? What does God's descent mean? Richard was puzzled. Are you still wearing the golden holy garment? Danny asked. Ah. The pockmarked knight suddenly remembered that when he had just become a gold saint, he had received a set of golden holy garment that Sir Quincy was very envious of from Big Sparrow. Well, where is my holy garment? He lowered his head and saw the familiar ancestral armor. At this moment, the huge red heart pattern on his chest made him very uncomfortable, as if a poisonous snake had wrapped around his body. The holy garment is worn on the soul. I will teach you an incantation that can activate it. As soon as Danny finished the incantation, the pockmarked knight impatiently recited it. There was no reaction. The knight's appearance also didn't change. I felt my spine go numb for a moment, then it was gone. Richard was puzzled. That's because you don't have the power of the 7 gods in your body. only the power of the seven gods can activate the holy garment. It's like a person without strength can't wield a weapon. How can I get the power of the seven gods? The pockmarked knight asked expectantly. Which of the seven gods do you believe in? Warrior, Holy Mother, stranger, I believe in all of them. Have you seen the seven gods use healing spells? Like them, you can pray to one of the gods, then you will naturally understand what the power of the seven gods is. I understand. From now on, I will follow His Majesty and serve the seven gods faithfully. Richard said with a serious expression, after experiencing the hell of Lalo and the heaven of the seven gods. The pockmarked knight's faith suddenly became very firm. Now his piety was at 66 points. After all, he was still a loyal follower of Lalo last night. Don't follow me. You are a vassal of Stannis. Betraying the monarch is the same as betraying an oath. It is one of the most serious crimes of the seven gods. Dany shook her head and refused. But he believes in the evil god Lalo, the pockmarked knight said with a twisted face. The seven gods are magnanimous. They don't reject the ES god, and they don't care about formalism. The seven gods represent truth, goodness, and beauty, as long as you strictly abide by the seven gods' teachings. It's fine even if you wear the Crimson Heart armor every day. As Dany spoke, her face seemed to emit a holy light. The pockmarked knight was somewhat convinced. Do I have to continue living my previous life? He asked with a troubled expression. Dany shrugged and said with a casual expression, How you live is your own business. Every follower has their own life. SSSS. It's Sir Richard. He didn't die at all. Oh gods, Richard, you didn't die? Oh, seven hells. Sir Richard, are you a human or a ghoul? That night, when Richard rode his pterosaur back to Winterfell, it immediately caused a commotion in the castle. Dany didn't inform anyone when she left, and when she returned with Blackie and Whitey, she didn't say what she was doing. After Richard parted with the Dragon Queen, he waited for a long time at the peak of the mountain. He was waiting for his pterosaur. How did you come back to life? Jon was shocked. Others suspected that Richard might not have been beheaded by Saigon, but he saw it with his own eyes. His corpse was hung on the flagpole. How could it be fake? I had an atonement scroll, and I went to heaven after I died. But I didn't believe in the seven gods, so I couldn't stay in heaven, and then the Holy Mother resurrected me. Faced with the shocked king of the northern region, the confused Erlu Aunt May, and the knights of the Red Heart of the Blazing Flames, Richard hesitated for a moment before he decided to tell the truth. But he wasn't stupid and knew to hide some details. Atonement scroll? Go to heaven? Most of the believers of the Red Gods and the Old Gods of the North were confused. But the other 6 members of the Seven Sons, like Richard, had also received a ticket to heaven from the Dragon Queen, so they understood what Richard meant. A Lord of Light, is the Atonement Scroll really useful? Have you been to the Seven Gods' heavens? Why didn't you go to Lalo's heaven? Heaven? Bah! The heaven that deserves to see deviant ghosts isn't the heaven that's filled with debauchery and 18 Chew maidens. Lalo is an evil god. Everyone's expression changed, and they looked in horror at the scolding pockmarked knight as though he was a lunatic. Blasphemy. Richard, this is blasphemy. The bald Sir Clutton Sange bared his brown, rotting teeth as he scolded his revived comrade. Song go. Listen to me. The Red God isn't you, Dash. The pockmarked knight was about to persuade his companion to mend his ways when he was interrupted by Erlu. Richard, come with me. I have something to ask you. Richard looked around at the Red Heart Knights, who were glaring at him. He sighed and silently walked out of the hall with Erlu. Although the crowd was curious about the pockmarked knight's experience, the atmosphere was obviously not right. They could only watch as Erlu led his men away and left in whispers. Jon had an idea and went to the Queen's temporary residence on the east side of the guest castle. Your Majesty, you did not bring Sir Richard back to life, did you? He asked bluntly. That was the will of the Holy Mother. Sigh, the war at Winterfell is imminent. Aren't you destroying the United Ghost Resistance Front by snatching the believers of the Red Gods? Helplessness said unhappily, Are you saying that Richard should go to Lalo's hell? He sacrificed himself to help you clean up the mess. Why did Sir Richard go to hell? Isn't he very devout? John's eyes flashed. Danny looked at him deeply. You know the bull-headed snake monster from the East Sea Watch? Who told you? John wanted to deny it, but when he saw Danny's eyes, he sighed helplessly and said, A long time ago, Bran reminded me of the Shadow Devil's appearance and power. After all, I'm Lalo's target. Hee. You're lucky to have a good brother. Since you know what Richard did, why are you still asking me why I saved him? Danny sneered. Helplessness was conflicted. Sometimes sacrifices are unavoidable. It's not that I'm heartless, but your actions may provoke a war between the gods. But the deviant ghosts are already at our gates. We can't afford internal friction. The bigger picture is more important. Danny nodded in agreement. I'm the bigger picture. I take the bigger picture into consideration. Helplessness. Chapter 793. From a certain point of view, John was right. Richard's return was like throwing a brick into a rippling lake. The temporary harmony between Danny and Erlu was broken. That night, Erlu didn't attend the banquet held for old Bart, Clinton, and the other legendary knights. The Red God believers didn't attend either. The next morning, during the discussion on how to build the Seven Kingdoms United Ghost Resistance Command Center in the Winterfell main castle, Erlu was cold and indifferent. He was no longer, he was expressionless. However, Danny could clearly feel that his mood was very heavy. But she didn't care. She and Lalo had already fallen out. Even if they could work together because of the Deviant Ghost King, they would fight to the death in the future. If Danny had the ability to kill him, would she do it? Obviously she would. And vice versa. Moreover, her relationship with Erlu wasn't good. Without the Deviant Ghost King, they wouldn't be sitting under the same roof. The king of the northern region spoke first. Winterfell needs the support of the Seven Kingdoms nobles. The deviant ghosts aren't Stark's problem and won't be limited to Winterfell. The longer Winterfell lasts, the more peaceful the southern kingdoms will be. Of course, it's best to kill the deviant ghost king in Winterfell. Old Crab glanced at Dragon Queen and said, On the day the Great Wall collapsed, Dragonstone Island sent out messenger crows to inform the Seven Kingdoms nobles. They replied immediately. Besides confirming the accuracy of the news, they also asked what they should do next. Actually, they are willing to contribute to the war against the deviant ghosts. But the problem is, where should they contribute? What's there to doubt? Of course, it's Winterfell. Brandon Tauha said loudly. The voice of a male duck during puberty was particularly ear-piercing in the hall. He was the Earl of Torrent City. He was only 15 years old. His father, uncle, and cousin had died in battle for Robb. There were many young counts like Brandon Tauha and Ide Amber. At this time, there were more than 10 youths in their teens and early 20s in the main castle conference room. At that time, they were young and avoided the War of the Four Kings. However, their fathers, ancestors, older brothers, and cousins all filled the huge hole that Robb had dug. Of the 10 earls in the Northern Territory, at least 7 of them were widowed countesses. Speaking of which, Dragon Queen and John were only 18 years old. The older generation had already withered away. Long Night had to rely on this group of young people. Well, Erlu would definitely disagree. He probably thought that he was in his prime and had a bright future ahead of him. Winterfell is too far from the south. The dukes don't know the situation in the north. They can only send out messenger crows to gather information about the outside world while gathering the people in their territory to strengthen the defenses of the castle. The old crab said in a low voice. Barristan continued. The Great Wall has collapsed, the sun has been extinguished, and the deviants are heading south. In the face of such a dangerous situation, there are definitely many nobles who are willing to contribute a part of their strength. However, the political situation of the Seven Kingdoms is chaotic now. The Iron Throne has not expressed any opinion. Everyone is like a headless fly, at a loss of what to do. At this point, White Knight glanced at Erlu, who was clenching his jaw, and the Dragon Queen, who had a calm expression on her face. She smiled bitterly and said, "Actually, Westeros needs a leader, a hero to unite everyone." Aunt May whispered in Erlu's ear, "I've said it before. Take down the King's Landing and command the heroes." Dany rolled her eyes and said unhappily, "Even if you help him take down 100 King's Landing, do you think you can command me? Conquering the people depends on benevolence. Conquering the nobles depends on brute force. Taking down the King's Landing is only taking down the Iron Throne. How far can the Iron Throne's orders go from King's Landing? That depends on who takes down the King's Landing." The old crab smiled strangely. "Your Majesty, you may not know. Recently, Dragonstone Island has received more than 100 loyalty letters from the Seven Kingdoms dukes. They are all great nobles. After the news of you defeating the Allied army at Meereen City spread, everyone began to look forward to you taking down the King's Landing in the Westeros." Crack! Erlu stared at the old crab and gritted his teeth. Dany waved her hand and said disapprovingly, "I won't go back on my words. Moreover, there are many who want me to sit on the Iron Throne. There are even more who don't want me to be the king of the Seven Kingdoms. For example, Lannister, for example." She pursed her lips at Erlu, who was grinding his teeth on the side. "It's better to take the Iron Throne as a reward. Whoever can end the long night will be the destined king." Old Man looked at the gloomy Erlu and understood that the Dragon Queen's words were reasonable. He did not dwell on this issue and asked, "No matter what, when resisting the deviant ghosts, it's best to establish a command center to govern the Seven Kingdoms. This is the most urgent matter at hand and the main topic of our meeting today. Your Majesties, Duke Stark, what do you think?" Dany smiled and said, "There are 7 dukedoms in the Westeros and 1 royal territory. There are 8 kings in total. Let's not fight over who is the king of the 7 kingdoms. Let's be more direct and make an 8 kings council based on the dukedoms. I will represent Dragonstone Island and the royal territory. Cersei will represent the west. Yu Luen will represent the Iron Islands. Randall Tarley will represent the Riverbend. Stannis will represent the Stormlands." "No." Erlu unhappily interrupted her and said, "Yu Luen, Randall Tarley, and Cersei are obviously on the same side. They alone occupy 3 seats in the council. Your 8 Kings Council is completely surrendering to the Iron Throne." Dany glanced at him and said with disdain, "You fight for the Iron Throne every day. Why don't you know anything about politics? I put Randall Tarley and Cersei on the same level. How can they be on the same side? So, you put Stark on the same level as me to drive a wedge between us?" Erlu said coldly, "If you are on the same side, I don't need to drive a wedge between you. If you are on the same side, no one can drive a wedge between you. Also, you have to understand that I am the one at a disadvantage in the 8 Kings Council. You and I." Dany lifted her chin and looked around. She said proudly, "Be content. Being on the same level as me is already a great benefit that surpasses the Iron Throne." "You." Erlu was so angry that his face turned green. Jon quickly stepped forward to smooth things over. "Your Majesty has a united ghost resistance front. Why don't you pull in all the nobles of the 7 kingdoms? The dukes will be the committee members, and the kings will be the chairman. The 7 kingdoms currently have 3 kings. The Iron Throne, His Majesty Stannis and Dany rise. As long as the 3 of you form an alliance, the forces of the 7 kingdoms will join the United Ghost Resistance Front." "Chairman?" Dany had a strange expression on her face. "I will not work with Cersei or Yu Luen." Erlu was firm. Jon was stunned for a moment before he realized that Davos was leading Erlu's winged dragon legion and the vassals of the valley to attack the King's Landing. Barristan looked at Erlu solemnly. A few days ago, Her Majesty had Dragonstone Island send a letter to the Iron Throne, requesting for 100 tons of wildfire to be flown to Winterfell by air. Is there so much wildfire in the King's Landing? Yelishin asked in shock. Barristan nodded and looked at Erlu. Yesterday, before I came to Winterfell, I received a letter from the King's hand, Randyll Tarly. In principle, he agreed to hand over the King's Landing wildfire to Dragonstone Island. But now, your King's hand, the Onion Knight Davos, is leading the Winged Dragon Legion to attack the King's Landing. The Iron Throne wants to keep the wildfire for your army. Unless you stop the war and swear not to attack the King's Landing again, Randyll Tarly will not give us the weapons to defend the King's Landing. John turned to Erlu and tried to persuade him. Your Majesty, 100 tons of wildfire is enough to kill the variant Ghost King 100 times. Erlu frowned and hesitated. Melisandre reminded him softly, Your Majesty, we need Cersei, and you, Luwin. Erlu's expression changed again. He attacked the King's Landing for 2 reasons. 70% of it was to take back the Iron Throne of Theon and 30% was for Cersei and you, Luwin. If the Child of Prophecy had to revive the mystic dragon to defeat the variant Ghost King, he would be more willing to sacrifice Cersei to revive Vargol than Shireen. In his mind, taking down the King's Landing meant saving Shireen. I've always heard that Randyll Tarly is a righteous knight. Does he not understand that I am the only rightful heir of the 7 kingdoms? If he was willing to lead the Horn Hill soldiers to swear allegiance to me, the Battle of the King's Landing could have been avoided, he said resentfully. Barristan's expression was bitter. John rubbed his face helplessly. They all understood Erlu's choice. In Moongate Castle, Queen Cersei and Princess Shireen occupied the palace that once belonged to Queen Sansa. However, this did not mean that Moongate Castle could refuse Sansa's arrival. She was the cousin of Robert Arryn, the Duke of Vale and his guardian. However, Sansa did not live in Moongate Castle. She moved to the Eyrie next door. Indeed, the Eyrie was cold in winter, but if there were only a few people, there was still enough firewood. Sansa's reason for moving was simple. It was safer and freer. Moongate Castle became Erlu's wife's palace, and the servants in the Eyrie were all Mia Stone's men. In the past few days in the Vale, Sansa had been resting and worrying about the war at Winterfell. After all, Winterfell was her home. Then, she began to divine Winterfell's fate. Sansa was a moon singer. There was no doubt about Stark's innate ability to cheat. Hence, she could really see some scenes in the glass candles. However, it was difficult to ascertain if it was an illusion or a prophecy. Why am I seeing this illusion again? What does it mean? Will Arya really kill the King of Deviant Ghosts? It doesn't make sense. She's just an ordinary girl, only 13 years old. She has nothing to do with being the child of prophecy, Sansa muttered. For some reason, she had seen a scene in the glass candles many times in the past 2 days. A fat girl in black wielded a dagger and pierced the King of Deviant Ghost's chest. Although the ugly girl had changed a lot, Sansa recognized her immediately. She was her sister Arya. Sansa had never seen the King of Deviant Ghosts before. In the illusion, the King of Deviant Ghosts' appearance was very blurry. However, after Arya stabbed it to death, the surrounding dead people with blue eyes fell to the ground and lost their vitality. Sansa guessed that it was the King of Deviant Ghosts who controlled all the Deviant Ghosts. Caw, Sansa! Sansa was frowning by the fireplace in her bedroom. Suddenly, someone knocked on the glass window and called her name. She was shocked. She was startled. This was the Eagle Nest, which was hundreds of meters above the ground. Sansa hurriedly turned her head and saw a large black crow fluttering in the gray sky. It was pecking at the mosaic glass window with its beak. A shapeshifter? Sansa heaved a sigh of relief. Chapter 794. Seeing the crow's human-like eyes outside the window, Sansa immediately knew that it was calling her. Thus, she was no longer afraid. There were many things that could make Stark afraid except shapeshifters. Rickon, is that you? Don't be naughty. Sansa instinctively thought of her brother. I'm not Rickon, the crow said. A silver light flashed in Sansa's eyes. She carefully sensed the soul waves on the crow. Although it was familiar, it was indeed not Rickon. In the next moment, her expression changed. She said in surprise, Arya. It's me. The crow's voice also had a slight fluctuation. Brittany, open the window, Sansa hurriedly said to the roseless iron guard behind her. After King Aegon died, Brittany became a roseless iron guard again. Speaking of which, this was the second time. Last time, she was still a Kingsguard for Renly. Are you really Lady Arya? Mother of God, I finally completed Lady Catelyn's request and found both of you. Brittany was also very excited. The crow flapped its wings and flew into the bedroom. As it shook off the snow on its feathers, it said coldly, This is not your credit. I found you, not you found me. It's all the same. Brittany didn't care about Arya's attitude. She just grinned foolishly. I don't want any credit. As long as I see that both of you are safe, Lady Catelyn will be at ease. So, I'm relieved. Arya, where have you been all these years? Sansa held her stomach and walked over excitedly. She hugged the crow. Her eyes were sore, and 2 streams of tears immediately rolled down her cheeks. I hated you back then, but you don't know how much I've missed you these past few years. No matter how naughty you are, I won't scold you anymore. She cried. I won't be naughty anymore. The crow's crystal-clear heart also had some ripples. Sansa cried for a while and calmed down. Then she put the crow on the tea table by the fireplace and peeled a few peanuts in front of it. The big crow lowered his head to look at the peanuts, but he didn't eat them. He said, Sansa, I'm looking for you because I hope you can use the pterodactyl to bring me back to Winterfell. Return to Winterfell. Sansa frowned. Where are you now? And at the crossroads of the Trident River, in the woods 100 kilometers west. Why did you go there? Why didn't you come and find me earlier? Sansa complained. Brittany, please go out for a moment. The big raven turned her head and said to the female knight behind her. Before Brittany could react, Sansa said seriously, Arya, Brittany is my guardian knight. She is completely trustworthy. Bryn's mouth moved like a cow's. I swear to Lady Sansa, Lady Arya, she murmured, I will not break my oath. I believe in your loyalty, but I don't believe in your wisdom. Go out for a while. There are some secrets that are not suitable for you to know. The big crow spoke bluntly. Brittany's coarse, round face was as red as a monkey's, but she didn't say anything and hurriedly ran out of the living room. Arya, you shouldn't have said that, Sansa said with a sullen face. Did I say anything wrong? The big crow asked. You didn't say anything wrong, but you shouldn't have humiliated Brittany. She's my Kingsguard. I didn't mean to humiliate her. Forget it. When you hear what I'm about to say, you won't think that way, the big crow said. Go on, I'm listening. I'm on my way to Rapid Flow City. I saw a large number of commoners and nobles migrating to Crabclaw Peninsula. I knew that the Great Wall had collapsed, and the deviants were coming south. Winterfell is in danger. Why didn't you come to me? Why did you go to Rapid Flow City? Uncle was captured by Lannister and brought to Casterly Rock. I don't know if he's still alive. Didn't you hear? Sansa frowned. I thought you could deal with Frey, so I've been looking for an opportunity at King's Landing. But you only did half of it. Since that's the case, I'll deal with the rest. The cold soul ripples in the big crow's voice made Sansa shiver. How? What do you mean? I'll deal with Rapid Flow City's Frey the same way you dealt with Rapid Flow City's Frey. Sansa's expression changed. How did she deal with Rapid Flow City's Frey? Other than the babies, they were all hanged. Don't mess around. Rapid Flow City's army is strong, and Transfiguration isn't omnipotent. You're still young, be a lady. I'll take revenge for Frey. Lady. The big crow's red eyes were dazed for a moment. I'll never be a lady. I couldn't when I was young, and now I'm even further away from being a lady. It's even further than Winterfell 5 years ago. Sigh, I know you've suffered a lot in the past few years. It's all my fault. I was too childish. Sansa's eyes were filled with tears of regret and pity. Don't worry. From today onwards, I'll let you grow up happily like a princess. Perhaps you can marry a prince in the future. A prince isn't as good as a sewing needle. At least a sewing needle isn't fake, the big crow cawed. For some reason, when facing her family, even the powerful Reaper's scripture couldn't restrain her surging emotions. What did you say? Sansa's pretty face twisted. At this moment, that familiar feeling brought her back to many years ago, when she was teased by the troublemaker Arya in Winterfell's sewing room. I don't want to be a prince, and I don't want to be a princess. The big crow didn't continue rubbing salt on her sister's wound. I have a way to deal with rapid flow cities fry. I'm a faceless one. Faceless one. Sansa laughed. Have you watched too many dramas? No wonder the City of Knowledge has produced many faceless dramas in the past 2 years. Recently, Robin, Robert's nickname, just like I'd's nickname, Ned, and Rickon have started to play the role of faceless one. However, they're only willing to play the role of the inhumane, faceless one if they draw the worst draw. The children prefer to play the role of the hero who defeats the faceless one, or the dog who identifies the faceless one and saves the princess and queen. A cold glint flashed in the big crow's eyes. What Sansa said was the truth. The faceless one's reputation was like that of a demon, and it was everywhere in the Westeros and Ursus. However, Arya didn't dwell on this matter and only said calmly, For the past few years, I've been in Bravos as a faceless apprentice in the House of Black and White. Now, I've become a qualified faceless one. The smile on Sansa's face froze, and she said in a low voice, Arya, tell me you're joking. I'm not. I killed Tommen. The big crow said coldly. Sansa was stunned for a moment, and then she burst into tears. I'm sorry, it's all my fault, whoa. Father was going to send us away, quietly, and even prepared a ship. But I went to find Cersei before I left. I'm stupid, I'm childish, I'm stupid. I can't bear to leave the handsome Prince Joffrey, that demon. How could I be so stupid? The big crow's red eyes were filled with shock. She didn't know that there was such a secret behind the tragedy. If it was the Arya of the past, she would have cursed and even rushed up to her sister to pull her hair, slap her and poke her lungs with her little metal head. But now, seeing her sister so sad, the big crow sighed with mixed feelings. You're so stupid, I told you Joffrey is a bastard. Woo-woo! I regret it so much. You've become an emotionless, murderous demon. It's all my fault. I've let you down, I've let Mother down. Sansa cried even harder. Damn the scholars. They've ruined the faceless one's reputation. If she had teeth, the big crow would have gnashed them. Sansa was shocked again when she heard this. She wailed. Did you kill Dr. Wargrave as well? Holy Mother, look at what you've done. You killed the world's greatest literary figure. I did intend to kill that old bastard who specialized in tarnishing the faceless one's reputation. But it was too late. He seemed to have died in the City of Knowledge's internal strife. The big crow shook her head. What? Dr. Wargrave was murdered by the scholars. Why? Sansa was shocked again. I don't know, and I don't care. The target is dead. My mission is automatically completed. The big crow said coldly. Whoa, look at you. What have you become? The Black and White School. They deserve to see the other ghosts. What have they done to you? Sansa was shocked by her coldness and cried even harder. Stop crying, I'm fine. The Black and White School is fine. They taught me the ability to control fate. Woo-woo. Sansa didn't stop crying. She was even sadder. You've been brainwashed. Just like in a drama, you've become a killing tool that only listens to orders, controlled by the authorities of Bravos. Caw, caw, caw. The Grim Reaper's state of mind was completely broken. At this moment, Arya wanted to go crazy. You're still as stupid as before. If I've been brainwashed, would I be standing here talking to you now? Would I have killed Tommen and Coburn, planned to purge Riverrun's fry? Would I have given up on returning to the Black and White School and planned to save Winterfell instead? Sansa was stunned. There were so many dramas related to the Faceless One. She already knew the rules of the Black and White School. Only the benevolent could decide who would be granted relief. The Faceless One was not allowed to kill anyone outside of their mission. So, you haven't been brainwashed? Or is the City of Knowledge deliberately tarnishing the reputation of the Black and White School? Her beautiful face broke into a joyful smile. The big crow pondered for a long time and sighed. Dr. Wargrave is very scary. The content of his drama about the Faceless One is true. The Black and White School will brainwash the faceless trainees. But I'm different. I'm a shapeshifter. The small Black and White School can't restrain me. I hunt in the river forest. I wander the streets of Bravos. I soar in the sky. My heart is always free. Looking at the big crow's body, Sansa seemed to understand. Even if you're a faceless one, there are so many Freys in Riverrun. How can you kill them all alone? Leave it to me. I'll kill them all sooner or later. Aegon is dead. The True Dragon Alliance disbanded. What can you do? The big crow shook his head. Sansa's eyes flashed, and she said confidently, "Wait and see. It's not over yet." "I can't wait. Waldfrey can't wait. He's in his 90s. I must let him taste the greatest pain and regret in the world before he dies of old age." The big crow said calmly, "Then now you, sigh. Compared to Waldfrey, I'm more concerned about Winterfell and Jon. Waldfrey won't be able to escape in a short time, but whether Winterfell will be destroyed by the other ghosts is a matter of 2 days." Chapter 795. Even if you go to Winterfell, what can you do? Why don't you come and accompany me? At this moment, there's no safer place than the Valley Eagle Nest, Sansa persuaded. I'm different from you. I'm a fighter, the big crow said calmly. You're a fool. Sansa was angry. Have you seen deviant ghosts? You don't know that only tile swords and dragon's hard weapons can kill deviant ghosts. Your sewing needle is really just a sewing needle. I heard that Dany Liz is in Winterfell. Can I borrow a dragon's hard dagger from her? The big crow asked. She's worth 10,000 of you. Don't go back to die. It's not scary if Winterfell is destroyed. As long as you, Rickon, and Jon survive, we'll rebuild our home one day. Sansa's face looked weathered as she sighed and said, All these years of hardship have taught me a lesson. A home is made up of family members. Without people, Winterfell is just a castle. So what if the castle is destroyed? We're reunited. Anywhere can be Winterfell. Is that why you brought Rickon away from Winterfell before the war? What about Jon? The big crow said angrily. Do you think Rickon and I can help Jon? Sansa said bitterly. If possible, I'd like to lend him my pterodactyl. Dany, Liz, and Stannis have a large group of pterodactyls. If it's too late, there'll be a place for the king of the northern region. You can't help Jon, but I can, the big crow said confidently. You can't, Sansa's bitter smile froze. An image flashed in her mind. Arya was lifted up by the neck by the deviant ghost king. She switched her right hand to her left hand and stabbed the deviant ghost king's throat. Can the faceless one assassinate the deviant ghost king? She asked in shock. How do you know if you don't try? Sansa struggled. After a while, she looked at the big crow with a bright and passionate gaze. The big crow couldn't help but shrink his neck. Why are you looking at me like that? Arya asked awkwardly. Sansa hugged the raven and said fervently, Arya, you have to swear loyalty to me. I will give you a dragon bone dagger. What? Arya was confused. I'll send you to Winterfell. But before that, you have to pledge your loyalty to me, Sansa repeated. She was still very agitated. Is there something wrong with your brain? Why would I pledge my loyalty to you? The fake crown prince is dead. You are no longer the queen. The big crow shrieked. Boom! Sansa slammed the crow on the table and shouted, "Arya, he's your brother-in-law!" "Why are you so agitated? I didn't say he wasn't, but that doesn't change the fact that he's a fake crown prince. Stop dreaming about being the empress. He's dead, and your short-lived dynasty has come to an end." The big crow also retorted loudly. Sansa stood up angrily, but before she could explode, she sat back down on the couch like a deflated balloon. She adjusted her mood and expression and said kindly, "You're still as annoying as before. But you're right, I won't admit defeat. I still want to be the empress. No, as long as you're willing to help me, I can become the empress." "You're crazy." The big crow shook his head. "Listen to me." Sansa didn't hide anything. She told him about how the Dragon Queen recognized her child as Targaryen and how the Dragon Queen ended the long night as the Empress. "I've heard of Dany Rise's vow to end the long night as the Empress, but will she really keep it? It seems like the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms aren't very enthusiastic about it," Arya said doubtfully. "Targaryen is a man of his word." Sansa was very confident. Dany Rise has never broken an oath or broken a promise in her life. "The Iron Throne is worth everyone's oath," the big crow said. "That doesn't include her. I've met her a few times and I understand her character. She's a traditional knight like her father and Barristan. Honor, integrity, fairness, and kindness. Think about it. If she was like Cersei and the Mad King, would she still help Winterfell?" Sansa said confidently without any reluctance. "All right, since I'll kill the Ghoul King eventually, I might as well let you take advantage of me." The big crow hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. If they traveled by land, the Bright Moon Mountains would be 1,000 kilometers long from the Eyrie to the Crossroads Inn. But Sansa had a pterosaur, and after a few hours, she found her sister at the intersection of the Trident River. "7 gods above, you're the hound?" On a hill near the river, Sansa saw 2 people and a dire wolf the size of a horse. The dire wolf with silver-gray fur was lying on a pile of dried grass, and a girl in black leather armor was lying next to it. Another tall man with long hair covering his face was standing by the side, looking up at the pterosaur that had landed. Caw-caw! The crow flew away from Sansa's arms, and the black-haired girl on the pile of grass woke up immediately. "Little girl, are you really a knight? Can your dragon breathe fire?" The tall man took a few steps back and looked at the pterosaur's beak with some fear. "Lady is a pterosaur. She can't breathe fire to burn you. Why are you here?" "They all said you were dead." Seeing her old lover again, Sansa's expression was very complicated. "Lady, that's not a lucky name." Hearing that the monster in front of him couldn't breathe fire, the hound heaved a sigh of relief. "The hound is indeed dead. The person standing in front of you now is the Holy Hound." "Holy Hound!" When Brittany helped her down the pterosaur's back, Sansa saw the hound's outfit. His hairstyle hadn't changed, and it was still long enough to cover the entire left side of his burned face. He was still wearing the black steel armor, but there was a huge white heptagram on his chest. "You joined the Son of War?" Sansa was very surprised. She knew that the hound despised the gods as much as he despised the glory of the knights. "I said, I'm the Holy Hound. I'm a hound born to be a hound, but being a hound for someone, even if he's a king, will always make me do something I don't want to do. Well, being a dog for a villain or a bastard, I'll definitely become a villain or a bastard. The Holy Hound is different. She's definitely not a villain or a bastard. Being her dog, I'll be at ease and proud." "Ha ha ha!" The hound laughed strangely. Although he was laughing heartily, the way he looked at Sansa was very complicated. When his gaze fell on her bulging belly, his eyes became even darker. A trace of regret crossed his heart. He was saved by the monks on the Silent Island. Now he's also a monk. "He's a priest of the 7 gods who serves the Holy Hound," Arya said as she walked over. Sansa's attention was immediately attracted by her sister. She was thin and slender, but only a little over 1. 5 meters shorter than herself. She had a long horse face, gray eyes, and black hair combed back into a single ponytail. Very Stark's appearance. If it wasn't for her cold expression, she would have looked quite similar to Aunt Lionna in the portrait. Arya saw her sister looking at her and frowning. She touched her face and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" "You haven't changed much. You haven't grown up," Sansa said dejectedly. "What do you mean?" Arya's expression turned even colder. Sansa was stunned. She recovered and said awkwardly, "Didn't I tell you before? I saw a scene in the glass candle. You used a knife to stab the Ghoul King to death. You're burly and fat. You're not as smart and cute as you were when you were young. You're completely grown up. Do you think I can be fat?" Arya sneered. Sansa was silent. In this world, being fat was a privilege that only noble ladies and cooks had. Her sister had lived a hard life in the House of Black and White. It was normal for her to be a little stunted. "Why are you with the Hound?" She changed the topic. "When you flew over, didn't you see the people on Riverside Avenue and King's Lane?" Arya asked. Sansa nodded. "The roads were full of people. Hound and I met by chance 2 days ago on the road." After that, Arya and the Hound talked about what they had been through recently. News of the Great Wall collapsing and the ghouls heading south spread through Riverside Avenue. The lesser nobles who thought they could not resist the ghouls' encirclement brought their families and fled their castles. They either sought refuge in large castles like Riverrun or Hellenberg, went to the valley, or took boats along the Trident River to Terror Cave Castle on Crabclaw Peninsula. If the nobles fled, what could the commoners do? No one cared if they lived or died. So Monk Meribad came forward and called for the monks and knights of the holy churches in the Three River Basin to enter the villages where the holy churches were located and organize the commoners to move to the valley and Crabclaw Peninsula. Meribad first received high praise from the Dragon Queen. Then he used the large amount of food she provided to help the commoners. When the Holy Mother descended, he was also one of the first monks to receive the Holy Mother's divine arts. So, the former wandering monk had become a prominent figure in the Three River Basin. The silent island where the Hound lived belonged to the Holy Church. It was not oppressed by lords and did not need to serve in the military. Because it was an alluvial plain where the Trident River flowed into Crab Bay, the land on the island was fertile and filled with farmlands. The commoners lived a prosperous life. So, the silent island became a place to take in refugees. Under the lead of the elder bishop, the Hound left the silent island with a group of monks. These days he had been receiving the commoners near the Trident River. Coincidentally, Arya was hiding among the commoners, and the two of them met. Originally, the two of them did not get along well when they parted last time. Now that they met again, they should not have gotten together. But after Arya said that she wanted to return to Winterfell to fight the ghouls, the Hound seemed to have found his ultimate goal as a warrior. So, he bid farewell to the elder, leading to today's scene. "Stop talking nonsense. Let's go to Winterfell quickly." The Hound looked up at the sky and scolded. "After such a long night, I almost forgot what the sun looks like. Now I can't even tell the difference between morning, afternoon, and evening." Arya looked at Lady and frowned. "Your dragon is much smaller than Deathwing. Can it carry all of us?" "Don't worry, Lady is a striped pterosaur. Her wings are wide and can carry 400 to 500 kilograms. You guys won't have a problem." Arya asked again, "What if we add Nymeria?" "Nymeria?" Sansa looked at the direwolf that was the size of a small pony. Her eyes dimmed as she stared blankly for a while. If her lady was still alive, she would be about the same size. Her siblings all had direwolves and were shapeshifters. Sansa was the only exception. "Nymeria is too big. We can't carry her on our back. We can tie a rope around her and let Lady carry her on her claws." "Carry her on her claws? Won't it be too dangerous? What if she falls?" Sansa looked at her sister's face and suddenly frowned. Even though she was worried, her tone and expression were so calm. "It's okay. Rickon's furry dog was also flown to the Moongate Castle by air. While the hound went to the woods to peel bark and make hemp rope, Sansa pulled her sister to a corner and whispered, "You're very strange. You're like a piece of emotionless ice." "What's wrong?" Chapter 796. You look very scary now. "You're like a piece of emotionless ice," Sansa said worriedly. "I'm a faceless one." Arya raised her eyebrows and said calmly, "Do you practice any meditation techniques?" Sansa asked. "That's my secret." Arya avoided the question. Sansa said with a serious expression, "The day before Aegon was killed, the 5 of us combined our souls. At that time, a cold and terrifying consciousness followed your mental power and made Bran suffer a great loss." "Right, did Bran contact you?" "He became the three-eyed crow." Arya hesitated for a moment and nodded. "That day, when my soul returned to my body, he came to find me." "He really came to find you?" Sansa's expression was gloomy. She was very upset. Aegon was captured and burned to death. These were the knots in her heart that she could not solve. The three-eyed crow knew everything, and Jon was crying for help under the heart tree in Winterfell. Why did Bran just stand by and watch the tragedy happen to her? Bran helped Jon and Arya. Why didn't he help her? Arya noticed the change in her sister's emotions, but she thought that she was worried about her. She explained, "My meditation technique comes from the Black and White school. It's very powerful, but it has a weakness. I'm half a deviant ghost." "Deviant ghost?" Sansa was shocked. Arya turned around and looked at Brittany and the hound who were looking over. She whispered, "Keep your voice down. Don't let others know." Sansa walked to her sister's side with a grim expression. She touched her sister's face and ignored her struggles. She put her hand under her collar and touched her left breast. "Your body temperature is abnormal. It's much lower than a normal person's." Sansa's face was pale, and her voice was trembling. "I think it's fine now." Arya did not care. "But you're about to become a deviant ghost," Sansa said anxiously. "I know. I won't let myself become a deviant ghost." "You can really turn into a deviant?" Sansa asked in a trembling voice. "Bran has deduced my meditation technique before. It's very powerful and even involves the Song of the Dead, but its foundation is very evil. Only those with strong willpower would be able to avoid going astray after cultivating. Don't worry, my will is as firm as a rock," Arya said confidently. "Song of the Dead?" Sansa was a little confused. "The law of death can turn mortals into death gods." Arya's eyes lit up. "What if you fail?" Sansa said worriedly. "If you fail, you might become a monster," Arya said seriously. "Ah! You'd better stop cultivating," Sansa exclaimed. "Ordinary, faceless people can't even pass the test of a dog. How can they not practice the Death Sutra? Furthermore, even if he became a deviant ghost, he would be a deviant ghost with an independent will. When that time comes, I'll definitely help you kill Strange Ghost King before killing myself. The deviant Ghost King will definitely not guard against a deviant ghost." Arya's eyes were cold and resolute. While Sansa was flying to Winterfell with Arya and the hounds, Barristan, representing the Dragon Queen, appeared at King's Landing. The king's hand, Randyll Tarly, crossed the Blackwater River and met with Old Barton near the Imperial Forest on the south shore. "Looking at the surging waters of the East Inflow Sea," Barristan sighed. "Meeting you here in this way is really hard for me. Do you understand what I mean?" Randyll Tarly's face, which was as hard as Huang Gongyen's, showed a hint of empathy and awkwardness. The West Arrow's current moral decline and immorality all started with the Mad King. Ever since he killed Rickard Stark and his son, visiting another lord's house, negotiating, and getting married have all become more dangerous than going to war. His Majesty Aerys' way of killing Duke Rickard was wrong, but he might have had his reasons. Old Barton frowned and defended his old lord. If being tortured by the Mad King's genes is considered a reason, then it is. Randyll, Tarly said with an indifferent expression. "Forget it. Let's not talk about this today. The matter between His Majesty Eris and Duke Ricard will be resolved in the Queen's Council." Barristan shook his head and talked about the purpose of this trip. "Stannis refuses to stop the war, but Her Majesty wants you to hand over 100 tons of wildfire." Randall Tarly's eyelids twitched a few times as he said coldly, "You think I'll give in?" "The Queen said that if you don't agree, she won't mind changing the Iron Throne to a more considerate ruler within a day," Barristan said softly. Randall Tarly could no longer maintain his cold expression as he roared angrily, "She's too arrogant. King's Landing has 40,000 soldiers and hundreds of dragon-slaying crossbows. My lord, please calm down and think about it. Who does the Queen want wildfire for? To conquer the world for herself? No, she wants wildfire only to deal with the deviants and to save the Westeros. The full title of the King of the Seven Kingdoms is King of the Undulls, Loinars, and the Forerunners, and Protector of the Realm. Who do you think is the Protector of the Realm, Cersei or Yuluin?" Old Barton asked sincerely. The anger on Randall's face froze. He fell silent. After a while he said in a low voice, "Why did she force the Iron Throne, but not Stannis to stop the air raids on King's Landing?" "Because Stannis is in Winterfell, and the Iron Throne did not respond to the deviants heading south. It will be hard for me to explain to the council minister if I give away 100 tons of wildfire for nothing. Wildfire will not only burn the Valley army surrounding the city, it will also stop the deviants that might come to King's Landing." Randall Tarly said in a low voice, "You want gold and food?" Old Barton frowned. "I want dragon crystals. I need a dragon crystal weapon for every soldier in King's Landing." Old Barton's expression was strange as he slowly shook his head. Randall Tarly's brows furrowed. 40,000 weapons is indeed a bit much. Then let's make it half and use them in rotation. No, you misunderstand me. Dragonstone Island is willing to provide 500,000 dragon crystal spearheads to King's Landing, completely free of charge. Old Barton said softly, 500,000 is not a small number. Can you make the decision for Dany Rise?" Randall Tarly was shocked. "Her Majesty is willing to give dragon crystal weapons to all humans who resist the deviants for free. She doesn't care about money, nor does she care if you are loyal to her. Her only goal is to save the world." Randall Tarly was stunned for a long time. "I can transport 100 tons of wildfire, but you have to promise me one thing. Take my son Dickon to Winterfell." "Are you sure?" "I want to go personally and lead King's Landing." "No, at least lead the Jowling boys to stop the deviants from heading south. The hand of the king's duty is to protect the Westeros, isn't it?" Randall Tarly's eyes dimmed. "Unfortunately, I can't do it. Protecting the capital and the king is also the responsibility of the hand of the king. Perhaps Yuluin and Stannis can make peace. Hand over King's Landing to Davos, and Yuluin and Cersei retreat to High Court. Riverbend also needs to be defended." Old Barton suggested, "Your idea is good, but unfortunately—" Randall Tarly shook his head and said bitterly, "Last time when the vassals rebelled, Davos led the Winged Dragon Legion to burn Yuluin's camp outside Twilight Valley. He didn't die in the explosion, but I heard that his thing was burned out. How can such a huge grudge be reconciled?" Although the temperature had dropped below zero and the sun had gone out for safety reasons, Dragon Queen's winged dragon knights still transported a batch of Tyrian oil from Dragonstone Island to increase the stability of wildfire. Just outside Riverface Gate, a large group of alchemists were busy refilling the glass jars with wildfire. Every time a batch was loaded, a winged dragon would fly from the south bank to the north bank's pier, carry the wildfire bombs, and immediately fly to Winterfell. There was no delay. Not only the winged dragons, but Dany's 3 megalosaurus also came. 2 megalosaurus stood guard in midair, while the other landed to carry a ton of wildfire. Hey, sir, is someone looking for you? Just as Big Black landed, causing a commotion among the residents and sailors at the riverside wharf. A sloppy little beggar with frostbite on his face approached Barristan and threw a ball of paper before turning around and quickly diving into the crowd. Old Barton lowered his head to pick up the ball of paper, opened it, and was stunned. Your old brother wants to go to Winterfell and hopes that you can give him a ride. Old brother, who is it? Why do you say that so ambiguously? The old knight was puzzled and unconsciously took a few steps forward, trying to find the little beggar in the crowd. When the common people saw the white knight with white enamel inlaid on his chest and a white cloak behind him, they all gave way with awe and admiration. Even if some people pointed at him, they didn't block his way. Suddenly, a bearded cripple with a tattered sheepskin coat and a dirty face seemed to be drunk. He lowered his head, swayed, and didn't dodge. He just happened to lean towards the left side of Barristan's waist, where the sword was hanging. Be careful, Sir Sammy. Although the bearded man looked like a beggar, he also had a sword on his left waist. The two guards beside old Barton immediately took a step forward and held the bearded man with vigilance. The cripple didn't dodge and let them hold him. He only raised his head abruptly and met Barristan's eyes. Ah, you! Old Barton's expression changed dramatically. He pulled the two guards away, took the cripple's right arm, and walked back. Why are you here? Old Barton whispered. Ha! I didn't expect you to recognize me at a glance, even though I've become like this. I was just about to tell you my name. The bearded man limped and struggled to keep up with the white knight's pace. I'd recognize you even if you turned into ashes. Old Barton snorted and unconsciously slowed down his pace. He asked doubtfully, I heard that your right hand is broken. Why is your left foot lame? My right hand is broken, and my left foot is also lame, the bearded man said bitterly. Barristan took the bearded man to the large ship carrying the wildfire cans on the Blackwater River. When they entered the captain's cabin on the second floor, he was relieved and let go of the bearded man's right arm. 40 pterosaurs couldn't take away all the wildfire cans at once. The rest would be sent to Dragonstone Island by ship and slowly transferred to Winterfell. After the two of them sat down, old Barton threw the letter at the bearded man with a cold face and said lightly, You're not my brother. The bearded man was puzzled at first, but when he picked up the note and read it, he understood the other party's meaning. He threw the note on the ground and said with a smile, This was written by Varys. I know myself well. The current me is not worthy of Her Majesty, the Queen's Kingsguard, Captain, and Hand of the King. Jaime, don't be glib. Why are you dressed like this? Why are you looking for me? Old Barton said coldly. The crippled man with a sloppy face opposite him was the once elegant and powerful Kingsguard captain, Jaime Lannister. Although Varys stuck my coarse beard face to your cold, but he didn't lie. I need your help. What are you going to Winterfell for? Old Barton frowned. The smile on Jaime's face disappeared. Misery and helplessness were like maggots on the toilet wall, dragging obvious traces on his cheeks and slowly climbing up his eyebrows. Now, if I don't go to Winterfell, what else can I do? I don't know what to do, but I'm very sure that I don't want to do anything wrong again. At least this time, I can be completely sure that fighting the deviants and protecting the Westeros is absolutely not wrong. Looking at the obvious wrinkles on his face, old Barton guessed that his little brother must have had a hard time these 2 years. He couldn't help but wonder. Cersei is in the Red Keep, and the Lion Army is at King's Landing. Why are you dressed like this? You seem to be hiding from someone. Jaime's blue eyes flashed with a bone-deep hatred. He gritted his teeth and said, You Luen. Chapter 797. You Luen. Barristan was deep in thought. He seems to be controlling Cersei now. Not just Cersei. The Imperial Council, the Red Keep, my Lionhelm Legion, and even the entire King's Landing are all under his control. Jaime was heartbroken, unable to hide his grief and anger. The Lion-Helm Legion is all from the Western Territory and was personally created by Duke Tywin. The middle and high-ranking officers are all Lannister. How could you Luan control them? Old Barker said in disbelief. Jaime smiled bitterly. The current commander of the Lion-Helm Legion is Titus Pegg, my cousin-in-law. He was originally very reliable, but when he was captured on Dragonstone Island, Dany Rise offered a ransom of 5,000 gold royals. That was an unprecedented sum of money. I can't think of anyone who offered a ransom more expensive than him. Oh, the fake Crown Prince Aegon's ransom is far more expensive than Titus's. But my cousin-in-law is only a knight, not a king. Old Barker was a little embarrassed. The Dragon Queen was indeed not very good that time. Her Majesty was very angry. Dragonstone Island is Targaryen's land, but Sir Pegg was stubborn and refused to surrender when the army approached the city. In fact, she offered such a high ransom just to make Sir Pegg unable to pay, and then force him to wear black clothes and guard the Great Wall, he explained. It would have been better for him to be a night watchman. Jaime sighed and continued. In any case, the Pegg family could not afford the ransom of 5,000 gold royals, so they could only borrow. Originally, when my uncle came to power, he had already promised that Lannister would help House Titus. But Cersei did not agree. She hated Titus for being incompetent and for embarrassing her. It took months for the Iron Throne to take Dragonstone Island, and thousands of people died. Titus could not even hold on for a day, nor did he cause any losses to Dany Rise. Later, my uncle died, and Cersei regained the regency. Titus had to bear a huge debt, and his family struggled to survive. A person who owes a debt and still harbors resentment is too easy to bribe. Old Ba said thoughtfully. Not only that, Titus is a Riverbend noble. Now that Tywin has taken down Gouting. Tywin is powerful and Lannister is withering day by day. Titus knows the first rule of power games: always stand on the side of the winner, Jaime added. But why did Cersei give the Lion-Helm Legion to Titus? Doesn't she know what she did to him? Old Ba was puzzled. Jaime's expression was complicated. She's more blindly confident. In her heart, it seems that no matter what she does, no one should change their loyalty to her. Just like that Tanya from Meyer, who had betrayed her once before, and now she was summoned back to the Red Castle to become the chief steward of the palace. Tanya was also Yuluan's woman. As the old saying goes, if you want to keep your subordinates loyal, you can be stupid, but you must always win in the game of power. No game player is willing to lose. Unfortunately, Cersei is not only stupid, but also looks like a loser. Lannister has also been losing for the past few years. Old Ba did not want to judge Cersei in front of Jaime, so he asked, Titus is only the commander of the Lion-Helm Legion. The mid-level officers should still be loyal to Lannister, right? Unless Titus is willing to cooperate with me and use a trick to take down Tywin and Yuluan, there will be a bloody civil war in King's Landing. Yuluan will suffer, but Lannister will definitely die. In the battle with the Golden Corps, most of the Lion-Helm Legion's main force was killed by Yuluan. They are no match for Tywin now, Jaime said helplessly. Why did you suddenly disappear back then? If you had been at King's Landing all along, none of this would have happened, Old Ba said, puzzled. Jaime lowered his eyes and said vaguely, I was fulfilling a promise I made in my early years, and I was useless at King's Landing. Cersei did not listen to me. Cersei is a lying bitch. As far as I know, she slept with Lancel, the brothers Kate Black, and even Moonchild. For some reason, whenever he thought of Cersei, his dwarf brother's cursing laughter would always ring in his ears. Yes, now it was confirmed that she had indeed slept with her cousin, Lancel, and the Kate and Blake brothers. Did that mean that Yutong was real? Jaime's heart was in pain. He sacrificed everything for love, and what did he get in the end? Seeing his gloomy face, Barristan changed the subject. What happened to your leg? It's limping. Can't you see? I know it's limping, but why is it so? I returned to King's Landing a few months ago. At that time, I thought, first enter the Red Keep through the secret passage, kill Yulun, and get everything back on track. Jamie looked at old Ba, whose eyes were wide open in shock, and smiled indifferently. Yes, Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen are all my children. You can curse me for being incestuous, but I want to tell you, you don't know how difficult it was for Robert to survive until he was killed by a wild boar. Every time he went to Cersei's bed, he was wandering at the gates of the 7 hells. I can't even stand Robert, so how could I allow a bastard from the Iron Islands to play with her? And then you were discovered by the guards, or defeated by Yulun? Old Ba asked, frowning. Alas! Jamie closed his eyes and sighed. The sigh contained too much grievance and sadness, and the old knight felt inexplicably sad. What's wrong? He asked softly. I didn't reach the Red Keep at all. Not long after I entered the secret passage, I was lucky enough to step on a bear trap, a giant bear trap. At that moment, my left leg bone was as crunchy as a biscuit. It didn't hurt that much when my hand was broken last time. It was so painful that I screamed and fainted. Lucky, you say? Old Ba was puzzled. That's right. If you knew that there were killing traps, wild fire bottles, and poisonous arrows in the secret passage, you would know that you were lucky to have stepped into a bear trap. James's dirty, bearded face revealed a hint of relief. I didn't know that the secret passage of the Red Keep was so dangerous. I heard that Varys often used it, and Tyrion also used it a few times. Old Ba was puzzled. Alas, Varys' leg was also broken by a bear trap. He was even worse than me. I was saved not long after I fainted, but he held in the depths of the secret passage for 2 days and 2 nights. Thinking of Varys' experience, Jamie's mood improved a lot, and he couldn't help but smile. Who buried the bear trap? Old Ba asked. After Tyrion left, my Uncle Kevin had people bury bear traps and dig pits in the secret passage. After Varys was caught, he became even worse and set up even more terrifying and densely packed traps. You should have become Arthur Dayne, but in the end you lost your hand and leg in the most dishonorable and worthless way. This is the punishment of the 7 gods for breaking your oath. Old Ba's eyes had a faint trace of regret, but his tone was very cold. Bullshit. If the 7 gods had spirits, they would have let me be healthy, have all my wishes fulfilled, and live a life without illness or disaster. You don't even know what happened back then. Jamie roared angrily, waving his right arm that was like a wooden stick. Old Ba said seriously, no matter what happened back then, you shouldn't have killed the king you were protecting. You tarnished the honor of the White Knights, and made the knights of the 7 kingdoms lose their faith in pursuing glory. You should understand that the White Knights represent all the knights of the 7 kingdoms, and are the benchmark for their behavior. As a White Knight, you broke your oath in the most vile way. Not only did you destroy the reputation of the White Knights and yourself, but you also destroyed the faith of all the knights of the Westeros. The White Knights were to normal knights and Westeros what the scholarly sage was to the Confucian scholars and the ancient celestial empire. I haven't seen you in a few years, and your eloquence has improved. Jamie sized up the old knight with a strange gaze. Back then, you only knew how to yell at me to take off my white robe and change into black. Now, with a few righteous words, you're able to blame the degeneration of the Westeros on me. Impressive, admirable. I don't want to argue with you. Winterfell doesn't need a cripple who lost his right hand and leg. You can leave. Old Ba turned his head and waved his hand. Cripple? Jamie's eyes were filled with anger. Maybe we can find a more spacious place to practice. You think I'm so old that I can't hold a sword? Back then, you didn't lose your hand or become a cripple. Did you think you were my match? Old Ba sneered. Let's try. I don't know where that guy has been for the past 2 years. He actually practiced a sharp left-handed sword. I think he can still fight, so I brought him to Winterfell. 2 days later, Old Ba explained to the Dragon Queen. Let him come. After all, he's representing the Lannister of the Western region. Dany opened her right hand and put the collapsed soul of the child of the forest back into the pool of faith. With a flip of her hand, another raven landed in her palm. The flames rose and continued to burn. In the past few days, many people came to Winterfell on winged dragons, but she didn't meet them. She didn't even leave the house. She just stayed in the guest castle to practice. She was multitasking. On one hand, she burned the ravens to comprehend the creation of life in fire. On the other hand, she entered the source of the world with the little golden dragon spirit under the Great Wall to practice the Song of Wind. More than 200 ravens had been burned once. She had an additional 53 fire spirits. She was currently burning the remaining ravens into life imprints. Last time, it took her half a month to burn off Fu. This time, more than 100 ravens took turns to burn. She estimated that she would finish burning them within a month. At that time, perhaps she could have a few more wind spirits? Dany was looking forward to it. She was also engrossed in her own practice. Hence, she didn't care about the trivial matters in Winterfell. Seeing that the Dragon Queen was so calm about the news of Jaime's arrival, Old Ba said hesitantly, Jaime wants to meet you. For Lannister and for Messai. Messai? Dany frowned and nodded helplessly. Bring him here. Jaime had a new look. His golden hair was slicked in the middle, and his cheeks were shaved clean. The wrinkles on his forehead and the wrinkles between his eyebrows only added to his mature and steady temperament of a successful person. Although he was a failure in life, he did look successful. You have guts to come to Winterfell and to meet me, Dany said calmly. Jaime dragged his limping leg and bowed to the Dragon Queen. Then he raised his head and looked at the woman in front of him seriously. He didn't care about her silver hair, purple eyes, and delicate facial features. What surprised him was her temperament. There was no domineering aura. Instead, there was a silence, profoundness, and mystery that shouldn't appear on a Targaryen. A Targaryen should be like a wildfire, raging and passionate, revealing their emotions. They might not be able to touch others, but they must first infect themselves. My apologies, Your Majesty, Dany Rise. As the murderer of my daughter's father, especially now that I have become the father of a pitiful girl, I feel extremely guilty. But the person I killed was a king who was so desperate that he lost his humanity and reason. I don't regret it, and I dare to face anyone other than you calmly. Jaime's blue eyes had a trace of sincere guilt, but all that was left was determination. Chapter 798. Tell me, what makes you so self-righteous? Dany said lightly. Jaime looked around and saw that there were 2 maids beside the queen, as well as Mormont, Garth, Old Bart, and other white knights. Even at the door there were 4 guards. He couldn't help but frown. Your Majesty, can you let the others leave? He suggested. Big Bear and the others had ugly expressions, and the way they looked at Jaime was even more unfriendly. You are a white knight yourself, right? How can you say such brainless things? Dany sneered. Jaime was silent for a moment, then nodded and said, Since you trust them, I will be frank. After the Battle of the Bell, His Majesty Aerys began to worry that Robert would win the final victory. So, when Prince Rhaega was busy reorganizing his armaments, he gathered the fire warlocks of the Alchemist Guild to create thousands of wildfires. From the bottom of the great Cathedral of Baelor, to the shabby houses in the Flea Nest, to the stables and warehouses all over King's Landing, to the 7 city gates, the Dragon's Den, and even the cellars of the Red Castle, there were a large number of wildfire jars buried. He wanted to perish together with the hundreds of thousands of people in King's Landing, and any rebels who attacked King's Landing. As he spoke, Jaime carefully stared at the Dragon Queen's face, not letting go of any of her expressions. If the Dragon Queen was angry and cursed, or directly summoned the Megalosaurus to eat him, he wouldn't be surprised, but her reaction seemed to be too calm. But her white knights, their expressions changed drastically, and their eyes were full of anger and murderous intent. It was as if the one he slandered was not the Mad King, but their queen. Just as he was wondering, Jaime heard the Dragon Queen ask, "Why haven't I heard of such a big thing from others?" Even Sir Barristan didn't know. "Your Majesty, you should know the relationship between my father and King Aerys. At first they were good friends, but later your father became dissatisfied with his reputation and power as the hand of the king, and my father was not easy to get along with. Once good friends, we eventually became enemies who hated each other. That was why Emperor Aerys kept me by his side as a hostage to threaten my father. The other King's Guard followed Prince Legger out of King's Landing, either to participate in the Battle of Ruby Beach or to guard his lover at the Dornish Bliss Tower, which is Lyanna Stark. Setting the King's Landing on fire is too crazy. His Majesty Aerys is not stupid. Other than Razit, Galgosai, Belize, and me, no one knows all of his plans. Even in the Alchemist Union, few people knew where the wildfire was buried. After killing the king, I killed everyone who participated in the wildfire burning the city plan. Therefore, no one knows about this matter. If you didn't lie, why didn't you tell me or anyone else?" Old Ba asked suspiciously. White Knight's words also asked the question in Dany's heart. She knew that Jaime didn't lie, but the reality was that such a big thing as setting the King's Landing on fire had never been known by outsiders. If Jaime had explained it to others, even if no one believed it, there would at least be rumors of the crazy king setting the King's Landing on fire. Jaime looked at Old Ba deeply, and then glanced at Big Bear, Garth, and the other White Knights' doubtful and contemptuous faces with a complicated look. He said softly, "I thought you could all understand." "Understand what?" "You have to make it clear." Big Bear frowned. "What is the difference between the third and fifth rules of the White Knights' Code? Did Sir Barristan teach you?" Jaime said lightly, "Ah." As soon as he said this, Old Ba was the first to exclaim. Then the other White Knights also widened their eyes and looked at the crippled Kingslayer as if they were looking at a monster. The third rule of the White Knights' Code: keep the king's secret strictly. The fifth rule of the White Knights' Code: defend the king's reputation with your life. King Aerys was known as the crazy king by the nobles, but among the common people he had a bad reputation, and his reputation wasn't completely rotten. In recent years, natural and man-made disasters have been happening, and many old people above the age of 40 were still talking about the golden age of the crazy king, when the country was rich and the people were prosperous. In fact, it was the peaceful age created by Tywin. Even among the nobles, there were people who sympathized with the crazy king's experience. This could be seen from Robert's nickname. Just like how Jaime was called the Kingslayer, Robert also had the titles the Usurper and the King of Hormingers. The title Usurper was enough to show the common people's basic understanding of the Baratheons dynasty. But once the news of the crazy king setting the King's Landing on fire spread out and was confirmed, then the crazy king would become the first fatuous king in history, surpassing Cruel Meg. In conclusion, Jaime hid the crime of setting the King's Landing on fire for the crazy king and shouldered the infamy alone for a lifetime. It was really shocking. The truth was so shocking that many people couldn't accept it immediately. You are the Kingslayer. The first rule of the White Knights is to use your own life to protect the king, but you took the king's life, Jarrow Dane growled. You are just afraid of death, afraid that Her Majesty the Queen will punish you, so you made up such a big lie. Ursa's face turned red in anger. Jaime didn't refute angrily, but only revealed a bitter smile of reminiscence. He said softly, "The young me always thought that legendary knights were just like in stories, living in flowers and sunshine. But when I became a sworn brother of a legendary knight, they taught me to turn a blind eye to the harsh reality. When King Aerys bullied his queen, I felt that not only the Kingsguard represented by the Knights of the Seven Kingdoms, even ordinary knights should have stood up to stop this kind of bullying. But John Derry stopped me and warned me that we swore to protect the weak from harm, except for the king. When Ricard and his son were sentenced to death, I was scared and disgusted, so I wanted to persuade the king. Then Jerohaider quietly reminded me that we swore to protect the king, but not to judge him. Looking at old Bart, who had an unnatural expression, Jamie smiled and said, Sir Barristan also taught me. Many times when King Aerys went crazy, you told me that we swore to be loyal to the king and should be the sword in his hand, not the shield to block his sword. Barristan's blue eyes were sharp and shining, and he looked straight into the eyes of the king's slayer. He said in a loud voice, If you don't abide by the oath, not only will you lose your honor, but you will also lose the meaning of your existence. From the day you put on the white robe, you should have understood that as long as our will still exists, our life and soul belong to the king we swore allegiance to. This was old Bart's heartfelt words. He was a man of action and knowledge. The people of the Seven Kingdoms knew that the fearless Barristan couldn't live without a king. Alas, you are all legendary knights that I have admired since I was a child. Of course, I listened to your lessons. But that day, King Aerys asked me to kill my father and planned to burn down the king's landing. I couldn't stand it anymore, so I wanted to do it my own way and bear all the consequences. I did it, and I have been a kingslayer for almost 20 years. I can tell you responsibly that I don't regret it. Jamie's gaze turned from old Bart to the Dragon Queen. No matter what the final consequences are, I can accept them. Dany didn't give him the final consequences, but asked with a curious expression as if she was listening to a story, Why didn't you let others kill him? Why did you do it yourself? Why did you sit on the Iron Throne afterward? You're not angry? Jamie was confused by her calm expression. I'll be angry when you're done, Dany raised her eyebrows and said. Jamie was stunned. Just because you're the Mad King's daughter, and you have my daughter's life in your hands. That's why I'm so honest and sincere. Can't you give me a little excitement in return? If your mind is as deep as the abyss, that's fine, but you can't be like this. It's like listening to a gossip story. Unfortunately, he was under someone else's roof. Jamie's mouth twitched a few times and said in a muffled voice, I'm the White Knight who guards the king. If King Aerys really wanted to die, only I can do it. I don't care what others think. When I decide to kill someone, I'll do it myself. As for the Iron Throne, the War of the Usurpers was in full swing, and everyone wanted to fight for the Iron Throne. In order to protect his throne, His Majesty Aerys would rather take the iron chair to hell than let others take it. So, I was very curious. What magic does the Iron Throne have? Then I sat on it. Unfortunately, other than being poked in the butt, I didn't feel anything else. I originally planned to deal with this matter during the Great Council, but now that it's out in the open, then Dany held her chin with her right hand and thought for a moment, then said, I can declare you innocent. In the War of the Usurpers, you and the other 6 White Knights who were loyal to their duty fulfilled their oath to Targaryen, and also defended the glory of being the role model of the Knights of the 7 Kingdoms. Your Majesty, don't be deceived by him. The Kingslayer is lying. Ursa said anxiously. He's not lying. Dany shook her head. Your Majesty, this example cannot be set. If you forgive the Kingslayer today, there will be a 2nd and a 3rd White Knight who thinks he has a reason to kill the Kingslayer tomorrow. Garth said solemnly. What's the use of thinking he has a good reason? He has to convince everyone. At least, like Jaime Lannister, he has to convince me and later the king. Jiro Dane looked at Jaime, who was stunned on the spot with a complicated expression, and said in a low voice, Your Majesty, please reconsider. No matter how eloquent the Kingslayer is, it can't change the fact that he killed your father. He has a grudge with you for killing your father and destroying your kingdom. Dany was silent. She wanted to say that she had no feelings for the Mad King. Jaime, on the other hand, was starting to admire him, but this could not be said by a daughter. Barristan's expression changed a few times and finally sighed and advised earnestly, Your Majesty, you cannot punish him, but you can't declare him innocent, and you can admit that he fulfilled the oath of a White Knight. Kingslaying is the greatest crime in the history of the kingdom, and killing the Kingslayer as a white knight is the greatest violation of the oath. Bevo's looked at his sworn brothers and was a little helpless. He did not know what to say, but in this kind of situation, he felt that he had to express his attitude. "Queen, if this damn cripple is not lying, your father's death is not unjust. But no matter how much he deserved to die, he is still your father." This put Bevo's in a difficult position. "Why don't you have a trial by martial arts with him, and let the 7 gods decide your final fate?" When he said this, his sworn brothers, the centaur maid, the Unsullied at the door, and even the dragon queen, all rolled their eyes. "You want a cripple with a broken arm to compete with the dragon queen. Isn't this forcing him to die?" Chapter 799. At this time, Jamie also recovered from his shock and looked at Dany with an indecipherable expression. "Your Majesty, your kindness and tolerance, once again, make me jealous of your white knights. But they are right. I am grateful for your tolerance and understanding. But you don't have to announce this publicly. It is not good for your father's reputation, and it may also adversely affect the choice of future knights. You are King Aerys' daughter. I only want to count to the daughter of a deceased father, not the king's princess. I don't care about anyone's opinion, not even the 7 gods." Jaime's expression was serious, and his eyes were sincere. "You have your persistence, and I have mine. In view of the reality of Westeros' moral decay and broken etiquette, I had planned to convene a great council and conduct a great trial of the 7 kingdoms in the past 30 years. It will be absolutely open and fair. The great trial is a thorough self-reflection. I cannot demand absolute fairness in the great trial while hiding the truth that is unfavorable to Targaryen. That way, the trial will be completely meaningless." Dany said this to Jaime, but when she said it, her gaze swept across the faces of the White Knights. Old Bart's expression changed from disbelief to gratification, and finally he sighed and said, "I understand. Your Majesty, you are right." The other White Knights did not explicitly agree, but they did not object either. But the way they looked at Dany changed again, full of sincere admiration. In order to help Westeros rebuild their glorious faith, in order to be fair and just, the Dragon Queen was willing to give up the revenge of her father's murder and publicize the great scandal of her father. What kind of spirit is this? Jaime was deeply shocked. The glorious knight that he had been mocking all these years really did exist, and she was a great Night Queen. The Kingslayer had begun to rebuild the glorious knight faith. They did not know about the Dragon Queen's ancestors' plan. Before the great trial, the Mad King would become the ancestor of the dwarf's branch of Targaryen. If the dwarf unfortunately died, he could also be thrown to him. "What did you want from me, Masai?" Dany asked. Jaime was still in shock, unable to react. Dany raised her eyebrows and asked, "I've heard from Sir Barristan what happened to you at King's Landing. If you send Masai back now, can you guarantee her safety?" Jaime snapped out of his daze. He shook his head and said with a bitter smile, "Earlier I was indeed worried about Masai, but now in Slaver's Bay she is safer and has a better environment to grow up in. You're even willing to publicize Emperor Aerys' act of burning down the King's Landing. I can no longer hide the matter between Cersei and myself. It's a good thing that Myrcella has left the Westeros." Even though the scouts discovered traces of ghouls in the werewolf forest 30 kilometers northwest of Winterfell, the residents of Winterfell were shocked by the 3 pieces of news. At the blacksmith shop in Winterfell, beside the stove, the Hound Spirit's naked upper body was only covered by a leather apron. He swung his iron hammer and hammered a red-hot dragon crystal with all his might. Ding, ding, dang, dang, dang. With every hit, sparks flew out, leaving mottled, charred marks on the leather. Arya sat on a large oak table that was stacked with dragon crystal daggers. Her calves, which were wearing long snow boots, were dangling in mid-air and swaying nonstop. "Have you heard? The Dragon Queen not only forgave the Kingslayer for his crime of killing her father, but she also called him a Knight of Dawn, White Bull, Barristan, and the other White Knights. She also gave him the title of Grey Light Knight. Grey is between white and black. He killed the king, which is a crime, so it is black. His motive for killing the king was to save the world. He is worthy of the white robe behind him. Black and white are gray. However, he killed the king for the sake of the world and bore the eternal infamy of the king. His actions were so glorious, so the Dragon Queen called him the Grey Light Knight. Her expression was complicated. Ever since she met her family, especially after returning to Winterfell, Arya seemed to have evolved. Her expression became richer, and her cold eyes started to warm up. However, she didn't stop practicing the Death Bible. In other words, she had reached a higher level. She could control her emotions freely. She could be as cold as ice and unperturbed as though she wasn't human. She could also return to normal, talking and laughing, loving and hating. So, the hound's reaction was calm. Arya was puzzled. Aren't you surprised? Everyone in the castle is talking about this. They scolded the Mad King for burning down the King's Landing. They were shocked by Jaime and Lannister's different interpretation of the Great Knights. They also praised the Dragon Queen for her fairness and magnanimity. The hound stopped hammering and sighed. If I had heard about Jaime and the Dragon Queen 3 years ago, I might have been moved. But now, I have found my faith on the Silent Island. Faith of the 7 gods? You didn't believe in the Path of Knights or the 7 gods. You even blasphemed King Falk and Holy Mother Falk, Arya said. I don't scold the 7 gods anymore, but I don't feel anything towards them. I believe in and practice the 7 gods' teachings. It's like if someone says something reasonable, no matter if that person is a bastard or a saint, I will accept it, the hound said. Arya frowned. Isn't that blasphemy? The hound reached out his right hand and opened his palm. Holy light, he said. A ball of white light the size of a candle appeared in his palm. The holy light was enough to calm one's heart. But Arya was an exception. She felt that the white light was blinding. It was as if she was forced to open her eyes and look at the sun in the sky at noon in summer. It turns out that the Holy Mother is greater and kinder than we thought. She only wants to lead us to light, kindness, and spiritual freedom. She doesn't restrict us with dogma. Even though the hound claimed that he was not devout to the 7 gods, his eyes were filled with love and respect for the Holy Mother. What's that? It's blinding! Arya tilted her head and shouted. You've never seen holy light before? The hound's expression changed. He looked at her seriously. You think it's blinding? Only evil creatures will be hurt by it. Normal people will only feel warmth and peace. What's an evil creature? I've killed people, Arya said in surprise. The souls that wander the mortal world, the ghouls outside the city, Cersei's White Knight Robert Strong, and the dark wizards of Yasher. They're all evil creatures. The hound put the holy light in his palm, close to Arya's rough face, and asked, How do you feel? Burning, a slight tingling. Arya's gray eyes flashed. She thought of her own meditation method. It was most likely that the Reaper's Bible conflicted with the 7 gods' magic. I'm practicing the dark wizards of Yasher. The hound put away the holy light and frowned. Your sister also believes in the 7 gods. You can try. Shapeshifters are blessed by the old gods. How can they believe in the 7 gods? My sister believes in the 7 gods. That's why she lost her direwolf. She doesn't have the gift of shape-shifting. Arya shook her head. Forget it. Let's not talk about me. She waved her hand and looked at the hound strangely. I didn't expect you to be a real priest. I was going to suggest you to find Dany Rise and ask her to heal your leg. She healed the Kingslayer's left leg. She then asked in confusion, You're a priest. Why don't you heal your leg? Before they went to Bravo's, Arya had been hanging out with the hound. Once, they went to the crossroads inn for dinner. They happened to meet 3 followers of the Arcane Mountain drinking there. With Arya's help, the hound successfully killed the 3 followers. However, his thigh and ear were injured as well. Not long after, the wound that had not been treated by the scholar became infected. The tall and strong man collapsed and could not even walk. The hound begged Arya to show him mercy, but Arya refused. She left her old friend to die in the woods by the river and went to Braavos to study abroad. Although the hound's body was recovered by the elders of the Silent Isle and his life was saved, his leg was crippled. It can't be cured. It's been too long. The wound on my leg has already healed. Actually, healing spells are the most effective in stopping bleeding on the battlefield. It's better to use herbs for things like colds, inflammation, poisoning, and diarrhea. The Kingslayer's limp was worse than yours. However, Dany Rise healed him, Arya said. The hound shook his head and sighed. She's the child of the 7 gods. She's different from me. I'm not even as good as Archbishop Meribad. Have you seen the pockmarked knight under Stannis's command? Richard Hope, who died once and was brought back to life by her. She received the Great Resurrection spell from the Holy Mother. Healing a cripple is nothing to her. I heard that the pockmarked knight was a believer of the Red God. However, because he had the atonement scroll that Dany Rise gave him, he went straight to heaven. Obviously, the atonement scroll has no requirement for faith. Anyone can use it. Dany Rise has been staying in the house for the past few days. Maybe she's avoiding the nobles who want to buy the atonement scroll from her. Most of those nobles are believers of the old gods in the north, but you can't blame them for being afraid of death. Even my sister Sansa wanted one for me and Jon, Arya said with a complicated expression. Did you get it? The hound asked curiously. She said to wait for 2 days. Why don't we go find her together? Arya looked down at his thigh. Ask her to heal you. The war is coming. It's not worth it to die in the hands of deviant ghosts because of a crippled leg. Are you so concerned about my leg because you feel guilty? The hound asked curiously. I didn't hurt your leg. Besides, you should be thankful that I didn't kill you last time. Arya sneered and said, Do you know my brother Bran? He was thrown off the tower by the Kingslayer and broke his spine. I want to see how Dany Rise treats him. Sensing the murderous intent under the little wolf girl's calm expression, the hound asked softly, Jaime is on your death list? Arya and the hound had been together for many days. They did not talk about it at first. The hound kidnapped Arya to get ransom from Robb, but she had a habit of talking about the death list before she went to bed. After a while, the hound naturally knew. He even knew that he was on the death list. At that time, Jaime's name was not on the list. He should be glad that he fulfilled his promise to my mother. He's even with Bran now, Arya said coldly. Where's your brother now? Arya's eyes flashed, and she said softly, Bran is not in Winterfell. He doesn't believe in the 7 gods. Sansa said that he can't be healed by the 7 gods' priests. But I want to ask Dany Rise personally. The hound thought about it and felt that it would be easier to fight if his leg was healed. He took off his hard leather apron and put on his leather armor and a large old goat fur coat. He then followed Arya to the guest room. I'm a believer of the 7 gods. Give me an atonement scroll. Your Majesty, as long as you give me 10 atonement scrolls and bless my family to heaven, I'm willing to convert to the 7 gods and fight for the Holy Mother. Your Majesty, I'm willing to donate 100 acres of land to the church. Please have mercy on us believers of the old gods in the Northern Territory. When they arrived at the training ground in front of the guest room castle, the hound and Arya were shocked by the crazed crowd. Chapter 800. Soldiers in old grayish-black leather armor. Knights in plate armor with various clan emblems. Nobles in high-grade fur robes. Cooks with sackcloth wrapped around their foreheads. Stables with pimples on their faces. Hundreds and thousands of people with flushed faces shouted fanatically as they squeezed towards the castle gate. The crazy scene was like a supermarket being occupied by middle-aged women who were fighting to buy discounted products. Holy Mother, what are they doing? The hound was dumbfounded. Didn't you hear? They're all fighting for atonement scrolls. A magnetic female voice replied. The hound tilted his head and saw a voluptuous woman about 5 meters tall, curiously sizing him up on the right side of his scarred face. You're the hound? Everyone said that you were a bandit in Hudjan and were killed by the Dragon Queen. What happened? The woman asked. She had olive skin, large black eyes, and glossy black curly hair. She was very beautiful. Beside her were a few tall, charming, and heroic women. They were in their teens and 20s, and their skin was darker than an ordinary person's. When the hound saw the golden, sun-piercing spear emblem on their chests, he guessed their identities. Dornmartel, the bandit killed by the Dragon Queen, wasn't me, and I didn't rob Saltpan Town, the hound said calmly. Everyone saw it and said the same thing. Yilien said doubtfully. They took the hound's helmet. He's a priest on the Silent Island. Arya said. The princess of the Northern Territory and the princess of Dorne greeted each other before continuing their conversation by the Moon Gate. The Dornese came to Winterfell, and she's the eldest princess. This doesn't seem like Prince Dewang style, the hound said curiously. It's not certain if we can defend Winterfell, but if we know the enemy and ourselves, we won't be defeated. The night is coming, but we don't even know what the deviant ghosts look like, the Sand Snake Abaya, who had a long whip around her waist, said. She was the leader of the Sand Snakes. She was almost 30 years old, tall and had long legs, but she looked coarse and wasn't as beautiful as her sisters. Glancing at her outspoken cousin, Elaine said, My father had long since prepared to build a defensive line to stop the deviant ghosts on the Bone Road and the Prince Pass. But even if we haven't seen deviant ghosts, based on the legends, we know that a pass that can defend against the living may not necessarily be able to defend against the dead. Hence, we are here to support Winterfell and to test the combat power of the deviant ghosts. What's going on? Hound pointed at the crowd. Do you know what happened in Caho City? Yilien asked in a low voice. Arya's eyes flashed, and she gradually understood. Count Saigon of Carhold not only sacrificed ghouls, but he also killed the messenger sent by Stannis. Could it be that a second Caho City has appeared in the north? Just last night, Randall Tarley sent an urgent letter to Dragonstone Island. Yelene's expression became a little strange. After killing Stannis' men, Saigon immediately wrote a letter to Duke Lusbutton of the Dreadfort to pledge his loyalty. The letter explained the whole process of his sacrifice to the deviant ghosts. Lusbutton was the king of the north appointed by the Iron Throne, so he had a reason to pass Saigon's letter to the Red Keep. So, do you understand the situation now? Fuck! Hound's ugly face twisted as he cursed. People like Saigon and Lusbutton should have been killed long ago. How could they be allowed to live until now? Arya entered the grim Reaper state again. Her face, eyes, and heart were as cold as ice, making Yilien and the surrounding vipers feel inexplicably uncomfortable. Yilien looked at Arya in surprise and said, Who killed them? Stannis tried, but his messenger was beheaded. Your brother wanted to do it, but he couldn't. What about Dany Rise? She has a megalosaurus, Arya asked. Her giant dragon has already been there. It has already burned down Caho City's main castle and burned hundreds of people to death. However, Saigon was already prepared and hid in the cellar in advance. The giant dragon didn't discover him at that time. Actually, Saigon might not be the first dungeon lord to sacrifice himself to a deviant ghost. Duke Stark investigated and found that most of the clansmen in the north of the Wolfswood survived. In other words, as long as there are living humans in the north of Winterfell, they are suspected of sacrificing deviant ghosts. So, Dragon Queen intends to use the atonement scrolls to boost everyone's morale? Hound asked thoughtfully. Yes, Yilien nodded. Last night, after news came from Dragonstone Island, Dany Rise informed the members of the Ghost Resistance Committee to discuss a plan to defeat deviant ghosts and ascend to heaven in the Seven Kingdoms. Defeat deviant ghosts and ascend to heaven? Do you mean that everyone who resists deviant ghosts will ascend to heaven? Hound was dumbfounded. Yes, to stabilize the people's morale and strengthen their resolve to resist the deviant ghosts, Dragon Queen decided to distribute the atonement scrolls without limit. This morning, Barristan represented her to announce this to the nobles. That's why so many people are gathered here, Yulien said. Arya hesitated and said, If it's so easy to ascend to heaven, won't it make heaven seem too? The night is long and dangerous. Only the 7 gods can save the people. Hound said solemnly, Now that the long night is coming, the lords of the 7 kingdoms want to sacrifice the frost god to survive. Their actions have put the world in danger. The Holy Mother is fulfilling the prophecy of the 7 gods to save the humans. It's the prophecy of the 7 gods and the promise of the 7 gods to their believers. Yulien said, The long night only comes once every 8,000 years. There's only one chance to defeat deviant ghosts and ascend to heaven. Arya nodded slowly and agreed with the 2 of them. There are close to 20,000 people in Winterfell, hundreds of thousands in the northern region, and millions in the Westeros. Are there so many atonement scrolls? She asked doubtfully. Yulien wasn't sure. Let's wait and see. Dany, Rise should be coming out soon. They didn't have to wait for long. Less than 15 minutes later, a team of Unsullied wearing silver armor and blue thick wool cloaks came out of the castle and formed a line of defense in front of the crowd. Dragon Queen, who was covered in armor, took the lead. She led a few knights carrying wooden boxes and 2 maids out of the castle. As soon as the queen appeared, the noisy people in the courtyard quieted down. Standing on the stone steps in front of the gate, the Dragon Queen looked at the crowd below and said in a clear and loud voice, The night is long and dangerous. Pity the people of our world. There are so many worries. What joy is there in life? What bitterness is there in death? For good and evil, heaven is the only reason. The Unsullied who maintained order and the knights behind the Dragon Queen had solemn expressions. They recited together, The night is long and dangerous. Pity the people of our world. There are so many worries. What joy is there in life? What bitterness is there in death? For good and evil, heaven is the only reason. A solemn and sacred atmosphere began to spread in the courtyard. Everyone murmured and pondered. A white knight with a big belly walked to the bottom of the steps and shouted, Today the night is coming. Life is not necessarily happy. Death is not as painful as everyone thinks. As long as there is light in everyone's heart, as long as we promote the justice of the world and uphold the kindness of people, no matter what faith we have, we can obtain the final salvation. In other words, the eternal heaven of light. That makes sense. Instead of living a miserable life in the long night, why not fight a great battle and then go to heaven to enjoy endless wine and eternal sunshine? Sand Snake Nymeria, who had her hair tied in a long black braid, murmured, Now, let's see how many atonement scrolls the Dragon Queen has. If Arya's voice came to an abrupt stop, just as she spoke, the Dragon Queen picked up a box from the side and opened it on the table. It was a wooden box the size of a suitcase. As soon as the wooden cover was opened, a powerful, grand, profound, holy and dark aura of divine power spread throughout the area. Any transcendent could easily feel the tsunami-like, high-grade magic energy waves at this moment. It came from the wooden box. It came from the palm-sized stacks of scrolls neatly stacked in the wooden box. Even normal people could see the milky white and gray light on the surface of the box, forming a thin layer of clouds. They could also feel a strange, oppressive power inside the box that made it hard for them to breathe. There was too much divine power in the moke. The high-grade magic energy radiation caused a visible phenomenon in the natural world. The wooden box was the size of a travel bag, and the atonement scrolls were the size of a movie ticket. How many scrolls would there be in a box? And each atonement scroll contained a certain amount of Moke's divine power. 1 or 2 scrolls were nothing, But what about thousands or tens of thousands? Melisandre next door, as well as Jon and Sansa further away, were all alarmed. She's crazy. How much divine power is this consuming? The red-robed woman who was looking out from the balcony exclaimed in disbelief. Isn't she afraid of damaging herself at the crucial moment of the battle with the Ghoul King? Hearing this, Erlu walked out of the room and stood beside Aunt May. He frowned and asked, "Can those scrolls really make the undead ascend to heaven?" Should be. The divine power is real. The red-robed woman didn't turn around. She stared straight at the Dragon Queen as she took out the atonement scrolls from the box and stacked them neatly on the table. You said heaven is fake, and that the 7 gods are just 7 pieces of wood. Erlu bit his cheek. I also said that Dany Rise is a demigod. She and her megalosaurus usurped the position of the 7 gods. A demigod can build heaven? Why doesn't the Great Light King have heaven? Erlu's eyes flashed. Aunt May suddenly turned around and said sternly, "Richard, hope betrayed his faith. Don't believe his words. Wherever the light of fire goes, there will be shadows. That's why the Light King is the Lord of Fire and Shadows. He's the Lord of Shadows in the dark world in the form of a bull. He punishes evil souls, similar to the 7 levels of hell in the 7 God sect. You know what Richard did now, don't you? He had to enter the dark hell to be punished by the Lord of Shadows. The God Kingdom of the Light King and the Lord of Fire is heaven in the Red God sect, and the final destination for us believers. Even if Richard stabbed..." Erlu's face twisted. Even if he blasphemed and deserved to go to hell, what about Gaudy Fallon and the others? My subordinates who died for me all went to hell and were even forged into chains. They became vengeful ghosts with nothing but resentment. What kind of logic is this? Illusion. Everything was Richard's illusion. The Lord of Shadows wanted to punish him, so he had to see the most terrifying scene. Actually, Gaudy Fallon and the other brave knights all went to heaven. What Richard saw was all an illusion. The red-robed woman spoke with certainty. Erlu gradually believed her. Dany Rise only cultivated for a few years, and she built heaven. Doesn't that mean she's become a god? Then he returned to the previous topic with a depressed expression. That's a fake heaven. How is it fake? Big Sparrow and Aegon both went up, Erlu said. Maybe she's locked those souls in a large-scale illusion. Aunt May frowned and said with uncertainty, "Can you expose her deception?" Erlu looked hesitant. Chapter 801. Do you see this? The plump and beautiful centaur maid. Jichi raised a movie ticket and waved it in front of more than 1,000 pairs of eyes. Then she placed it in the glass beside the tallow candle. After soaking it for nearly 2 minutes, she took out the atonement scroll and spread it open for everyone to see. Ah, the image on it hasn't melted. Exclamations came from below the stairs. Watch me roast it again. Jichi spoke in a very standard Westeros language. The atonement scroll was spread out and waved back and forth on the candle flame. Its surface began to emit white steam. It was the water that had been soaked in the glass. The white steam quickly disappeared. The atonement scroll's temperature rose, but it didn't burn immediately. As it was roasted, the bright red candle flame suddenly changed color. Ah, the candle flame turned gray. No, that's not right. It's still red. What's going on? Everyone exclaimed. The candle was like a scene in a black and white TV series, but everyone still subconsciously felt that it was red. It was a very contradictory feeling. The principle was very simple. The atonement scroll contained the god of death's divine power. When the flame passed through it, it would be pulled into the shadow of the material world. If the naked eye kept staring at the candle, there would be spiritual energy that would follow the candle into the world of death. Simply put, the naked eye saw the candle's red flame, while the soul saw the candle's gray flame. The soul and the naked eye saw the same thing, but the color was different, so it would be an illusion. Boom! Finally, the atonement scroll burned. producing a normal reddish-yellow flame. The candle flame also had color again. The atonement scroll was burned. The audience below exclaimed again. Yes, the atonement scroll is very fire-resistant, but it can still be ignited. My previous actions only had one purpose, which was to teach everyone how to distinguish between the real and fake atonement scrolls. The real atonement scroll isn't afraid of water and can make the flame emit a gray light. That gray light can be seen even by the blind. Remember, don't be fooled by the fake atonement scrolls. Jichi said solemnly, the atonement scrolls hadn't been officially circulated, but the Dragon Queen was already on guard against the fake money. Jichi picked up another atonement scroll, soaked it in water, and roasted it again. This time, the candle's light didn't turn gray. Instead, red light seeped out from the surface of the paper. It was as if a strong flashlight was covered with a palm, emitting a fleshy red glow. Before the atonement scroll burned, Jichi put it away and explained there are two types of atonement scrolls. The first is the warrior edition, which is the gray light edition. It is specially prepared for warriors who fight against deviant ghosts. With the gray light warrior atonement scroll, one only needed to chant the song of the 7 gods 7 times. When the Holy Mother of Heaven heard your song, she would naturally remember your name. At that time, your atonement scroll can only be used by you. No one else, not even the king, can take it away from you. This was the binding of spiritual power. The second type of atonement scroll is the red light general edition. Devout believers of the 7 gods need to chant the song of the 7 gods 77 times or pray to the Holy Mother 77 times. The less devout followers of the 7 gods would probably have to chant it 777 times, or even longer. In the end, the red light atonement scroll will turn into a gray light atonement scroll. That atonement scroll can be used by anyone. This was charging for the atonement scroll. The purpose of creating the red light atonement scroll was simple, to save costs. The gray light atonement scroll contained the complete divine power to activate divine spells, while the red light atonement scroll only had runes and a weak divine power seed, which needed the power of faith generated by prayer to fully develop the seed. Although a single atonement scroll contained very little divine power, about the same as a priest's secondary healing, holy light. But if there were too many of them, tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands, even Danny would not be able to handle it. Similarly, a single atonement scroll did not require much divine power. A slightly devout believer of the 7 gods could quickly fill the atonement scroll with divine power through prayer. A devout believer like old Bart, who only slept and did not work for a day and a night and spent the rest of the time praying, could turn 100 red light atonement scrolls into gray light. If the Great Sparrow was still alive, it might be possible to make 2,000 or 3,000 a day. The Holy Sparrow alone could save a small town a day. It could be said that the believers of the 7 gods outside the northern region could make the gray light general atonement scroll in a day or 2. Lady Jichi, what are the requirements for the gray light general atonement scroll and the gray light general atonement scroll? Count Brandon Hatta asked loudly in front of the stone steps. The northern warriors who fought against the deviants can get a gray light general atonement scroll. The warriors of the southern neck who believe in the 7 gods can only get the red light general atonement scroll, just like the ordinary civilians who did not participate in the war, Jichi said. What about the families of the northern warriors? And the people of the nobles' territories, they also believe in the old gods. Bear Yelishin asked. She also had a son, a daughter, and an unknown number of lovers. The northern warriors can ask for the gray light general atonement scroll from their lords. The lords can count their own people and apply for the atonement scroll from me. What about our southern lords? Princess Elaine walked over and asked. They also count their own people and apply for the atonement scroll from me, but only the red light general atonement scroll. Jichi said, there are also families in Hudjian who believe in the old gods. Arya reminded. Jichi immediately said, There won't be too many people in a family. You can find a monk to turn the red light General Atonement Scroll into a gray light General Atonement Scroll. Anyway, it's a General Atonement Scroll. Bronn glanced at the smiling Dragon Queen and whispered, "Your Majesty, there are Mountain Ridge tribes in the valley and tens of thousands of tribes on the Crabclaw Peninsula. They are the ancestors who were not assimilated by the Undulls in the early years and still believe in the old gods. Let's talk about it after the Battle of Winterfell." The courtyard was very lively, but there were not many people who received the Atonement Scroll. There were almost 1,000 people in the training ground in the front yard, but this was not even 1/10 of the total population of Winterfell. There were still many northern warriors who believed in the old gods who hesitated and watched. They had reason to hesitate because the Dragon Queen had personally said that there was no hell for the old gods. Returning to the embrace of the old gods was not worse than going to heaven. These were Dany's heartfelt words. Returning one's soul to heaven and earth, or being sent into a fake world by the evil god to be manipulated and toyed with, which was better? Even the evil god Dany had to admit that she could collect souls now, but she was still far from being able to control the true cycle of reincarnation. However, she did not care about the attitude of the Northern warriors because she could not produce 500,000 Grey Light Warrior Atonement Scrolls. She also did not consider the Northern Territory, which had already fallen, as her main goal. The millions of Seven Gods believers in the south of the Neck Swamp were the ones she needed to encourage. Why did she distribute the Atonement Scrolls? Because all humans were afraid of death. Faced with the invasion of the other ghost army, the incident in Carhold would definitely repeat itself in the territories of the Seven Kingdoms. Refusing the sacrifice would result in the immediate annihilation of the entire city. Offering the other ghost as a sacrifice would result in revenge. Which option would a normal person choose? As for offering the other ghost as a sacrifice, the long night would be even harder to end. People were already dead. So who would care about the future world? Even in modern warfare, most prisoners of war knew that they would be killed, but they still worked for the enemy and even dug their own graves. At the end of the day, the fear of death was engraved in the human genes. Those who were not afraid of death had died long ago, and their genes had not been passed down. Hence, Dany needed all Westeros to not be afraid of death. Only those who were not afraid of death could resist the sacrifice and kill the other ghost. How could millions of people not be afraid of death? Only the world after death would be better than the real world when they were alive. Seeing that Ji-Chi's work was on the right track, Dany brought the four Unsullied back to the castle. "Hey, wait, Your Majesty, Dany, rise." Arya pulled the hound and chased after them. Elaine and the Sand Snake followed behind them. "Why are you looking for me?" Dany's strange gaze lingered on Arya for a moment longer. Arya pulled the hound's right hand a little harder. "Your Majesty, my leg is crippled. Can you treat it for me? I heard that Jaime and Lannister's legs were healed by you." The hound asked dryly. Just as he finished speaking, he added with an unnatural expression, "If it's too troublesome, then forget it. I just want to be more agile before the final battle. Perhaps being crippled won't affect the defense of the castle walls." Dany sized him up and asked, "You became a cultivator?" "Yes. I also received the Holy Mother's healing technique." Previously, when he faced the Dragon Queen, who was as bright as the moon in the sky, the hound felt an inexplicable sense of inferiority and lack of confidence. Now his voice was a little louder, and there was a hint of obvious pride in his tone. If he was facing other people, as one of the few hundred true priests in the Seven Kingdoms, he also had the confidence to be proud. "What about you?" Dany looked at Elaine. "There are only two roads to enter Dorne from the land, the King's Pass and the Bone Road. Do you think it's possible to turn Dorne into the final base for the Seven Kingdoms to resist the other ghosts?" The Princess of Dorne asked. "I'm not sure how much of an impact the mountains that block the human army will have on the other ghosts. The ravens of the shapeshifters have investigated the steep mountains that the people of the north of the wolf spirit live in. Some of the people were exterminated, and some survived. They claimed that they relied on the caves and the dangerous mountain paths to repel the ghouls. Of course, it's more likely that their tribe survived because they sacrificed their baby boys. The experience of the people of the north proves that the steep mountain paths do have an impact on the other ghosts. But we don't know how much determination the other ghosts have when they attack the people of the north, and how much power they put in. Therefore, we can't be sure how the mountain terrain really affects the other ghost army. So, if the other ghosts pass through the next swamp, the valley might not be safe? The Blood Gate will become a decoration? Elaine said with a serious expression. There's no need to be so desperate. Dani shook her head and smiled. The ghouls and other ghosts are all transformed from humans. If humans can't walk on the road, they can't walk on it either. Unless they can find a secret path that can allow a large army to pass through, it's impossible for the ghouls to ignore the main road like the Blood Gate. Among the millions of ghouls, only a few hundred of them have brains. If they want to avoid the Blood Gate, they have to find the secret path themselves. The problem is, if there is a secret path, don't we humans know about it? Therefore, the scene of millions of other ghosts suddenly entering the valley probably won't happen. In the end, there will still be a siege and a defensive battle. In other words, the defense of Dorne can be done. The Princess of Dorne said happily, If you conceal all the secret paths, the Prince's Pass and the Bone Road will become as important as the Blood Gate. Dani nodded. Your Majesty, are you willing to provide us with assistance? If the North completely falls, Dorne can be the last base of the Seven Kingdoms and take in all the refugees from Hudgin, the Land of Storms and the King's domain. Only then did Ylien reveal the main purpose of her trip. Chapter 802. We'll deal with the King of Deviant Ghosts at Winterfell, Arya said calmly but firmly. Arrane's eyes flashed, and she said gently, We'll do our best to assist Winterfell, but we can't go wrong with the backup plan. I don't accept money for the dragon crystal weapons and atonement scrolls. I'll provide them to any castle that's willing to fight the deviant ghosts. What kind of support does Dorne want? Dani asked curiously. Arrane's expression became strange. My father is willing to lead Dorne to pledge loyalty to you. You'll be the guardian of Dorne. You'll be in charge of all the Dorne troops to defend against the deviant ghosts. Not to mention Dani and Hound. Even Arya, who was expressionless and cold, was stunned. If it was only the guardian of Dorne, this request would be rude. A Realm 7 guardian was equivalent to a Grand Marshal. Asking Dani to be the Grand Marshal of Dorne's troops was outrageous. If Dorne had only expressed his loyalty, there would not have been much practical value in changing the royal flag at the top of the city. After all, Dragon Queen didn't intend to fight for the Iron Throne. Didn't the Northern Territories, Stark, want to pledge allegiance to Dragon Queen? She rejected him without hesitation. However, when the two conditions were added together, the meaning was completely different. This meant that Dorne would completely submit to the Dragon Queen, the kind that would pour out his heart and lungs. However, even if Dorne was willing to pledge wholeheartedly, Dragon Queen was still hesitant. I can support Dorne with all my might, just like how I supported Winterfell. However, pledging loyalty to the Guardian of Dorne isn't necessary, Dani rejected tactfully. Arrayne was taken aback and quickly said, We know that you build a shelter on the Crabclaw Peninsula, but you have the Megalosaurus. You can fly to both ends without delay. The Dorne defense line won't take up much of your time. Moreover, the Crabclaw Peninsula is so small that the number of refugees you can save will be smaller than Dorne. I can travel to both ends and provide suggestions for the Dorne defense line. However, I don't need the loyalty of Dorne or any other nobles. This is an oath. Dragon Queen said solemnly. Elaine had a pleading look on her face as she said, Why don't you reconsider and discuss this after the Battle of Winterfell? When Prince Dowling handed over the mission to his daughter and his niece, he explained the reason why Dwayne chose to side with the Dragon Queen. Firstly, the Dragon Queen had won the Battle of Meereen. Secondly, the Eternal Night had descended. Relying on the powerful Dragon Queen was the most effective way to protect the family and the people. Thirdly, looking at the battle records of the Dragon Queen, from her debut until now, no matter how strong the enemy was, she had never lost. In terms of military talent, there was no one in the 7 kingdoms who was more suitable than her, let alone Dwayne, who lacked talented generals. To be honest, Princess Elaine didn't agree with her father's decision before. She felt that her ability to command troops wasn't weak, but she never had the chance to show it to the world. She deliberately ignored the incident at the Black River. Therefore, she hesitated and wanted to resist her father's plan. But now, she was continuously rejected by the Dragon Queen. For some reason, Princess Elaine's thoughts took a 180-degree turn. She was even more aggressive and desperate than her father. If she couldn't rely on the Dragon Queen, Dwayne would suffer a great loss. Looking at the Dragon Queen, who kept refusing, and then looking at the impatient Arya, Arya's expression was stupefied. She thought of her sister's ambition. If Dwayne said the same thing to Sansa, she would probably go crazy with excitement. But the Dragon Queen rejected her with a troubled expression. Why was there such a huge difference between people? What about you? Why are you looking for me? Arya was sighing for her sister when the Dragon Queen ended her conversation with Elaine and turned her attention to her. My brother Bran broke his spine. Can you help him stand up again? He also has fertility. Can he be cured? A hint of anticipation flashed across Arya's stupefied face. Dany looked at her playfully and asked, Bran asked you to ask? Why didn't he come to me himself? It has nothing to do with Bran. I saw that you cured Jaime Lannister's leg and had some ideas, Arya said insincerely. Actually, your brother and sister asked me the same question, and I gave you the same answer. If Bran wants to stand up again, he can talk to me himself, Dany said meaningfully. Bran? Is it Bran Stark? He didn't die. Is he in Winterfell now? Elaine was confused. No one answered her question. Dany didn't want to overstep her boundaries, and Arya didn't want to reveal her brother's secret. Everyone was silent for a while. Dany waved to the Hound. Let's go. I'll cure your leg. If you can study anatomy and understand the human body's meridian structure, you can cure it yourself. Dany suddenly had a strange idea. Could she transform the first rugged hound in Game of Thrones into an elegant doctor in a white robe? Are you a cleric? Have you cured injured civilians? She turned around and asked the silent, scar-faced man. After I became a cleric, I've been treating the injured in Hudgian. But the Holy Mother's healing spell isn't very effective. It's only effective on bleeding wounds, the Hound said honestly. The holy healing spell is not ineffective. It's just that the way you apply it on the patient is too crude. Only with herbology and anatomy can the full effect of the holy healing spell be unleashed. The holy healing spell didn't have an immediate effect on common diseases such as colds, diarrhea, inflammation, and poisoning. But it didn't mean that it was useless. Take the flu as an example. Even with injections and medicine, many people could die from the flu. If the mortality rate was 1%, then the holy healing spell on the lungs could reduce the mortality rate to 0.001%. That was the correct way to use the holy healing spell. At the end of the day, the holy healing spell only enhanced the vitality of human cells. It didn't kill viruses or eliminate poisons. Seeing the Hound's confused face, Dany didn't explain further. Watch carefully when I treat your leg. Arya's eyes flashed as she asked, Can I take a look? I want to watch too. Can I? A baby-faced viper asked with her eyes wide open. Dany hesitated for a moment and nodded. Don't talk. Don't disturb me. The girls agreed very quickly, but in the end, they screamed for a while during the operation. especially when they saw the Dragon Queen using her bloody right hand to pull the hound's white veins and blue nerves. The youngest, baby-faced viper screamed and fainted. Then Dany told them to get lost. Arya wasn't afraid. She watched with relish, but she was still expelled. When Dany finished the operation and left the resting room, she found that everyone else had left. Arya was still standing in the corridor outside the door, but Arya wasn't alone. Dany in the gray cloak was standing opposite her. They were about the same age and height. Even their postures were the same. Right hand on the sword, body leaning forward, left foot half a step forward, as gentle as a cat's. Half of their feet touched the ground while the back foot hung in the air. Their right leg looked like it could step out at any moment. Both of them were the best among the water dancers. The only difference was that Dany's cheeks were pale and her forehead was sweating. Her expression was changing back and forth, and her body seemed to want to rush out uncontrollably. Arya was expressionless. Her eyes were like icicles under the eaves. She had an aura as calm as the abyss. Before they started fighting, Dany knew that Dany had lost. "What are you doing?" Dragon Queen wiped her hands with a towel and casually stood beside the two of them. Dany felt the pressure on her body disappear inexplicably. The cruel and hungry wolf lying in the ice and snow before her turned back to the cold-looking, horse-faced girl. No, when she looked closer, the horse-faced princess of House of Stark had lost her previous indifference. Dragon Queen's actions were casual and her tone was calm. She didn't even have a sword with her. But when she came closer, Arya felt an extremely sharp, giant sword pressing down on her. The sword pierced through heaven and earth like a towering mountain, like a huge wave in a tsunami. Thump, thump, thump. Arya was sweating profusely. She took 3 steps back and widened her gray eyes. She looked at Dragon Queen, who threw the towel to the Unsullied behind her. "You," with that one word, Arya seemed to wake up from a nightmare. The divine sword that could split heaven and earth in her dream disappeared. In front of her was a calm and casual Night Queen. Was it an illusion? Arya shook her head hard. The divine sword that broke her death's clear mind was definitely not an illusion. "What was that?" she asked with a hoarse voice. "It's a swordsmanship realm that you can't reach. I can't explain it with words. What are you doing?" Dany asked with a smile. "Is she the assassin protecting you?" Arya pointed at Dany and asked. Although it was a question, her tone was very certain. "Her name is Dany C," Dany said. "Dany C has been hiding beside you. But in my eyes, she's as conspicuous as a fly on a white porcelain plate." The fly was angry. Arya shrugged, and her expression didn't change. Just like now, she lost the water dancer's silent as a shadow, moving as a snake state of mind. When she realized that I was following her with a contemptuous gaze, she got angry and wanted to fight me one-on-one. "I know where this is. I won't kill people for no reason." Arya's words were arrogant and made Dany C feel extremely humiliated. "I know this is Winterfell. I won't kill the sister of the king of the northern region," she retorted with the same words. Dany C's accent was heavy, and she wasn't fluent in Westeros. Arya replied with a look of disdain. Dany smiled and said to Arya, "Don't doubt me. Dany C's realm isn't as good as yours. But if we fight, you'll definitely die. If it wasn't an illusion, with your help I would have lost." Arya didn't look at her defeated opponent. Instead, she looked solemnly at the Dragon Queen. "If that's what you think, Dany C will probably be able to kill you without any injuries." Dany shook her head and sighed. "Whatever you say. I don't care what you think of her." Arya lifted her chin and looked indifferent. "Why don't we give it a try?" Dany suggested. "You don't care about her life?" Arya asked in surprise. "Queen, don't worry. I know my limits," Dany C said at the same time. Arya's gaze was sharp. "Since Dragon Queen has the resurrection spell, I don't mind playing with you." In the next moment, the 2 girls, who were less than 1, 5 meters tall, shot out like bullets and collided with each other. Danny C. was wearing a gray and black cloak, while Arya was wearing black leather armor. They were like two balls of shadows that were entangled with each other. Within the gray shadows, two black lightning bolts collided with each other, producing indistinct sounds and a series of sparks. Palm, one of the shadows flew out while the other stood proudly on the spot. Why did this happen? I clearly slashed her a few times. Arya supported herself with her left hand, her face pale. Danny C. is a pay-to-win gamer. How can you compare with her? Danny smiled faintly and didn't speak. Chapter 803. Water Dancer walked the path of lightness and speed. When they sparred with their swords, their bodies were like two dancing shadows. Their swords clashed so frequently that sparks never disappeared. However, the speed of the sword attack was fast, and the battle ended quickly as well. A moment ago, the two of them were still fighting like twins. In the next moment, Arya was sent flying 3 to 4 meters away and fell hard on the stone floor of the corridor. Danny C. stood on the spot with her head held high and a smile on her face. Arya supported herself against the wall and got up slowly. How did this happen? Arya's face was pale. She glanced at herself and Danny C. in confusion. There were 3 2-inch-long slashes on Danny C.'s cloak around her waist. There was an obvious footprint on Arya's chest armor. Arya touched her left leg that was burning and stinging. There was a wet patch on the back of her thigh. Arya's leg was cut. Her body suddenly lost coordination. The moment she stopped moving, Danny C. kicked her in the chest. Although I'm not as good as her in terms of skills and experience, I'm faster than her. I'm stronger than her. I'm calmer than her. My eyesight is also better than hers. I slashed her 3 times in the vitals. Why am I the one who fell? Arya asked in a hoarse voice. Danny C. lifted her chin at Danny C. Let her see. Danny C. sheathed her dagger and unbuckled her belt. She took off her thick gray velvet cloak and revealed a fine chainmail that outlined her flat body. Arya stared at the matte black light chainmail for a long time. Then, realization dawned on her. Steel. Are you convinced now? Danny C. asked with a smile. I'm not convinced. She's wearing steel chainmail. It's not fair. Equipment is also part of one's strength. Arya C. was silent. Do you need me to stop the bleeding? Danny C. asked while looking at her leg. No need. It's just a scratch. Danny took her to her lounge and asked, You're still here. Is there something you need from me? Actually, it was Bran who told me to come find you. I am Faceless, and I learned the Death Bible that Faceless stole from the City of Knowledge. Bran said that the meditation technique has a major flaw and asked me to be your guinea pig to help you study the dark laws of ice and death. In return, you'll help me find a way to overcome the ghosts of appearances and emotions. Arya was very straightforward. After she finished speaking, she stared at the Dragon Queen with her emotionless gray eyes. Ah, so you're practicing evil sorcery. No wonder your aura is so cold. I didn't think you were human, Danny exclaimed. Why can I solve the flaws in the Death God's Bible? Danny asked even though she already knew the answer. Actually, this matter couldn't be hidden from the three-eyed crow. Bran knew that the Dragon Queen gave a magic pot to Jaqen. Then Arya told her brother that the Death God's Bible came from a Death God's magic pot that Jaqen stole from the City of Knowledge. Didn't this match make sense? Bran said that you have mastered many top-notch meditation techniques and are the world's #1 magic god. Arya was just repeating her brother's words, but the words #1 magic god made the Dragon Queen feel disgusted. He used the same nonsense to fool the red-robed woman, and now he used it to fool her. Did he forget that she was the one who invented the title Magic God? However, Danny C. was really curious about the evolution of the Death God scripture and its final effects. In the end, the Death God scripture of ice and death was the meditation technique that truly belonged to her. In the past, she wasn't even a demigod, and the death god scripture she created was really crude. Now that her realm had increased, and she even had the stranger godhood, she would surely be able to improve the death god scripture. If she had Arya as a lab rat, she might really have a chance to comprehend the Song of Death. Don't forget that the fire of creation plus the ice of death is the complete song of ice and fire. P.S. You didn't pay enough. Dany C. shook her head. Arya C. frowned. What else do you want? Answer a few questions for me first. Go ahead. Will you return to Bravos in the future? No, I don't mind killing people, but I don't want to be a killer controlled by others. My purpose in going to the Black-White School is the same as the aristocratic children going to the City of Knowledge, purely to learn knowledge and skills. Dany C. looked at her deeply and said, I'm afraid that the Black-White School doesn't think of itself as a technical school. I used to be worried about the reaction of the people of Bravos, so I hesitated to completely fall out with them. But Bran promised me that no Faceless can get close to Stark from the Westeros. Personally, I'm not afraid of the Faceless. The only thing I'm afraid of is that they can threaten my brothers and sisters. Don't you have any nostalgia for the people in the Black-White School? Dany C. asked again. Arya C. was stunned for a moment and said softly, There are companions who trained with me and also mentors who taught me. I respect and appreciate them, and I will always remember them, but I don't want to become a tool without a will. Dany C. nodded. This Arya C. is not completely bad. I can help you, but you should know that no one wants to make a losing deal. Tell me about it. Arya C. said. Dany C.'s eyes flashed, and she said in a low voice, If you can become a demigod, you must swear to be a stranger's subordinate god. A subordinate god to the Lord God was like the immortals in heaven to the Jade Emperor. Can I really become a god of death? Arya C.'s mouth was wide open in shock. I don't know. Dany C. shrugged and said casually, If you can become a god, it means that I've helped you a lot and you should repay me. If you can't become a demigod, I'll lose a little and you won't gain much. Arya C. calmed down and said slowly, What's a subordinate god? Dany C.'s eyes were deep, and she said meaningfully, It's like a feudal lord and a king. But a subordinate god's contract is more binding than a monarch's vows. It's not a verbal restriction, but real power to ensure that the vows are fulfilled. A subordinate god's faith and understanding of the laws are all within the authority of the Lord God. It's like a feudal lord paying taxes to the king, serving in the army, and disclosing all the information about the people and military in the territory. Arya seemed to be moved by this. If she was a modern person, she would have complained. But Arya C. was a feudal princess born and raised in this land. Since she did not think that there was anything wrong with a feudal lord swearing loyalty to the king, she also did not think that the Dragon Queen's request was excessive. Just like what Arya C. said, the more you get, the greater the price you have to pay. Becoming a demigod was such a great benefit, but I don't believe in the 7 gods. Arya C. frowned. Do you believe in the Frost God? Do you know who the Frost God is? I know. Saigon of Karhold City sacrificed his son to the Frost God. But I believe in the old gods. Dany C. smiled strangely. Normal believers of the 7 gods think that there are 7 gods in total. They often say things like, I believe in the Holy Mother, not the warrior. Most people in the North believe in the old gods, but they don't know who they believe in. In this regard, you people are much worse than the people beyond the Great Wall. The Inami and the Storm God that Timon believes in are the old gods. The Frost God, the ruler of the other ghosts, is still the old god. Even the Light King was once the old god. The old gods are a general term. Its meaning is simple. Literally, the ancient gods are called the old gods. The gods born in the history of human civilization are called the new gods. It's as simple and straightforward as the old and the young. Then who is the old god that my father and I believe in? Arya C. was confused. She had believed in the old gods for so many years, but she did not know who she believed in. Wasn't this a little too ridiculous? Think carefully. Where did your father take you? Who did you pray to? Danny C. reminded her. Under the weirwood. The heart tree in Winterfell's Godwood Forest is a weirwood. We prayed to the face on the tree there. Arya C. felt that she had grasped something, but she still could not see through the last layer of mystery. It's the weirwood. All the people in the north and most of the people beyond the Great Wall believe in the main god of the Westeros, who is made of weirwood. I see. I should have asked the Bran. Arya C. was enlightened. But the weirwood is dead. Danny C. immediately revealed a piece of shocking news. The old god that I believe in is dead? Arya C. was shocked. He died 8,000 years ago. Recently, with the fall of the Great Wall, he completely disappeared. Arya C.'s heart was in a mess. She was scared and lost. What should we do? The weirwood god chose a human as his successor, Danny C. said softly. Ah, do I have to believe in the Bran in the future? Arya C. was confused. No, your old god chose me as his successor, Danny C. said calmly. Arya C. was shocked again. Her jaw dropped. If the Dragon Queen was really the successor of the old god, then it would be better to believe in the 7 gods than to believe in her. Arya C. was still suspicious. If you don't believe in the old god, how did you become his successor? You can ask your brother. Danny C. turned her head and looked at the big crow standing on the balcony. Danny C. opened the door and let Bran Stark in. Bran. Arya C. stood up and looked around. Caw, caw, caw. It's me. When the door connecting the bedroom to the balcony was pushed open, the crow flapped its wings and flew into the living room and landed on the table. Arya, you can agree to Danny C.'s request. Keep believing in the old god and become the stranger's god. It's not a bad ending, Bran C. said directly. Arya C.'s expression changed. Bran C.'s words were equivalent to admitting the Dragon Queen C.'s words. She was the successor of the old god. Do you and Jon still believe in the old god? Are all the people in the north going to believe in the 7 gods from now on? She asked with a complicated expression. No, Danny C. is only the successor of the Mother God's power. The old god's belief will not change. Then, who do the old god believers believe in now? Weirwood, forests, earth, rivers, mountains. They are all part of the Mother God. As long as Westeros exists, the old god's belief will never disappear, the big crow said firmly. It seems more proper to believe in the 7 gods. Arya C. hesitated. Big Crow, Bran C., and Erlu C. knew that the Dragon Queen had usurped the position of the 7 gods, but they did not dare to tell anyone. That was because faith came from anticipation. The believers were looking forward to the Mother God's miracles, not the 7 pieces of wood that could not respond to them. If the truth was made public, the Church of the 7 Gods would collapse for a while. Then, when they saw the miracles of the Mother God, most of the 7 Gods believers would transfer their worship to the Dragon Queen. By then, the Church of the 7 Gods would lose a group of pure believers who believed in the Church of the 7 Gods. But the Dragon Queen would become the god of the land, the only god in the hearts of the people. Every word she uttered was an oracle, and every decision she made determined the course of action for millions of people. That scene was too scary. Danny C. did not want it, and Erlu and Bran C. could not accept it. Chapter 804. Do you want to recover your health? After Arya left, Danny asked Bran, The reason why I went to the Great Wall to look for the 3-eyed crow was to treat my broken spine. The big crow's red eyes shone with sentimental emotions. You're the 3-eyed crow now, Danny reminded him. Bran said awkwardly, I know, but Mara is pregnant. My child, a duo, died in the shelter because he tried to stop the deviant ghosts. I need a healthy body to take care of her, satisfy her. In truth, Bran did not want to ask the Dragon Queen for help, because he knew that even if Danny could help him heal his body, she would ask for an exorbitant price. Bran had already fused with part of the Green Prophet's seal's fragments, and he did not want to sacrifice the 3-eyed crow's benefits for his own personal matters. But a man's life was always so tiring and helpless. The three-eyed crow was also a man. When Auduo was still alive, Mara was used to living a luxurious life. Now that Auduo was dead, she was not used to living a simple life. She could not help but show some resentment in her words and expressions. What could Bran do? Dany was shocked and confused when she heard this. Your spine was broken, and you can't give birth. How did you manage to make Mara pregnant? Also, you're only 12 years old this year. How did you manage to do it? Bran said softly, Your suggestion. What suggestion? When? Dany was confused. Duo. Dany came to a realization and she was horrified. Then she became stupefied. Did you say that he's your child? That's my child, the son of Auduo, Mara and I. I've already thought about it, and his name will be Auduo Stark, Bran said firmly. Dany's expression became distorted. Bran looked at the Dragon Queen, whose expression was changing, and said coldly, Are you looking down on me? No, I admire you, really, Dany said sincerely. After a moment of silence, Bran sighed. You're much luckier than I am. We both wanted to fight against fate. You succeeded, but Actually, Jon and I should thank you. If you didn't break the framework of fate first, we wouldn't have been able to break free from the shackles of fate. Destiny is like a river. The first person to break the destiny will disturb the entire river. We've gained a huge advantage. All we need to do is guide the turbulence away from its original direction, which will be much simpler. But I'm still jealous of you. You're just like an experienced sailor, controlling your own ship of fate. I just want to let the turbulence that belongs to me flow in a better direction. But it takes a turn, and it seems to be the same as before. Now, I don't even know if my fate has become better or worse. What was your original fate? Dany asked curiously. Mara and I will forget each other in the pugilistic world, and I will never taste the taste of love in my life. Now, Mara and I will help each other in times of need. But maybe this is love. There's sweetness and bitterness in it, Bran said in a weathered tone. You shouldn't be saying something like this at your age, Dany said in a strange tone. Don't use the age of my physical body to deduce the age of my soul. I've lived in the tree for hundreds of years. I've experienced the prosperity of the human world, and I've experienced the vicissitudes of life, Bran said faintly. Since you've seen the prosperity of the human world and experienced the vicissitudes of life, why are you still obsessed with your personal feelings? Why aren't you willing to completely become a three-eyed crow? Dany asked. I've seen other people's lives. The more I see, the more I desire to have my own life. That's true. Dany nodded. Then she asked, But do you dare to let me heal your injuries? Or rather, do you dare to face me with your true body? Will you attack me? Will you go back on your sacred vow? Bran asked her back. Of course, there was no vow now. But when they reached an agreement, they would definitely make a sacred vow to each other. Dany hesitated. She didn't say, I won't, righteously, nor did she say, I'll see frankly. It was because she really wasn't sure what she would do. What kind of price can you pay? Or rather, how many fragments of the Green Prophet's seal do you have? Dany asked. If it's not enough, I'll take your life. If it's enough, I'll treat it as the price for your life. When she thought of this, she suddenly felt that she was quite shameless. I don't have the Green Prophet seal. That's the three-eyed crow's inheritance. It doesn't belong to me, Bran said. Then you'd better die. I think you can find Otto, Dany said mockingly. A duo equals hold the door. A duo equals open the door. Beduo equals open the door. And Otto? Bran was confused. If you have Otto, why can't you have Otto? There are so many men in the world. It's enough for you to form a door group. You don't have to torment your small body. Anyway, you're a green prophet. You have green vision and green dream. The whole world is green in your eyes. Dany ridiculed in her heart. Caw, caw, caw. The big crow flapped its wings angrily and cawed. What are you cawing for? Don't treat a patient if you don't have money? Danny was like an unscrupulous doctor. The big crow suddenly stopped cawing. Its red eyes looked deeply at her. It said in a deep voice, "Since you said so, I'm relieved." Relieved? Danny raised her eyebrows. This attitude at least proves that you won't go back on your vow and eat your words. Targaryen words are like mountains. The reason why I was chosen by the door god is because I never go back on my vow. No matter what, I don't want his choice to be wrong, Danny said with a sigh. Bran heard this and fell silent. He had gone back on his vow to the Green Prophet. Jon had gone back on his vow to the Night Watchers. Thinking about it carefully, among the Westeros who had the right and opportunity to go back on their vow, only Danny and Rhys had persisted. He felt very uncomfortable. I won't go back on my vow, but I won't work for free either, Danny continued. What I'm giving you is more precious than the seal of the Green Prophet. Bran sighed. What other treasures does the Green Prophet have? Danny was interested. My life, Bran said seriously. Ah, you want to sell yourself to me? Danny's mouth twitched. Or do you want to be a subordinate god of the 7 gods? But you're different from your sister. Arya can help me study the law of death. But you, what can you do? Clairvoyance. The crow shook its head. When you're dealing with the final enemy, I can risk my life for you once. The final enemy. Danny stopped smiling and said seriously, Who are you talking about? No matter who it is, you saved my life, and I'll return it to you. Danny stared at the crow's eyes for a long time and sighed. You're very smart. If he risked his life for her once in the future, she would definitely not plot against him when she healed his wounds. Kacha! The gears turned and pulled the chain, which in turn pulled the rolling shaft at the other end. The rolled parchment was dragged forward, and the printed part moved forward, revealing the blank paper under the steel seal. Bam! There was a dull, rhythmic sound of hitting in the room. Jon, Erlu, Melisandre, and the others opened their eyes wide. They were shocked to see the steel seal fall and pull up, imprinting a clear rune and painting on the thin parchment. Upon closer inspection, they were sheets of atonement scrolls. The Dragon Queen was printing atonement scrolls with a printing machine. Kacha! The gears turned and the printed paper was pulled to the front. The scythe fell and cut into 10 pieces of paper of the same size. The paper was sent forward along the conveyor belt and finally into a wooden box. The 10, unsullied, stacked them neatly. Kacha bang, kacha bang. The guest room was on the 3rd floor of the castle. In the spacious living room that was emptied of furniture and decorations, 3 machines the size of a bed made rhythmic sounds that never stopped. Every minute, every second, they produced atonement scrolls without stopping. Unbelievable. This is unbelievable. If it's used to print books, then... Perez Dan was the first to wake up from his shock. He looked at the Dragon Queen and shouted enthusiastically, Your Majesty, with your dragon paper, the printing machine, and paper-making technology will definitely create a prosperous era of culture. You're the mother of a new civilization, the sage of all scholars and scholars. You're the god of civilization. Danny lifted her chin slightly and looked proud. She waved her hand and said, The long night hasn't passed yet. Keep a low profile and don't be so exaggerated. The red-nosed old professor was brought to Winterfell from Dark Castle by the winged dragon. From a technical point of view, the Battle of Winterfell could help the humans understand the deviant ghosts directly and accurately. Hence, the scholars were required to record the deviant ghosts' appearances, abilities, habits, and combat patterns. Then, they would send out letters to the lords of the 7 kingdoms. From a historical point of view, the Battle of Winterfell would occupy a very important position in the history of the human civilization. This was because this was the first long night that was clearly recorded. The previous long night ended the mythical civilization. The human civilization had just sprouted and only legends were left behind. After Scholar Thomer, Tyrion's uncle, the spy, was sent to the Great Wall. The position of Winterfell's scholar had been vacant. The crow's nest was only managed by a scholar's apprentice. Perez Dan was a history scholar and had worked under Jon for a period of time. He was the most suitable person to complete the 3 tasks. This machine that prints books can indeed change the world. Jon walked around the wooden and steel bed and sighed. Her Majesty is a genius, he said, to be able to invent such a machine. If it wasn't for the long night, it would have caused a sensation in the Westeros. Jichi pouted and said disapprovingly, the printing machine was invented by the Queen 2 years ago. The dragon's paper and white printed books from the Slave Bay have always been the favorite goods of the sea merchants. Many cities in the Jade Sea and the Summer Sea have used the dragon's paper and read cheap but high-quality printed books. Only the Westeros are remote and ill-informed. Aren't the Westeros the center of the world? How can a centaur made speak like that? The nobles of the 7 kingdoms were unhappy, but they couldn't rebut. Why is this machine constantly rotating? Our city of knowledge is researching gear-driven machines, but we need a large windmill and a water wheel to power it. Perez then looked around and asked in bewilderment, This is a perpetual motion machine. Dany smiled slyly. It can move forever? Could it be witchcraft? Jon was bewildered. Though he didn't study modern physics, he didn't think that under normal circumstances, a machine could work forever without energy consumption. At least, he had never seen it before. To be honest, I also want to know how long it can keep moving. Dany glanced at her subordinate and said, Open the floor and let everyone take a look. 7 levels of hell. What is this? Gods, why doesn't that cow have a head? What monster is that? After a while, the people who were bending over and looking down through the wooden windows screamed in horror.